You ain't got time for dueling? You do now, where you going? You ain't got time for dueling? Well, you better make time! Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coolie, DFC, we bring the fire of the night, keep backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off doing it. Oh my God, huge comeback from 1. Beautiful chain from Toshank, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys.
If you ain't here for violence, then you can get out. Guess we don't need these anymore. Welcome in, fellas. Come on in. Primo. S tier at 31 months. I knew we'd find you in here. Have a seat, brother. Wherever you'd like. You've earned it. 31 months, man. Can't thank you enough. That's huge. Huge. And feel free to just ban people in chat if you want. Joe B guy. It's the least we could do. Least we could do, man. Free reign today, all right? It's gonna be a violent night, man. A real violent night. I'm looking forward to it. The final DFC before ladder reset tomorrow. Pretty pumped about it, dude. It's gonna be epic. We will be taking next week off as I do plan on achieving a level of degeneracy that is largely unmatched by most normal human beings. And I do mean achieving. But tonight, speaking of achieving, we've got some asses to kick. We've got a lot of violence to instigate. And it's all happening right here. Grab yourselves a refreshment. Get some popcorn and Parmesan cheese, because you're going to need it. Let's get in there and check it out. Fucking Bill. Where's the fucking card, Bill? What'd you do with it? For Christ's sake. Wake the fuck up today. Oh, hey. This is it, boys. The people's champ, Polytheus. Look at this dude. Finally. He's going to have to defend his throne once again against the man that keeps knocking at the door. This guy, Squigs, continues to get better and better with every duel we ever see him in. And man, tonight he's got a challenge. Polytheist, man. This guy, who's going to stop him? Who is going to stop this guy? You never believe it, though. The one man that probably can. We might just see him on the card tonight. You'll know what I'm talking about in just a minute. He's back. We're happy to see it. And by the way, B. Caliph, my guy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Legend tier membership. Welcome in. We've got a special Hall of Fame trip just for you and Primo. Y'all are definitely welcome. You ain't even got to take your shoes off, man. Come on in. Welcome to it. What's up, guys? Good to see you. This card is epic, man. We've got Nimrod defending his title against previous Melee champion Jin Shin in the Melee division. This is going to be pretty epic. This one, Jin Shin just shooting up the ranks. Is that what it is? Not necessarily. The powers that be see the true potential in this guy, and after getting his feet wet again in the Melee division, this guy is ready to come back and try to claim his crown. Back from the dome of the most dominant Melee champion of all time, Nimrod. But can this guy hold on to what is so rightfully his? We're going to find out tonight. Epic competition between those two. And then we've got Murder SC. Nimrod, look at this guy. He's trying to become the double champ tonight. He's trying to hold on to it and become the double champ by gaining the belt in LLD. This guy's been tearing it up there too, right? Stacking up some good names under his belt and climbing up those ranks. And tonight, he's going up Charge v Charge versus Murder SC. That shit is going to be so epic, man. Y'all know me. I love that Charger, and I love when these guys just duke it out with that specific setup, that specific class. I think it's going to be nothing but non-stop, jam-packed action. And I'm not going to want to miss it, man. Make sure I'm around, okay? If I go off and take a shit or something, you better someone send me a Discord message so I can get it. Because I'm not going to want to miss that. That's a savage one, man. We've got 40 ounce. This guy put on a show last week on that Sin. He's looking to get some wins and climb up the ranks here against Alpaca Bowl. Fresh newcomer to the DFC. And this guy will be on a Sork tonight. Going to be really crazy duel. I think it's going to put both of these guys to the test. 40 ounces, a legend. Alpaca is going to come in here. Who knows what he's got on that Sork? Who knows what's in store? But 40 ounce is going to figure it out firsthand and see if he's got the answer. And then Mr. Din Kai has stepped up, and he wants to try to stop me. But luckily, I brought the most powerful class, the most broken, most cheesy, most OP POS to the arena tonight. We've brought the Sin. So I hate to embarrass Mr. Din Kai, but he best be prepared, all right? Because we've been working on the Sin, kinda. So it's gonna be a fight. Regardless, I'm actually looking forward to it. Bonkai, one hell of a dueler. He's getting incredibly good on the Din, and I'm just trying to get good on the Sin, honestly, trying to learn the ins and outs, right? We might have to do a little bit tweaking beforehand, but it's going to be a fun fight. I think regardless, I'm going to learn something here today. So looking forward to that. Going to be pretty epic, man. We've got some team duels, Doom, Poly, and I think we might have found someone else, possibly a new guy. All depends, man. We're going to see. We've got Dirty, Stu, and Jaw all on a team, man. That one's going to be savage as well. Doombringer versus the Ono. We also have Ono versus, I think this might have actually gone down. I think we might have the video. Ono versus Montriana. This guy, just from the OCE, getting a lot of fights under his belt here tonight. Trying to climb those ranks back up, challenge the best of the best in the world. We're going to see how it goes, man. Let's get in there and check out the rest of the card. Welcome in, guys. Happy Thursday night. Let's fucking jam this.
Your power was no match for mine.
Oh, man, come in, take a seat here. Huh. Get comfortable. This is wild, man. It's gonna be a sick card. Just catching up with the chat, too. Yeah, Jinshin, absolute OG champ, man. It's been a while, and now it's his second shot. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be wild, man. Welcome in, guys. Yeah, we've got Dirty One going up against Jaw. These guys could be doing some Sin v Sin, maybe Sin v Sin action here. Could be pretty crazy. I'm not sure who's gonna come out on top with that, but I'll be here for it, man. It could also be Dirty One on the Barb. He had the option to go Barb. And he just might. This guy's been getting pretty silly on that Barb, man. Been getting pretty crazy with it. Then we've got GDA Master. Din Orzon versus Maiden on the Sork. Should be pretty sick, man. Hope to see that. And then Havito PvP versus Jinshin in some HLD. He can bring anything he'd like to the table. This guy's capable of running so many different classes. He can bring anything he wants to the table just as long as it isn't a smiter. That's all we ask, right? And then Jinshin able to do whatever he wants on that Zan, all right? And these guys can work out specifics of the matchup, etc. beforehand. If you need any help, you just let the Dana White of the DFC know. We'll make it happen. Serenity versus Doombringer. Doombringer has a ton of Dins that are staring him down tonight. Serenity's probably got one of the most difficult opponents in recent history that he's ever had to challenge here tonight. Doombringer, this guy was right on the cusp, I think, of obtaining a DFC title, but he was always the boogeyman of the upper ranks. And he returns to that role tonight. Serenity, very highly ranked competitor in the DFC. And Doombringer, he's going to be one hell of a wall to jump over here today. He's very experienced in this matchup. And I think it's going to be fireworks between those guys. Speaking of fireworks, man, we got some Din v Din and Sogi versus Nim. Man, this guy, Nimrod, he ain't got an easy matchup tonight. 2 title bouts and Sogi in HLD. What is this noise, man? Should be pretty epic. Can't wait to see what those guys do, whether it's some VTPK or whether these guys switch it up, do a mirror, however it shakes out. Should be pretty sick. Then we've got Ted Stickles going up against the returning. Here he is, Mooches. And he's back, man. Back on the Zan. These guys have set out some very interesting rules that they're going to be going with. It gives the kind of the fairest shot in their eyes to both players. Ted's going to be on 50% block. Mooches, no CS, of course. No magic missile. And these guys are just going to be fighting it out. And almost in the classic Necro v Zan style that we're so used to seeing from moons ago, it feels. Obviously, no Clay, straight Blood Golem, no massive amounts of Life Leech for Mooches. These guys are really trying to make this about as fair as possible, and I'm really curious to see how this goes down, because Mooches has the answer to just about everybody he's ever gone up against, and it's anything from creative to just pure skill, and I think this one is going to be a matchup of pure skill. Whoever comes out on top here, you gotta respect them. Mooches just savage on the Zon. Ted, very patient, very skilled on that Necro. This one's gonna be a fun match, man. Track Amp versus Stu. They say this has potential to be fight of the night. At least that's what Track Amp says. Well, we're gonna see, man. Track Amp on that legendary Shaman Druid versus Stu on either a Neck or a Druid, whatever he brings to the table. Should be pretty epic. Then we've got DD, the icy previous champion, looking to slay the top of the ranks, AF 50 on anything these guys want to bring to the table in the LLD division. We're going to see it. I'm here for it. Some good fireworks between those guys, and most importantly, creativity and skill. A matchup of both exemplified perfectly in both fighters. It's going to be great, man. Melee division. This melee card is stacked here tonight, man. Alex versus Green Lungs. That one's going to get real. Darius D2R versus Mike Cool. All of these guys getting mixed up, getting thrown in there with people they might not have seen in recent history. Then Jagger Swagger versus GDA Master. Din v Din showdown. That one's going to be nasty. Murder SC versus War Diggums. Newcomer to the Melee DFC division. We've got Sinister Thrall going up against Rayuse. Another DFC newcomer in Sinister. He's bringing a Druid to the table. Can Rayuse continue this win streak that he's on, man, and take down a Savage Druid player? Will he pull a page out of the Nimrod book with the gear?
We're gonna see. But regardless, we've also got Xylus versus Donger, and I believe we also have, as a throw into the card, Xylus versus Nate Fizzle. Nate Fizzle been asking for that match for a while, man. He wants to take down that Din Killer Xylus, and he wants to show the world that he can do it. If he can, that's pretty impressive, man. But if Xylus takes down the likes of Nate Fizzle, that one also could be pretty savage. Could be a pretty big statement. So, yeah, gonna be wild, man. Welcome to it, boys. It's Thursday night, and you know what that means. It's gonna be a night decked out and full of violence, and I hope you've got your softy belts fastened and tightened, because it's gonna be a fucking night, boys. Let's get in there and jam it. You guys are fucking legends, man. Welcome to the Hall of Fame. This is easy now. Easy now. This is members only in here, okay? Members only. And statue contributors only, all right? So if you guys are on this list, you're more than welcome up in here. But otherwise, you stay out in the vestibule, okay? We don't need you tracking in the mud. For the members, the special VIPs, y'all come on in. You don't even have to take your shoes off, man. Big special cheers to you guys. Really appreciate that. Primo and B. Caliph, you guys are killing it, man. Way to start things off today, man. Absolutely love it. And holy shit, look at this guy. Look. Just climbing his way to the top of the charts here. Easy. He's no stranger to it. That guy right there, the DFC LLD champion. Dominant, violent, fast, swift, momentous. Robert Waldrop, a.k.a. the Murder SC. Big cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much. It's definitely that time. What's up, D2R Degenerate? Come on in, guys. Make way, all right? This is Murder SC's statue right here, and I'd appreciate it if you guys who are allowed in here, for Christ's sake, would stop fondling it. I get it. Right? I get it. Well, let's keep our hands off the statues. Okay. That being said, we've got some savages ready to throw down, man. Let's get ready for this night, man. Let's get it all fired up. Let's get to jamming. Let's get to slamming, and most importantly, let's get to Alabama. Let's do this. All right. So allegedly, we've got My Cool. He says he's ready to go, man. He's ready to go. Darius and My Cool ready to throw down in the melee division. Looks like that's how we're going to start this off, man. We're going to start off DFC 179 with these absolute legends throwing down in the melee division. Let's get in there, man. And let's descend upon this absolute epic bout between these two. Let's check her out, huh?
Nothing will stand in my way.
And here we go, man. All right, what have we got here? This is we're in the corner of Darius. Darius D2R, he's on the Wolf. My Cool on the Din, and so far, Darius killing it, man. Right off the rip, takes round one. Very, very close though. Hard telling how this one's gonna go if these guys just keep jamming and slamming like this. This one's gonna be a long night for someone.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
Hell yeah, man. I'm ready for it. Melee violence, man. Now, in case you're not familiar, the melee division and what melee dueling is, as compared to, let's say, HLD or LLD, these guys build up the best possible character they can with the most insane gear that they have. The most insane gear they can get their hands on, and they try to next level their opponents by clicking and holding. Toe-to-toe, no tricks, no fuckery. Click and hold. And let the build take over, man. That's how it is.
In a lot of these matchups, a lot of times it's a test of how well you know your opponent, how well you know the matchup that you're going up against. Look at this, man. Darius getting creative. You see him lock his Oak Sage in the little door right there? That way it never dies. Very, very smart right there. I actually love that. But this, unfortunately, this time, it didn't pay off for him. Mike Cool takes that round right there, evening up the score. Or no, I'm sorry, 2-1 now. This is pretty wild. Let's kick over to Mike Cool's point of view here. Check out this Din from a whole different angle. Yeah, melee duel's pretty sick, man. Pretty sick. It's a whole different way of dueling, but there is a lot to know. There's a lot to remember. A lot of things to figure out with... and really a lot of things to master over time. The only way you know it, the only way you get it done is if you just jam the matchups. Go into the ZLPK rooms, right? Try against various different builds and see what it looks like. See what you got to do. See how you have to adapt to be able to win these duels. And these guys right here, certain melee veterans, and what they've brought to the table so far, at least in the early round here, looks pretty evenly matched. And it would appear as though, look at this. This might be a wardrobe straight out of the closet of Nimrod right here. We always say this because it seems like Nimrod made this setup famous. Whenever you got a Din going up against a wolf, you might see that iconic red armor right there, especially with that specific graphic. And what that is very likely an F Arcane's Valor with a Zod rune in it. That gives you the +2 to skills, which is actually pretty crucial depending on the weapon that you're probably using to get your fanaticism up to a crucial level so that your IAS breakpoint is where you need it to be. It also just happens to help with a little bit with damage, right? And then he's got that beautiful G-face for the crushing blow, the deadly strike, all the good things, right? Everybody knows that helm is savage. And he's very likely got himself a BOTD as his weapon. That 3-piece combo right there essentially not only changes the entire look of your dueler, but is essentially the setup we refer to as the Nimrod wardrobe. It was a game changer. This guy he essentially switched to this setup and went from going back and forth with wolf druids to piling them up every time. And now Mike Cool is trying to follow suit here, but it appears as though Darius on this wolf, you can see these hits, man. Those are pretty savage. I believe Mike Cool has pulled ahead here. He has pulled ahead now 4-3, albeit slightly. This guy's in the lead. Joe looks stuck in FHR. It could just be because we're looking at it from the Din's perspective. Yeah. You never know. You never know. Weird shit happens when you're an onlooker looking on from another class in D2R. Yeah, you see, this is very likely the animation he's stuck in is just constant swinging from this guy. And look at this golden setup here of Darius. He's got perfect colored helm right there, like golden color with the golden armor, the SS with the gold. Man, it's looking clean. That is looking real clean, man. Nice character. Nice transmogs, if you will. Not something we can actively change necessarily in D2R. But so if you want a certain transmog, if you want a certain look about your character, you have to track down the right items. That's just what it's all about. P Topaz armor for sure. Gotta make it golden, man. That's right. Magical hits, goated strat. That's what it is. Yeah, huge. Yeah, big style points, man. It's looking really good. I love this approach that he's got here. Closing the door, locking that Oak Sage in, and making sure that he always benefits from the life bonus of the Oak Sage, but he's sort of controlling the Oak Sage's AI there, making it so that it doesn't just randomly, willy-nilly, fire its way out into combat and get zealed down. I kind of like that. I think more people should do it. It's hard to do it in a title bout, though. Title bouts taking place in the River of Flame is a very interesting swap, to the usual terrain, making it so that, well, that little trick ain't gonna work. Now you got to worry about your Oak Stage. You might have to do some real recasting. What's up, Daniel Thompson? How's it going, man? Happy Thursday to you. Welcome in. We've got some lemon juice, dude. Straight lemon juice. We jamming and slamming.
it goes down hard like whiskey, but it's a lot better for you. Real sour, man. Don't keep it in the... Don't swish it around the teeth for too long, you know? That indeed was a traitory thing right there. Oh, wow. Look at this. Someone wants to give us free Jaws right here. I think we can do this. Someone wants to give us free Jaws. One moment, boys. I'll show you exactly what it is. All right, let's pull this up. I hope this guy's serious. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Trader Regen always, man. You always got to have the door open, you know? Unless you're Darius, then you've got to close the door on your Oak Sage. Yeah, I think that Oak Sage trick might find its way into the hands of some other duelers here. But damn, son, holy shit. That was so fast, it almost makes me wonder if that Oak Sage wandered off. Because that life total dropped quick there from my Cool. Hell yeah. By the way, what's up, Toshank? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I haven't been keeping track, you know. It's going to be a hard number to beat right there. Going to be a hard number to beat. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolute legend and true DFC champ in the chat, man. Tip one back for this guy. Big cheers, brother. Good to see you. Man, my Cool pulling ahead here. This is getting pretty wild. Never mind. All right, this guy was confused. So what the auction was? Let's see if I can show it to you here. Take a quick little peek, right? This is what the auction was right here. It was to swap out a 32020 graphic and pay me 3 Jaw runes, right? Figure we make Jaw runes off from Muchez's 32020s while they just sit there, right? And then hopefully be able to buy more 32020s. But he had it confused. He thought I was paying 3 Jaw for the swap. All right. Close call. That's like the first time anyone's ever made any action on that right there. Free Jaws, right? Free Jaws. Might as well put it towards more prizes, you know? As they say, jam, slam, and Alabama. Yeah. You get like 30 or 40 of those, you get another 25, you know? Gain an interest off the prize pool, essentially. Keeps it going for even longer. And plus, if he would have swapped there for literally any other graphic, we would have actually won out anyway, because any other graphic is worth more.
Sawdeuce became a member. Sawdeuce celebrates 22 months of membership. DFC Thursday night.
Mr. Sawdeuced! Hey, yo, man, thank you so much for the 22 months, Sawdust. An absolute legend, brother. Big cheers. Big cheers, man. We've got that sour gas going on right now, brother. That's what it is. It's keeping us fired up, getting us ready for our match with Din Kai as we check out Darius versus My Cool right here. My Cool pulling ahead. This one's getting pretty crazy. That's still a pretty big life pool there for Darius. Almost 10k life on this Wolf Doodoo. Very close round between those guys. Holy shit. This is wild. Paw's worst graphics? Is it really? It's, in everything else, the most expensive. It's usually comes at a premium. Yeah, but that's just, I should say, it's at least with most charms that I've seen. 32020s are so rare that I think most people don't get too picky with their graphics. They just pick one and go. But yeah, that's crazy. And there it is, man. It looks like My Cool has won this matchup
Donning the Nimrod attire. And look at this bone knife here from Darius. I love this thing, man. Cruel Fool, IAS. He's got it's E-Rep too, so he's got a nice low rune in that. Some big elemental damage on it, but hey, I mean, it is what it is. It's within the rules, man. And look at this thing. 40 15s in there, E-Rep, godly, beautiful. 24 faster hit recovery on the armor as well. God, that thing's insane. Beautiful piece of armor right there. I'd guess somewhere around 2K, maybe even more, and that's US dollars. That shit is expensive, man. Good old Metamorphosis this guy's rocking. Storm Shield with the 9 min, 9 max. Holy shit. Damn, son. Crazy gear. And for his opponent, there it is, man. There's that Arcane's Valor. With the enhanced damage, min damage in the shield. Now that is something that is getting very popular in Melee. Kind of on the low though. Kind of on the low though, right? Not a lot of people do this. There allegedly is something that works pretty well. That usually your damage is bugged as you set it up like that. But 30% enhanced damage plus the min damage there should actually increase your max damage. So I'm not sure how much this works. How good it actually is, but people are doing it. People are doing it, man. And there it is. Holy shit. My Cool starting things off pretty dominantly here tonight. That was wild, man. That was wild. Well, boys, let's get into the next match. These guys jamming and slamming. Let's pop over to Murder SC. What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing now? What in the hell? We're frozen. We're broken here. All right, we've popped into Alex's stream here. Murder SC was, I think he was getting ready to get violent, is what he was doing. But we are on Alex's stream here. Looks like I see him fired up. Might be ready to go. Might be ready to jam it.
I wore this war hat tonight for luck.
What? All right, hold on. We got to see this. I got to make sure. It didn't look like your camera was working there. Yeah, I see that you just dropped, brother, or something. I was like, what is going on here, man? By the way, that's another 122 bones from our boy, the Murder SC, the absolute legend, man. Bro, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's huge. We're definitely going to take a peek at that war hat tonight, man. We're going to see this. We're going to see this. I can't wait to see it, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Big cheers. That is so generous, man. You ain't got to do that, you know, Murder. I appreciate you being here either way, brother. That's huge. That's huge, dude. Big cheers. I think Murder and Nim are ready in LLD. All right, yeah, let's check it out. Let me get up in there. All right, Nim versus the Murder. All right, Bill. He's got that beautiful Bloodmore music. Let's get up in there. Nimrod trying to go for the gold here tonight. This very well could be, if he wins this could be it. He could be the first double champ we've had in a very, very long time. Nimrod, he's going for it here in LLD tonight in this charge v charge matchup versus Murder SC. And holy shit, he's off to one hell of a start. That is insane, man. That is insane. It's now 1-0 in favor of the challenger, Nimrod. Big charge right off the rip. Murder says, first ones are free. But he ain't gonna stop there, right? He's gonna feel him out. He's feeling out that power. Nim getting in there, moving a lot. Murder SC, if he wants to hold on to this, he's got to be very unpredictable, right? He's got to be fast. He's gonna make it so that Nimrod has some trouble clicking on him right away, right? That's what he's got to do. He's got to be very quick. He can't give Nim that opportunity to get in there, get that name lock. He's got to be fast in and out because he knows that's what Nim's going to do. These guys dancing around some puddles. Big hits there for Nim, and down goes Murder SC. Now 2-0 in Nim's favor. Nim trying to become the double champ. He's the reigning dominant champion of Melee right now. And he's 2 wins away now from being the LLD champion. But he can't let that blind him. He can't let that give him a false sense of security here. Because Murder SC is dangerous, dude, on so many different builds. This guy's got the knowledge, the know-how, the XP in LLD. All right, let's do this, man. We got to take some notes here. Murder SC versus Nimrod. We also saw Darius versus Mike Cool. All right, man, here we go. Round 3 between these guys. Yeah, it's probably more than 3K, honestly. He's probably hitting like 7K. Oh, big hit for Murder. And there it is. Down goes Nimrod. We've got ourselves a duel, boys. We have got ourselves a duel. Welcome to it. 2-1 in favor of the challenger, Nimrod, in this charge v charge matchup in the LLD division. The champion, Murder SC, who came off a very impressive victory versus Icy, the first guy to take him down in a very, very long time in their epic BVB matchup that they had last week. No shields. Those guys got out there in the Bloodmore, fought it out like men, and damn, Murder SC came out on top, bro. That was crazy. And here he is, defending his title for the first time in some CVC versus our boy Nimrod. The challenger. Nimrod scores a shot. Oh my god, one-shots him. Down goes Murder SC. It's now 3-1 in favor of Nimrod. He is 1 win away from being the new DFC LLD champion and first double champ in a very long time, but can he pull it off? We're gonna find out. Holy shit, he's off to a dominant start here. But will he offer the double or nothing to Murder SC? As I think should be done in the CVC. Puddles are so hetero. LOL. This is Melee mod, basically, right? It's basically. These guys are just looking to kind of click and hold each other. There is a bit of strategy to this, though, and also when you're charging in, your block percent goes down to 25%, from 75 to 25. This one's a nail biter. Murder's gonna need a big hit here. Oh my god, and there it is! Right on cue, man! 3-2 now. This is huge. This is huge. Can Murder SC mount a nasty comeback here? I mean, it happens a lot with chargers, man. It's just big damage. It's big damage. That's the dice roll you're hoping for, man. You just want to get in there, click on your opponent as much as possible, and keep rolling those dice, try to get those big hits, and just end it early. You know, that's what you want to do. And with one fell swoop, one big charge just like that, and new DFC LLD champion, the double champ, Nimrod, takes the crown, man. That's crazy. That is insane. Murder says the double? Shit, I'll do the double. Oh, man. Oh, man, here it is. He's doing the double. He's doing the double. He's laying it on the line. GG's, man. Big congrats to Nim. That's huge. The double champ? Of course he does the double. Of course the double champ does the double, guys. That was crazy. Let's see if he can do it again, though. Go into your game, Coolie. Oh, shit. All right, hold up. Let's check this out. Let's head in here real quick.
Time to die.
1 sec, dude. Let's check this out after this round. One second. Whoops. 1 moment. Oh my god. We're missing it. Hold up 1 sec. This is my fault. This is my fault. Murder SC just took that one right there. Time to 4-0 the double. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, what's the score here? Is this 1-1? Alright, let's check this out, boys. Let's get up in here. I gotta show you this. Vezo says make space. Has he got what I think he's got? Holy shit! What? Holy shit, boys! This is crazy! 1 second, 1 sec. We're gonna pop back into this. Did you just see that? This is crazy. There's so much shit going on right now, and I love it. I love every minute of it. I might be getting the cart in front of the horse. So maybe those aren't for me, alright? He just told me to make space. You watch him. Oh yeah, just give those away tonight. That's so crazy, man. I think I weld. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Has to cheat to take down the new champ, you know? Has to cheat to take him down. Tracking up is seething right now. LOL. Oh my god, man. Vezo made a mini appearance in the new video out there, man. We show those 45 lifers with a little shout out to Vezo in there in the trade screen. He hooked us up with those 45 lifers, man. That was crazy. That was crazy, man. Oh damn, big shots there from from Nimrod. This guy is showing improving here. Yeah, he definitely was. He definitely was.
Hello.
Yeah, that was Vezo. It's 3-1 in favor of... Wait, so Murder says 3-1. Is it 3-1 in Murder's favor? Holy shit. That's huge. I have more? Alright, yeah, bro, I'll be right back. I'll be right in there. We're gonna catch this quick double or nothing here. This one goes quick, man. We can't even blink here. Is this 3-1 in favor of Murder? On the double? Oh my god, dude. Down goes the Nimrod. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit, was that it?
Not here.
He goes, one more, all the marbles? These guys throwing it on the line? He goes, you are a madman. Alright, let's get back in there real quick, man. Let's have a good old look-see here. Let's have a good look-see. Alright, so we've been gifted these 45 life LE skillers from our boy Vezo. The guy that brought us the 45 life Pally skillers. This guy. And he says, make room. There's more. No fucking way. No fucking way, man. I was gonna try to earn these tonight. Bro. Vezo made a little pact with me. He says, when you get your first win with the assassin, he's like, I've got this gift for you. I was ready to message Vezo if I beat Bonkai tonight, but now we're gonna have to make it happen. Oh my god, I fucking need this shit, let me tell you. Alright, well, BRB, I have no room for this, but this is gonna be something we need to collect. I don't think I have any room for this on this account anywhere. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can... grab said stuff here. One moment, please. One moment. I hope this guy's got it. All right. Well, let's just do this here. We've got some accounts just kind of sitting and chilling. Let's check this stuff out here. Holy shit. That's a nice little offhand right there. Also pretty sick main hand. Wow. Dude, Vezo, thank you so much, man. This is crazy. Some nice little fade buff claws right here. Look at this off. Oh my god, it's got the rep life on it too. And Shadow Master? Bro, what the fook? What? Holy shit, man. Nice little fade pre-buff claws right there too. Oh my god, dude. Alright. We have to get ready for this matchup here, because this is so wild. We have got to get ready. Wow. Dude, we might have a sin tonight. We might actually have a sin. Vezo, I don't even know what to say, bro. Holy shit, thank you so much, man. That's fucking wild, dude. That is so crazy. Wait till you see it, dude. So, we just had all of that stuff right there, right? But there's more. Vezo just dropped off some 45 lifers here. Bro, look at this. We've got 45 life LE skillers. This guy just dropped off a playset for us, right? 9x. Also, these 45 life trap skillers. This is so crazy. Bro, I can't thank you enough. That's so wild. That's so wild, man. These will go to good use, man. Big cheers. This is so crazy. I don't deserve it, man. I don't deserve it. That's so wild. All right, now we got to safely transfer these over, and we got to get this sin ready. I'm sitting here. I'm like, all right, I might have to token my sin tonight. I was literally thinking this. I was like, I might have to token my sin tonight. I've got some, I've got some stuff. I've got some gear that I should probably put on because, my trap claw situation is a little fucky, but, at the same time, I'm like, whatever. We just got to do what we got to do, We just got to jam it. Well, we're not only going to be able to jam it tonight, we're going to be able to slam it. I'm pulling up on a mule here because we need to consolidate this stuff. And it's on different accounts now, so I gotta swap it over. We gotta make some room. That's so crazy. All right, here we go. Well, let's put this sin together, shall we? Let's put our little sin together today, shall we? This is kind of nuts, man. Yeah, that's so wild. Vezo, thank you so much, dude. 20k forum gold on the 9x 45 trap lifers. Bro, they staying right here. I ain't never getting rid of them. I ain't never getting rid of them, dude. They going right here. We swapping those out. Just like that. We about to be a real sin here versus Bonkai. We about to be a real sin. Like, holy shit, we're about to be a real sin.
I guess we can kind of take these off now, huh? Probably, probably stash those away too. We got to make some room because we have stepped into real Sindom now. Real Sindom. Sin PK gonna be hitting me up here soon. They're gonna be like, yo, bro, you're now on our level. You're now on our level just about, you know, practically. That's what they're gonna say. You mark my words, they're gonna be like, wow, Coolie, we saw that. Holy shit. There's some wild and crazy shit in here. Let me try to grab this so I can show it off. Alright. Check these out. Nice little trap claws here, right? Nice little trap offhand. I think this might just be the trap offhand here. I think we might actually just go with this. And this is kind of perfect because I do also have... This is what I was going to token for tonight. There's these runics that... these were given to me by Squigs, I believe. And, or wait, no, these ones I found on ladder. This is what it was. We actually found the... Or no, binned them or something. We got them for like a ladder tournament way back in the day. And haven't used them because they're runics. But I think we're going to swap it up here tonight. And this is actually really good. Gives us the Shadow Master as well. Man, let's get to tokening, boys. This is kind of crazy. What is this noise? What is this? What is going on here? Oh wow, look at this. Holy shit. It's a 2015 Griffins with some more Fade buff claws. Oh no. It's a 29 strength 18 cast Sinami. Holy shit. Y'all are hooking me up, man. Who was that? Who the fuck was that guy? Who the fuck was that guy? Hellboy. Wait, no. Was that Hellboy? I think it was. Yo. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's so wild. We need some room up in here. All right. We got a token. We got to get ready for this shit, man. Because this is wild. We've got a chammed Griffins here. We've got the IAS, which I don't believe we'll need anymore. The is pretty savage. Now we got to have multiple swaps like Dazer, you know? Hard telling. Should we use this amulet or the 28 strength, 29 strength, 18 cast? That's a tough question. Which one comes out more? I just posted a bunch of my Ellie Druid items up on JSP. Damn, son. Wow. All right. We gotta jam. I gotta make sure I ain't snubbing anybody in the Discord, though. It looks like we actually got some people jamming and slamming, so I don't want to keep them waiting. Let's get this Sin ready a little later. Vezo, I can't thank you enough. This is so wild, man. I cannot wait to put this Sin together and absolutely deliver the beatdown to Bonkai tonight. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. All right. We're gonna make sure of it now. We're gonna make sure of it. But that being said, let's get up in here. I do see Mr. Mooches ready to throw down against the Ted Stickles. Let's pop in there and check this out, man. I'm actually pretty excited about this one. Let's give her a good old look. And who dat, man? Look at this. We've got in this corner Mooches. So good to see this guy back, man. The DFC, let me tell you, when Mooches ain't reigning at the top, everybody in the DFC can take a breather. But now that he's back, you got people at the top with bated breath, waiting to see how this matchup goes. Waiting to see if this guy's Rusty versus Ted Stickles as he comes back on this beautiful Zan, man.
An absolutely incredible Zon and an absolutely incredible Zon player. Look at this. Muchez has landed some shots here early on. Ted might be in trouble. The dodge, avoid, evade has taken over, and it appears as though, so far, Muchez unscathed by some rather good spears from Ted, I gotta say. Some pretty decent ones. He's doing a great job at closing the distance. Look at this. But so far, Muchez just staying ahead of the curve. And those predictive shots, all of those, man, going right towards Ted. Ted has taken some damage. You saw that poison around him right there, right? Like, he was taking some damage. He was definitely hit, but he hadn't actually taken a lot of damage. Like, he hadn't taken a lot. I think the bone armor had absorbed practically all of it. So that's pretty wild. That's a good start for him. It's gotta feel good when you've got one of the most dominant, best Zon players of all time. You're staring down their barrel, right? And so far, you've taken some of their best multi-shot hits from afar while coming in, and you're still looking all right. You're still doing just fine, right? That's going to be a good feeling for him. So good to see that. But here it is, dude. Muchez versus Ted. They said that they've run this match a few times, man, and they say this is the most fair with their... You can see that there's no magic missile here from Muchez. We've seen him do that against some of the nastiest Necro players. That's what he does. And look at that beautiful chain there from Muchez. Great follow-up. Tags Ted, and Ted is now in trouble. Muchez not abusing the life leech with that blood golem. Ted not abusing that clay golem, not having that out there. These guys, I really like this rule set that they've agreed to. I think this is really cool. Actually makes for more of a classic Zon v Necro matchup. And this is some high stakes showdown right here. Ted has moved his way up to the top of the ranks in the DFC, and Muchez is back. He returns for now probably the ultimate test with Ted here. Ted's toughest challenge certainly to date. Yeah, Muchez is a very calculated player, man. Like, he's trying to get Ted to come in. He's not trying to stick on the outside and just eat bone spirits from him. He's trying to dance with Ted here, right? That's what he's doing. And look at that beautiful shot there. Nice jabs from Muchez. This could be it. He goes in for the chain, just misses it. And it looks like he ate a spear from Ted there, possibly an up spear. That was very... I thought Ted was just waiting. I thought he was getting baited there for a minute, but Ted was up spearing, I think. And he was ready for that stomp. Got out just in time. Nailed Muchez with a nice shot there. Yeah, it really is, man. Ted is in big trouble here. He could be an impale away. Probably a jab is what Muchez is going to go for, man. It gets a lot more hits off faster, gets through that bone armor. He could also just get there with lightning bolt. This is huge. Muchez just biding his time. He knows he's done some big work here early on. And he's going to let Ted come in. He's going to let Ted come in and look for it. Almost wells there. He's like, what the hell are all these healing shrines and wells doing? Beautiful chain here from Muchez. Oh, and just grabs the pet there. He had it. Yeah, he probably will go with jab and not impale. Just because you get more hits off, there's 50% block is what these guys have gone with in this matchup. Beautiful shots from Ted. Notice how he gets in and out. He's not giving Muchez a lot of time to grab that name lock and chain him. He's just in and out, just like that. Beautifully done. And that spear got dodged right there. But that was so well placed. The timing of that was perfect. Ted is being very patient as he comes in here. And this could pay off for him. Beautiful lightning bolt. A quick name grab there from Muchez. Very, very great duel right there in that first round. I think Ted was figuring out. He figured out the strategy that he needs to employ versus Muchez here. It was really working for him in the latter part of that round. He was really catching up. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that in these ensuing rounds. Let's cut over to Ted's perspective here and see what this looks like. This is a great duel so far, man. And I think with this particular one, you're going to get to see the sheer skill level of Ted, right? Win or lose, this guy can figure it out. He's very patient. He takes his time, picks his shots. He's in no hurry, right? He's in no hurry. But when it comes time to put the pressure on, you best believe you might feel like he is. Spamming IBS actually won't get you there because you'll probably lose to multi. Yeah, so if he tries that, it's probably not going to work out for him. After this, Max, Green Lungs and I are ready. All right, bro, I'll get you in the queue just so that we don't forget here. Alex v. Green Lungs. I also noticed a couple of other people. I'm going to start up this queue here. We've got Nimrod might be jamming. Yeah, let's check that out. Let's put him in there just in case. I don't see Jin Shin anywhere, though, so maybe he is, maybe not, but he also could be jamming for his HLD match. We'll check in with him either way. We'll see what's going on. Yeah, I think things have changed quite a bit since the days of Vamp. I mean, Vamp could probably figure it out, but I think specifically in this matchup with these rules and how it shakes out, I think these guys have actually figured out a pretty good rule distribution here. It seems as though with the skill level of a good Necro like Ted, this is a very winnable match for him. It's very winnable, but he's got himself a savage Zon player that he's going up against. Some beautiful shots there from Muchez. Muchez is so quick. You notice this every time Ted closes the distance. Look at this. He did this in his duel versus Toshank too. He doesn't give his opponent much time to set up. When they close the distance, you would figure that most Zons will run, they'll walk down, they'll try to create space, get tricky, kind of get defensive, right? Muchez actually gets offensive when you close the distance. He doesn't give you any time to set up before he's looking for that name lock. If shit starts hitting the fan, he's out of there, resets, and does it again. And every time you close that distance, he makes you feel like it's the worst thing you could have done. He's so quick with it, man. Yeah, for sure. I think probably a little bit, but and you can see Ted doing that. He's setting it up with a little bit of Bone Spirits as he goes in. And I think that's a great game plan. Makes it so the Zon has to move, right? They can't just sit there, post up, shoot some guideds at you, and call it good. Ted's doing a great job of manipulating that name lock there. You gotta give it to him. He knew Muchez had him locked, and he wasn't teleporting away. He was trying to manipulate it. He's trying to get him running into some Bone Spirits. Very, very high level play there. This is a duel among titans right here. Oh, big shots from Muchez. Now Ted is in trouble. Bleeding all over the place from that hit. Or maybe that was the Blood Golem. Yeah, Muchez is one of the few Zons that will punish you with those name lock chains when you come in, right? A lot of times you can play against any other Zon and you could get used to closing the distance and they're not going to do much. It's kind of free when you go back out, right? When you retreat, it's kind of free. Not versus Muchez. When you retreat, you best believe that there's going to be a perfectly timed stomp after that. It's going to be right where you didn't want it to be. Right at the exact wrong timing for you. And you're going to pay for it. This guy is wild. Now, look at this. Ted throwing some big Bone Spirits from the outside, trying to pave the way to getting in. But he's actually done some work here. Muchez might be in a little bit of trouble himself. Let's pop over and check out the life total. Yeah, Muchez, about above half here, probably 60, 65%. Damn, son. Yeah, they went with 50% block. 50% block, and that way Muchez didn't have to go Magic Missile Zan, right? Muchez didn't go Magic Missile if Ted went 50% block. They also agreed to some other things. Muchez dialing back the Life Leech, doesn't want to leech off that Blood Golem, but also Ted not using the Clay Golem. So these guys have kind of ironed out a gentleman's rule set here that's actually leading to a very, very good bout between the two. Really like this, man. I'm actually surprised that Ted's strategy that he employs here at the end, after he pushes that aggro a little bit and then gets caught by Muchez, you know, oh my god, and there it is again. This is what I mean. And Muchez so offensive when you close the distance. And another beautiful spear from Ted. Muchez going for that lock, just misses it. He's got the Phoenix on the swap as well. That's going to allow him to get in there with some vicious jab damage and just really test out that 50% block from Ted. Blast through that bone armor, get those hits in there consecutively, and do some real damage. Yeah, no CS too, yep. Yeah, they agreed on that. CS is definitely cheese for this. See, and that's what it is, and that's why you gotta appreciate this matchup, and because I think this matchup between these two guys is a perfectly exemplifies what PvP is. It's not about cheesing your opponent and saying, well, I can beat you on this class with this matchup. If I token my build and change my gear and all of this stuff, I can beat you. It's about having a good duel. It's about having a skillful duel, which is what these guys are doing. They're playing the builds that they have. With an agreed upon rule set that makes this fair and winnable for both players. Yeah, this is great. Something to take notes on, honestly. I love the fact Muchez shared those rules with me. Just let me know kind of what's up, and I really appreciate it. Because then when you see an epic duel like this is great. You know, I'm sure Muchez doesn't necessarily want to go in and magic missile every necro that he goes up against, but when they go max block, it kind of forces it. Yeah, that's how it is. Big shots here from both players. Muchez repping a little bit of life back. Ted slowly getting whittled down, man. The thing is, when you're on the opposite side of those arrows, you're almost constantly getting hit with that multi-shot. And what that does is, oftentimes, even though it might not fully get through your bone armor, what it will do is poison you, making it impossible for you to rep life back through it. Right? So over the course of a very long duel, Muchez will win out. Because there is no open wounds, there is no poison from those bone spells. So he's not worried about this when Ted actually does get away. He's not necessarily worried about having to spam to keep his life down or whatnot. He knows that over time he can get there. Ted very, very low here. Yeah, you see, that's the thing, man. Muchez is just a very, very good Zon player. He just also knows all of the worst possible setups he could run against you, too. Right? And sometimes his opponents have forced his hand to do it, right? Beautiful lightning bolt there from Muchez. Goes for the lock, but just misses it. It looks like Ted was on a puddle there, and Muchez's stomp didn't quite land where he thought it might. And that's why he missed that lock. Beautiful shots, though, that time. I thought he had it. That was a beautiful stomp. Holy shit, man. So calculated. But it does feel as though if Ted gets in here and lands a couple of spears back to back, it actually could be over. He's just got to be quick. He's got to close the distance. And before Muchez has the opportunity, oh, man. Big shots there from Muchez. Before he has that opportunity to grab that name lock, Ted's just got to beat him to the punch. And that's very hard to do against Muchez. He's so quick, man. He sees the angle you're coming in from, right? He sees the angle and he gets his cursor ready. He just knows all of the possible spots you could be, and he's mentally sharp, quick, ready for it. Gives you no time to set up. Very, very clean. That was crazy. Yeah, I tried to negotiate not spamming Spirit nonstop with Stu for our duel. I hate getting cheesed by IBS without eating at other damage. Yeah. Should have told him go Poison Necro. I actually love that matchup, man. Shaman versus the Poison Necro. It's kind of a fun one if you have the right gear. But that's also a very long one. Polytheist now has the setup, though. I was beating him for a while with it. This is why I hate testing my builds against Polytheist. Because then he fucking figures them out, and then he beats them, right? But it's kind of good, right? Makes both of us better. Why does the skill tree keep popping? Oh, yeah, good question, actually, yeah. So what they're doing is called CT casting, right? And just to kind of give you a quick little breakdown, a quick little demonstration while Muchez goes to the stash here. Let's give her a good old look. So So players will often bring up their skill tab or, you know, their stats screen like this. And I want you to pay close attention, D2R Degenerate, to the location of my character. You notice right now that it's kind of in the middle of the screen. Well, if I open up a tab, where my character is no longer in the center of the screen, which is right here. He's a little bit further over. And conveniently, if you have your UI set up like this, you can cast through that, right? So you can see that through this UI, I can hit that corner right there. So it actually allows you to cast way further. It's called CT casting. And that's what a lot of people do. In case you see any seizure-inducing swaps, that's what's going on. Big ol' CT casting, man. Maddie, aka the Sync D2, taught me about that way back in the day. I've been doing it ever since. It's way easier in D2R, man. You can set up your UI to bring it in a little bit so you can actually click past it. In LOD, you couldn't click past it. You had to click before the UI and drag your cursor past it. Now you can just move the UI over and click past it, which is pretty savage. Yeah, not at all. And thanks for and also thanks for elaborating on Onomatopoeia. No, that's a really good point, man. And I used to explain it a lot more than I do, so I'm actually really glad you asked. Because for someone that doesn't duel a lot, you see that, and I remember when I first saw that with two people dueling, I thought the guy was just misclicking. I was like, oh, this guy must just be... This guy must have like Tourette's or something. This guy must have got Michael J. Fox up in here dueling, you know? That's what I thought at first when I first saw that, but nah, man, it's to gain some leverage on how far you can cast your spells. And there's a lot of benefits to doing it with many different skills. Muchez also has the option to CT shoot, is what it's called. When you have guided arrow and your opponent is kind of off your screen to the point where guided arrow wouldn't actually lock on to them, what you can do is CT shoot. You can shoot that guided arrow through a CT screen like that, through either hitting C or T, lengthening that that range of influence that you have with your cursor. And if you click past that, the arrow will actually go to that location and lock onto them. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. You can also keep on any of the options true. Yeah, it could be anything that pops up on the left or the right side. Sometimes people use the inventory screen. That's a little risky though, because if you accidentally click your gear, you could drop it. But any sort of UI screen that pops up on the left or right can be used to give you some leverage in casting. Yeah, and you will see the top duelers like Ted and Muchez do that shit a lot. It's second nature for them. As soon as they need to teleport far away, they need to run, they need to catch their opponent, they're CT casting. It's crazy, man. Yeah, definitely don't use the inventory. By the way, dude, another big cheers to Vezo. I cannot believe that guy just comes in, drops off some Sin gear. Drops off some Sin gear, some Ellie Druid gear. I'm so fucking pumped for that now, dude. I might actually deck out my Ellie Druid next. I got from Tradery, I basically have a whole nother row now of 25s. Bros, it's time to deck out some dudes. Perspective mode, Coolie. What you mean now? What you mean now? I'll have an ESFB and non-ladder tomorrow night. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Yeah, a lot of duels take place on non-ladder. Just because gearing up every ladder season, it's hard enough gearing up to get a character to 99, right? Can you imagine getting a full inventory of 25s, 45 lifers, 3 2020s or whatnot every ladder season? It ain't gonna happen, right? It ain't gonna happen. So a lot of times people just gear up on non-ladder. They don't have to worry about seasons just wrecking their gear. Especially in Melee. It's fair to assume that not all the items would be found in a ladder season, right? In Melee especially. And that's why in a lot of these dueling formats, it just happens on non-ladder. Oh yeah, 100%. It's really good with traps too, Squigs. 100%. being able to CT cast traps, which is hopefully what I'm going to be doing tonight when I go up against Mr. Din Kai. Most user-friendly first dueling character? Good question. I would say probably a Trapper or a Necro. Yep, Trapper or Necro. The Trapper, the AI from the traps will do a lot of the work for you, a lot of the aiming. You know, so it's all a matter of where you set them. So you can kind of focus and get your mind ahead of the duel, right? And you can kind of practice like that. You don't need to CT cast, but as soon as it comes into your repertoire, you'll be even better. Necro, when in doubt, spam it out, right? So you always have the ability to win. I would disagree. I don't think Hammer is easiest in the game. I think a Din in general is actually a very difficult character to play. When you think about it mechanically, assume someone's never dueled before, right? Assume they're just kind of fresh to D2. With the Paladin, in order to do any damage with those hammers, you have to swap to concentration from teleport and all of that. We kind of take it for granted because it is second nature for us, right? But it's a whole nother step for you to just be able to do damage. You have to swap your aura constantly as well. So, for a newer player, a Din is definitely not the way to go, I don't think. And then when you start taking into account that to get really good on a Din, you need to start doing like 3-piece combos and chain locks. Get the fuck out. Like, no new player is going to do that. Like, it's just too high level. You could spam hammers and possibly get a win, but against any good player, they're just going to wreck you. Hey, what's up, Johnny Dubs? Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Easiest is probably Sork. Yeah, maybe that too. Maybe that too. Something that's very kind of one-dimensional, right? That there's kind of it's very simple as to what you got to do, and you can bring other tricks into it the more you play, right? Like a druid, for example. Telestomp NATO. Oh, I got to keep my pets up, and it's like one little thing that you learn along the way. You can kind of build up your knowledge. Thinking about starting from absolute scratch, right? Necro, same thing, right? That's why I say it's probably the easiest. Just keep bone armor up and spam bone spirit. By the very least. There's a lot more to it as you get better, but you can at least start up and get some pretty good kills. Like, you know, you can do some damage. Both players here very low. Muchez at about less than half. Ted extremely low. What's the score here? Is it 2-0 in favor of Muchez? 3-0 possibly? I think it's very close. I think Muchez has a pretty dominant lead here early on. All right, fuck it, I'm in. I'll be reaching out your Discord channel to have you guys help me out getting started and getting reps. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I think that's awesome. But honestly, this is what I'd say, D2R Degenerate. Pick whatever class you have most fun with. I think that will be the class you enjoy the most in this game. Pick that for PvP. There's a spot for it. You can pull it off. Every class has a shot in PvP. So pick the class you have the most fun with. If you don't like the Necro, don't play the Necro. You're going to hate it regardless of how decent it is, right? If you don't like the Zon, don't play the Zon. Even though it's so dominant, you can learn other classes that you appreciate, right? You can learn how to beat the Zon with those classes. You can learn what you can do to beat Necros with that class, right? Something that you enjoy. Because at the end of the day, PvP is just about having fun, right? Just about dueling your opponent, having a good duel, enjoying D2 in the way it was meant to be. Right. That's it. But just pick the class that you love the most. I love the Din. That's my favorite character. And still to this day, I just don't feel right dueling on anything but a Din. If it comes down to the old pub BM, dude, you best believe I'm busting out the Din. There's just, in my mind, I got that, you know, what do you call it? It's like just the default mode. You know what to do against all the BM, against anything that anyone could ever do with, you know, to you on a Din. You just know what to do. And you can get like that on any class. Look at Muchez, right? This guy is at home on a Zon. Barely ever panics, always knows the answer. Impeccable aim, impeccable strategy. But speaking of which, look at this duel here with Ted. Ted has gone from being in a lot of trouble in this duel to having Muchez with his back against the ropes with some very nicely placed spears there. That Muchez is lucky with that dodge and avoid evade going off that those spears missed. Otherwise, they were so well placed, so well timed. That was actually very incredible from Ted. Great job closing the distance and getting out of there, man. This is exactly what Ted needs to do. He's doing a great job, and he is on the cusp of taking this round from Muchez. And there it was, man. Another beautifully placed spear that gets dodged. This is so wild. Back and forth between these guys. Muchez, certainly right now, it looks like he's one spear, but the longer the duel goes on, it's very likely that he could rep back enough. Oh my god, just like that, though. Ted puts him down, and I believe this is 2-1 with these guys. What an epic bout, man. Let's kick back over to Ted and see what this looks like from his standpoint. This guy making a big statement so far. Getting back on the board versus Muchez. That's very important, man. Sometimes Muchez can just run away with his opponents, and you gotta make sure, you gotta keep him in check. You gotta adapt to him, and Ted's doing a great job of that here so far. Keeping Muchez guessing where he's coming in. He's forcing Muchez to be quick when he closes the distance. Playing very well, man. This is epic. What a great duel between these guys. Pretty epic, man. I think it's 2-1, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. 2-1 right now? Let's check her out, dude. Muchez on this Zan, man. He's a force to be reckoned with.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
Oh, what the fook. What the fook, Bill? You had one job. You had one job, bud. He was supposed to switch the musical track there. It's a little slow on it. He's a little slow on it, but that's all right. He's well worth the 13 forum gold a month. Yes, 13. It's 13 now. We'll talk about it later. Yeah, man, I think they should bring back 08 Valk. Yeah, I think 640s have a place in PvP. They're not always necessarily best in slot. But for certain matchups, certain builds, they are. They're certainly a PvP weapon. In PvM, you're just using T-strokes. But PvP, that's where the 640s come in. I see some people putting 640s on their PvM Zans, and it's like, wow, what a waste. Now, granted, if I find a pair of 640s early ladder this season, you best believe they're going to be on that Zan, all right? You best believe. But that's probably about the only time, all right? That'll be 12 forum gold now. Yeah, honestly, they are pretty expensive. They are a very, very rare javelin, and I see somebody out there trying to strike up a trade with the 640s, looking specifically for the matte javs, looking to pay a premium, looking to pay 37 jaw and their maiden javs 640s for an upgrade. That's just for an upgrade. That's just to go from one pair of 640 javs to another. Yeah, I think PvM Titans is the wrong move. Titans are only good if you don't have T-strokes in PvM, I think. Otherwise, Titans are pretty decent on a budget Zan, right? Like if you don't have javs, I certainly have Titans on my Zan because I don't have javs, right? No javs for this guy. I've never had any luck with that Slim Dizzy, unfortunately. Never really go looking for it, though, honestly. Titans are too good if you're too lazy to repair.
Well, you could also, I mean, they do repair very fast, but, yeah, if you're too lazy to repair, that's fair, right? Like, if you're like, I don't want to go to town, I don't want to do eons more damage because I don't want to have to go back to town, that's fair. It all depends on your playstyle, but if you're looking to min-max it, if you're looking to push ladder, which we're going to be doing this season, we're going to be looking for those T-strokes. We might even JSP and we might even bin them. Look at this, Ted losing that battle orders. This could be very bad, man. He's catching big shots with no bow up. This is bad news. True, but there's less requirements on F Titans, so that's why they're better. There's less requirements, man. So if you're gonna go with the Titans, you might as well knock those Rex down a little bit. And they are better. F Titans, F up Titans are definitely better in PvP though, because you're still gonna have a lot of physical damage that you're doing. And they still do some physical damage in PvM too. So it's not completely dead, but most of your damage is coming from the lightning, that's for sure. A nice name lock there from Muchez. Very sneaky with it there. But Ted knew it. Ted read it. He knew it. He was waiting for it. He's trying to bait it. Oh, man, nice. This is what I mean, dude. This is exactly what I was talking about. Muchez just always doing these stomps when it is like the worst possible time for you. That was the worst point that Muchez could have ever stomped. If you're Ted, you're like, you do not want that happen when you've puddled yourself and everything. You're like, oh, okay, I gotta kind of adjust from where I'm at. Oh shit, Muchez had you locked. Like, now you're in trouble. He pulled that off with perfect timing right there. That was so good. Ted rebowing, keeping that bone armor up as he continues to approach here. Yeah. Yeah, you end up better off though with strokes because your damage is just asinine. You're doing way more damage, especially P8 TZing, right? Especially in the face of lightning immunes. So while you do have to go back to town and repair after every run, it's kind of worth it. This is insane, though, man. And honestly, I talk shit about the PVM 640s, but I actually wonder now. Now that I mention it, I wonder if I could actually make a setup where 640s are actually the thing for Zan. It would free up an IAS jewel slot in the shield on my current setup. Ooh, big hits from Muchez, and there it is! Beautiful chain there from Muchez. That was so well executed. Is that 3-1, 4-1? Holy shit. I think we need a budget league for PvP for the lulz. Well, it kind of shakes out that way, really. You know, if you join up, you'll get a matchup with someone that has equal wins. And if you don't get any wins, you'll eventually just kind of cap out to... Regardless of your gear, your skill, all of this stuff, you'll just kind of end up in a place where, you know, where you'll cap out. Sometimes it's at the top, sometimes it's not, but there's always slight improvements that can be made, right? Pope John the Pone, what's up, man? Yeah, but also, I'd totally be down for a Pauper PvP league. I think it'd be cool, but again, I think the interest would be... And that's what we say with any cool ideas in PvP, right? Is it always seems like, wow, it would be awesome if we just did this, but the interest in that is usually the kicker, right? Oh, it'd be cool if we just all started at 0 and got to level 9 and dueled, and it's like, yeah, but we know from years past that the interest in doing such things is usually not there in mass quantity, and then, you know, so you might have like a small handful of people that want to do it. Decent as a nice little one-off event sometimes, but... Ben and Iron Man, right?
I can't do that here.
Good morning.
Fernando says, let me in, Coolie. Let me in. Let me at him. Yeah, they are fun, but usually the interest isn't there, you know? We did it a few times back in the past, man, and it was fun. It was a fun experience. But, definitely something that's hard to repeat. There's a kind of a lot of time that goes into it, too. Leveling to 99, or leveling to 9, and, you know... Like, even that is just... And then you've got the duels, and you got, you know, it's like a big process. Kind of has to be its own thing, you know? Yeah, that's like an hour, exactly. That's a long-ass time. Then you've got the duels, right? So it's like I said, it has to be its own thing. Yeah, it's like leveling there is like an hour, and then you've got duels that are probably going to go on for an hour or more. It's a long-ass time. When you figure that like a long duel would be like 30 minutes, you know, between two combatants. Alright, also just updating the queue here. Looks like we got Alpaca up in there. That one's going to be sick versus the 40 ounce. Man, that's going to be wild. Getting those guys in the queue now. It looks like Alpaca's sharing his screen, so he's ready to go. Got him in the queue. We've got Alex and Greenlongs after this. We're going to check in with Nimrod, and then we'll check out Alpaca versus the 40 ounce. But right now, Ted Stickles versus the return of the legend, Muchez. Let's kick back over to Muchez's point of view here and see this Zan in action, man. This is the type of Zan right here. You gotta take notes. You gotta take notes if you want to play like this guy. Best be having that notebook out. Best be reviewing the tapes. I saw some comments about on some other DFC episodes too that some people are very curious about seeing Muchez's gear. And honestly, in HLD, if they show it, they show it. I always love to check it out because I think it's phenomenal gear that Muchez has. Always just the most creative shit, and not only creative, but just the best of the best, top of the line shit. It's really, really cool. So if we get to see it, great, but no pressure either way. It's not a requirement in HLD. You don't have to do something like that. I know a lot of times we need to get the duels going, right? We need to keep it jamming. Bring an Arctic Blast Druid, the DFC, right? That thing would get eaten alive. They need to make Arctic Blast good first. I know, I saw that, Nim. I saw that too. I saw it too. Could be LLD Gold. It's the best base too. Damn. I know. It's like an addiction, man. You have every time I see that shit, I want to get out there, grab it, ID it. Hold on, pause your duel, guys. It's Dev 2 Sokka 2. Oh my god, Muchez trying to make a big comeback here in this round. I believe he's ahead 3-1 in his bout with Ted. But Ted has made some serious strides in the first part of this round here. Got Muchez's back against the ropes early, and he continues to land yet another shot. Muchez in some trouble. This is an epic bout, man. Very good back and forth between these two. And you notice this kind of outside pressure from Ted, where even when he retreats, it's really not that long that he's out there. And he's back in, approaching from a new angle, not giving Muchez any time to kind of recover, set back up, get that decoy going. Great job here from Ted. He's really landing some good shots. He's picking his shots, aiming well. Another spear right down the middle there, almost connected, but dodge, avoid, and evade, man. Very fair and balanced skills, okay? I don't want to hear nothing about it. Azan has these skills in her skill tree, dodge, avoid, and evade, that give her the opportunity to just completely dodge just about any attack in the game, whether she's moving or standing still. And, yeah, it's pretty crazy. She can dodge hammers, blizzards, she can dodge bone spears and spirits as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. It's very nicely done. He's staying off the mini-map, picks new angles, doesn't just come back in predictably, but he also just doesn't give Muchez enough time to get his multi-shot going, right? Like to be like, oh, okay, well, he went out this way, he's going to come back, and he doesn't have much time to figure that out before Ted is just right back. He's doing a great job of that this round. The pressure that he's put on Muchez so far has been wild. This is insane, because this is probably the toughest opponent, I think, in recent history for Ted. I think this is his biggest challenge yet. A win over Muchez right here would be huge for him, but also a win over Ted, especially in a matchup like this. That is just a big statement for Muchez coming back, wiping off all that ring rust and getting up in there, just showing the DFC what you're capable of, you know? Just returning whenever you like, you know? Coming back in and playing like a champ. That's just... It just immediately catapults him right back into the top of the ranks, right? Tough opponent like Ted. Hard to argue against it. Yeah, his shot predictions, man. And that's the thing too, is he'll continue to predict you even when you're still on his mini-map, right? So like he'll know, oh my god, big shots there from Ted, now 3-2. Ted trying to make a huge comeback here. This is wild, man. Yeah, just knows where you're coming from and knows how to just kind of follow through with that prediction. It's so wild, man. This guy, Muchez, also the big donor of all the prizes that are on the line for the DFC, man. And in case you don't know about him, people can win some prizes for this event for showing up, putting on a show, kicking some ass. Best of all, you don't even have to take any names.
Have you or a loved one been involved in a violent duel to the death? Then you could be entitled to a Fight of the Night bonus. Show up and put on a show, and one of these pricey prizes could be yours. Brought to you by Muchez, Hall of Fame phenom and timeless champion of the DFC. Show up, show out, but most importantly, show off those PvP skills.
Oh, baby! That was like Brad Pitt and Troy right there, baby.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
That's what it is, man. An absolute legend in a lot of ways. This guy is just so generous with the prizes. We've had some of the nastiest DFC prize support, I think, in any tournament with PvP and Diablo 2 that I've ever seen in my life. And it's all courtesy of this guy, man. Throwing up a countless amount of 320-20s, 25s, 40-15s, and more. This guy is just insane. On top of being top-ranked, best Zon player, and one of the most dominant DFC champions of all time. Yeah, both of these guys, man, Ted's turning it up in these later rounds. Took him a little while to get going in this matchup, but this guy is turning it up, man. He's gonna try to put Muchez right in the corner, right away. He's gonna try to put him in trouble early. Worked really well for him that last round. Muchez wasn't panicking, but he knew that he was kind of on a clock. He needed to land some big shots. He needed to get in there, get those chains, score those, and land some hits against Ted, or else he was going to be in trouble. It's always looming in the back of his head, and just like that, man, closes the distance so quick, gets those jabs, lands some big shots against Ted. Sneaky name lock here. Is he going to go for it? He's not. Ted was setting it up. Ted sensed it. Ted sensed it, man. He was sitting right out there, right on the other side of the Den of Evil there. So if Muchez threw jabs, shot arrows or whatnot, none of them were going to connect. He was waiting for it. He might have been throwing some spirits. He might have been just waiting for that stomp, trying to bait it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, CS in this matchup is just a lates fest for the Necro. It's an easy win for the Zan, but it's just the Necro's gonna lates. Not a lot of people use CS though, because when you do prepare for it, it's not nearly as good as you think. CS, you might see it. CS is one of those builds that you see it in pub games and you're like, wow, that's just so hard to beat. That's so, like, holy shit. That must be so good in PvP, until you run up against someone who prepares for it, right? When they stack up their res and they, they put on their T-Gods or they go 80-20 or whatnot. And then it's like, yeah, it's still a pretty good build. It can still get you there. But you now just kind of do regular damage. And it's like, you might as well have some range with a bow, right? Right? That'd be hilarious. That'd be hilarious, Primo. We shall see, right? First, he's got to get up in there and kick some ass, put on a show, you know? That's it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? I think Ano actually already dueled Montriana, and I think they recorded it, so we might be able to check it out if we hit a little bit of a low. But he also has another duel tonight versus Doombringer. So Ano's got himself 2 duels, 2 bites at the apple to get fight of the night here tonight. Could be one or either. You know, it's Muchez has a closet full of jabs that are just savage, and so far he's done a vicious amount of damage to Ted here with those chain stomps. Look at this. Ted is in a lot of trouble. Muchez barely scathed here, just nicked by one of those spears, and he is really not in trouble at all. Not in trouble at all, and the longer this duel goes on, if Ted stays on the outside without pushing the pressure, which he definitely doesn't seem to be interested in doing, this guy is keeping that pressure on, but if he does that, Muchez knows. If he's patient, this is going to be his duel. He's picking his shots. He's waiting for Ted. He's making Ted guess as to where he's going to be now. Notice how Muchez has adapted here to Ted's only out in this duel. Ted's only out is staying unpredictable and picking these angles that Muchez never saw. So if Muchez stays mobile like this, Ted is going to be the guy guessing. He's going to be the one guessing, and that's going to give Muchez the opportunity to do just what he's doing now. Predictive, multi-shot, right from the outside, and as Ted comes in, he's just going to be eating even more shots at such a low life total. That's a very, very interesting strategy adaptation there from Muchez. And the more he kind of backs off and makes Ted guess where he's going to be, the more life he's going to rep back, right? If Ted can't find him, it only works in Muchez's favor. But that being said, Muchez is still, it isn't like he's just running away, right? He's picking his angle. He's trying to set up and do some big damage, catching Ted when he comes in, just like that, man. That was crazy. Let's give Muchez a minute. Maybe he'll show off the gear. I know there's a lot of people. I see him with comments on the videos and everything that really want to see this guy's gear. If he shows it off, great. If he can hear us, awesome. If not, no big deal, man. But there is a lot of, Muchez has got himself a fan base out there with all of this stuff. They want to know, what belt does he use? Look at this. Look at this. There it is, man. What a hell of a guy. Holy shit, look at this. You ain't gonna see better gear anywhere. 100% perfect, just about everything. DFC HLD champ belt right there. This guy ain't fucking around, right? And of course, he's got those Stygian pylons. He's got a very nice, you saw that 230-20 2-open socket Zahn helm there. Oh, it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. And that inventory should be an interesting mix, depending on what he's doing, of probably 320-20s, but also other things, such as sometimes it's mana charms, very rarely, but faster run walk charms, probably. Yeah, look at that. DFC HLD champ. He ain't giving it up, man. Look at these gloves, too, man. Holy shit. There they are, the Stygian Pylum. 605 damage, man. And is that a 100% perfect Phoenix? God damn, that's pretty. Yeah, all 320-20s. Look at this, man. Holy shit. Yeah, 5 faster hit recovery, 17 mana. That is very interesting. I would not have expected those. That's actually really cool. Really cool, man. Holy shit. Thanks for showing that off, Muchez. There's some people that will watch the VOD back later and probably appreciate that, because everybody's just wondering, how does Muchez pull it off? What's his gear look like? This guy is a savage. And there you have it, man. That shit was so wild. Epic bout between these guys. Let's kick over to a melee match between the Green Lungs and Alex. These guys been waiting patiently. Big cheers to Muchez. That shit was wild. Muchez and Ted. Great duel between those guys. Epic, man. That was one of my favorite duels I've seen in a long time. Long one, but good. Yeah, those jabs nuke, man. All right, and here it is. Here it is. We've got Green Lungs on the Din versus Alex on the Zan, it looks like. We're going to check in with Nimrod after this. Just give you guys a heads up on the queue. Then we've got Alpaca versus the 40 ounce after. And bam, look at that, man. Alex taking round 1 versus Green Lungs. An absolute melee legend has fallen in round 1 to Alex. Alex trying to get one of these really, really big wins against one of these big guys like Green Lungs. He's trying to rack it up, man.
That would be a big feather in his cap right there. He should get a participation trophy regardless of outcome. It's a rare occurrence if he makes it to the more. LOL. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Good duel between Muchas. It's so rare to see a duel of that caliber between two very, very skilled players on the most savage builds. Just really showing what that matchup can be, especially with their rule set that they set out for it. Man, taking notes. I really love seeing that. That was super cool. Super cool, man. Really good duel between those guys. Epic. And we're off to a good start, fellas. Alright, I believe this one right here is 1-1. Now tied up. As Greenlungs tries to get back on the board. Tries to put down his opponent. But damn, man, Alex getting in there with this jab. And it's doing some damage. You've got the max block of the Zon, the defense from Fortitude, but you also have the dodge to get through, right? It's so wild. Very close round there, I gotta say, actually. That was relatively close for how that one started, with Alex just landing some big shots early on, scoring some big damage, and relatively unscathed into the latter part of that round. That was crazy. Looks like another mummified trophy there on the ground, or preserved head. Yeah, I know. I'm fighting it too, Nem. I'm fighting it too. That could be... Man, that preserved head could be 3 spear, 3 spirit, lower res, and I'd be shitting them, dude. Fire golem, even. Man, oh man. I believe it's 2-1 in favor of Alex. I believe. This Zon is looking clean, man. This is looking clean. Hell of a start for Alex early on. Now I believe 3-1 in his favor. So crazy, man. Big cheers, guys. Thursday night, ladder reset tomorrow. I'm pumped, man. I'm not sure if I'll stream the first night of it. We're going to be jamming through with probably me, Maddie, Joby, and Shirley just privately doing our thing, right? But we eventually will. We'll eventually be streaming it. I'll probably stream it to a little private stream so we have the footage just in case. But y'all will see me degenning eventually. We have no real big special plans or special challenges this season besides win by any means necessary, get the highest placement on ladder that we've ever had, and, you know, we're gonna JSP shit. I don't give a fuck. We're just gonna get up in there, whatever we need, we're gonna do it. We're gonna put the degen time into it. We're gonna fucking slam. That's the goal. If people don't like it, then they can cry. I do have some tissues that I've bought for some viewers, if you guys need those, if you need some, if you need that while you're watching and you're like, I'm gonna be JSP, then, like, you know, that's alright. We've got some tissues for you. You'll be boughtin', man. Don't lie. Nah, hell no. I wouldn't dare do that, man. I don't want to lose my 99s. That's too much. It was too many. I've got like 12 99s now. Going with Zan scripted. By the way, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Going with the Zan. I noticed that the more I get into the PvP with the Zan, the more I notice I'm gonna need multiple Zans. Dude, well, I was doing some NVD. Did you see me on the weird build that I had, Vezo? Like the weird poison necro build that I had? I actually had a lot of fun on that. Loved that. I've really loved the hybrid poison necro that I put together. Needs a little bit more work, a little bit more tweaking, but man, I'm having a ton of fun with it. As far as traditional NVD, I usually don't enjoy it. I'm not good at either one. I'm not good at either side. So as soon as I go up against someone that's like leagues better than me, I just don't have fun anymore. But yeah. By the way, another big cheers to Vezo for that dono, man. Fucking A. Fucking A. We gotta get in there and put that sin together right, you know? We gotta take like 10 minutes and get it right. You know what I mean? Get the token. I think we're gonna have some runics that we're working with today. We're gonna stat him up right. I got accounts full of 99s. Llama trying to match that. That's right, baby. That's what it is. I got accounts full of 99s. Jam Slam Alabama. I'm going ham on Mr. Llama. That's what it is, man. We don't mess around. He stepped up one season. He won't dare step up again. Every time he says we're 2-2 in PvP, I'll be like, I should say we're 3-2 if you count the ladder race. Get him. He better not use that on the trivia show tomorrow. He better not.
Time to die.
Damn, man. Alex showing improving with this Zan. 8, what is this, 8-2 now? Damn, son. Yeah, Llama does a trivia show, usually every Friday. There was a couple of weeks it was a little absent for it, but usually every Friday, and tries to bring on, you know, whoever's interested to pop in. You know, whatever creators are willing to pop in, and I'm always there, man. Every week I can be. And we kick some ass, all right? That's what we do, but we're definitely doing that tomorrow. It's going to be a long day. We got trivia in the morning. Might have to take a nap, right? Till 8 p.m. Wake up, Jam Slam Alabama. They pop and clone today? Good question. For the last week was the first week in a long time that that they didn't do it. That the last dynasty didn't do it. I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure if they're gonna. I'll be ready though if they do. I'll be ready. Lifer Trap Charms, LE Charms. Oh man, I'm so pumped. I know what my next duelers on my deck out are. I've been doing.
Oops.
Hold up. Not sure what happened there, man. But what we were saying was that this guy is throwing on some ATD. Some attacker takes damage, and that's how he's going to try to make a huge comeback here. This is kind of wild. This is kind of wild. It really works for him there, and it gets past the dodge, avoid, all of that shit. That ATD goes right past it. There's no stranger to it, Track Amp. Always. Always. Big ATD damage, man. That's what it's all about. That's how he's going to be doing this comeback here. Can he do it? He was 8-2? Is that what it was? 8-2 at one point? He's going to try to make a comeback to 10-8? That would be so wild. No, it's... Oh my god, it was 9-3 at one point. Now 9-6. Swaps to the ATD, and this might just be the answer.
That is big damage, and it's just getting right through, man. All of these hits right here are really piling up. But there it is. Oh my god, what a close round. Now 9-7. This swap right here from Greenlung's very, very next level. And it's really going to push Alex to have the answer to this here. It's going to push him to have the answer. The answer would be some sort of diadem with, you know, life everlasting, right? To thwart that damage. But it's so much damage coming back at him. Thing is, though, that's some big damage to start things off. And just like that, man, Alex shuts down the comeback train just like that. That was scary with the ATD. He almost got there, man. Yeah, that was crazy. Snuck in some big hits there. That was wild. Very big brain move there with the ATD. He says, ATD is my nightmare. Yeah, oh yeah, man. That we could see. It was crazy because it gets right in through the dodge, avoid, evade. I had no idea about that. Like, you can't dodge it. ATD, very powerful, man. You can't dodge it. You can resist it with some flat damage. I think DR also works to, you know, reduce it a bit. But wow, man. Nice jabs here. The 425 40s, you notice they're ethereal, but they don't repair. That's okay because they're not Zon-specific javelins, so they can actually be repaired. You just put them on a throw barb, and the throw barb will repair them essentially with his skill. So they can be repaired. I think he was using Fortitude armor, is what he was using. And then Tooth Throw for this. That is very interesting. Open wounds, big defense boost. We haven't seen Tooth Throw in a very long time. But it has that just iconic white look to it. Almost like way back in the day in LOD when you go for those white items, right? To make your character just look pure white. That's what that Tooth Throw does for you in Melee. Wild Mooches! Look at this dude! Holy shit, man! Guy, good fucking duel tonight, man. That was so epic between you and Ted. One of my favorite duels to see in a long time, man. So good to have you back, brother. Big cheers. Thank you so much for the hundo, man. What wild. Big cheers. We've got the gas tonight, man. The straight gas in this. Nothing but lemon juice, straight acid. Getting us fired up for this Bankai fight, man. I'm going to try to channel the inner Mooches champion energy. Bring it to the arena. We've got 45 lifers now, courtesy of Vezo. Should be easy. The inventory, I look like a champion, you know? It's time to play like one. Really appreciate that, Mooches. That's huge, dude. Thank you so much. Alright, boys. Well, there it is. Greenlungs almost pulled off the comeback, but Alex got there. Epic one. Let's write this one down. That was cool. Greenlungs ATD. That was wild. That was wild, man. Let's check in with Nimrod and see how this is going in here. I know he was streaming earlier. Let's see if he's ready to slam and jam with his opponent here. Oh, look at this. Looks like he might just be. He might just be ready. This is Kron Dirt going up against Sogi. Is this what this is in the HLD division? Oh, man. Sogi versus Nim. That's exactly what it is. Oh, man. I'm so pumped about this. This is gonna be another very, very tough match for Nim. He's going up against an absolute Din legend in Sogi. And as someone who's a rising Din star in the DFC, he's gonna find out right here. He's gonna find out what these Dins at the top really play like, right? And if he can stay on par with him, that is a big feather in his cap. And by the way, Brandoom, what? 5 gifted memberships, my guy. Big cheers. Big hits there from Sogi. Bro, thank you so much, man. That was super kind, super generous, Brandoom. What a hell of a guy. Ooh, man, Sogi was so low there. Nimrod actually landed some nice hams there. He's going right in, throwing caution to the wind, looking for the stomp, looking to close the distance on Sogi and actually throw some hams. He did a great job there. And what that did early on was the fact that Nim played like that versus Sogi, who busted out a Widowmaker there early in that round, is it got him right off the Widowmaker plan, right? And that's hard to do if you're a Hammerden. You have to be hyper aggressive to get him off the Widowmaker plan. Very next level big brain play from Sogi going up against those Hammerdens. But a great answer from Nim. That was huge, and he almost had him. He landed quite a few shots there. Closed the distance, landed some big shots, and Sogi was one ham. Nim tried to get in there with a stomp, close the distance, but unfortunately, Sogi just too quick with those smites. Now Sogi going with that FOH from the outside, going to try to harass Nim a little bit. Oh my god, nice hit there from Nim. Actually incredible, man. He's doing a great job of not getting too hyper aggressive and just being very opportunistic, trying to make some cuts, forcing Sogi back onto the Widowmaker plan. And by the way, Hell Inc., man, big cheers to you. Thank you so much for the 20 spot, brother. Good to see you. I hope the workday went well, is going well, if you're still jamming it. My guy, good to see you, and big cheers. 20 spot from Hell Inc., man. Jesus. Y'all are too generous, man. Y'all only need to do that. You know, the show is free, you know. All right, show is free. I appreciate that. Puff Vape cheers to you and Mooches and Brandoon, man. Y'all are too kind. Workday going great. Glad to hear that, man. Nim with some big hits there with those hammers. I love how he's closing this distance here. This is very impressive Din play and a very, very tough Din opponent that he's going up against. Sogi even busting out the conviction here, trying to test that resistance of Nim. Oh, man, nice shots there from Sogi, and I think he got out unscathed. There. I don't think any of those hams connected. It's hard to tell. But he did land one big one early on. You notice Nim's trying to undercut him here. He's not trying to stomp on top of a smiter. He's trying to cut underneath him. And Sogi's just trying to trick him. Oh! Oh, man! Nim goes in with the smite battle. That was so wild. He actually scared Sogi away. Sogi didn't know if he was getting hit with hams or not. He didn't know what the hell was going on. But he certainly will next time. He'll be no stranger to that when he sees it again. That FOH could do some work from the outside there. That's going to force Nim to kind of close the distance and land one of these sneaky hammers. But if he can do it, that's going to be it. Sogi is very, very low. Oh my god, dude. Almost got him. That was so close. Very nicely done. Great Din play there from Nim. This is actually crazy. He's doing so good in this matchup. I honestly, not that I ever doubted my boy Nim. But Sogi is an established, great Din player. And this is, I believe, the first time we've seen these guys go up against each other in the DFC, and both of these rounds have been surprisingly close. Nim has been very close to taking out Sogi, and Sogi's put out all the tricks in the book. Pulling out everything, dude. From the Widowmaker to the Conviction FOH to, as always, as expected, just perfect Din play, right? He's patient, he waits, he closes those good angles on you. When you come in a little too uncomfortably close, he's got that, he's right on the angle of smite right there. He's right on top of it. Doesn't get too greedy. Just really, really good smite play. Well, not necessarily, Alex. You don't necessarily want to spam hams, because if you do, they'll just FOH you from the outside, right? And you'll actually lose that battle. And if they've got a Widowmaker, you certainly will lose the battle. What you got to do is you just got to telly and ham. That's it. Telly, ham, telly, ham, telly, ham. Try to do some cuts. Telly, ham, telly, ham. You know, don't really give him a lot of time to set up, and that's exactly what Nim's doing. He's just kind of remaining mobile. How Nim is playing right now is exactly how you play this matchup. He's playing it so well. Ooh! He might have landed that one. He might have landed that ham, but he did catch a smite for his trouble. Yeah, 100%. Gotta undercut him. You gotta keep him guessing, man. Cut him off. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an undercut. What it is you want to make sure that if they ever choose to pull the trigger when you close the distance, that whatever angle they approach you from, they shall hit a hammer first. So undercutting is like, sometimes you want to bait them by overcutting them, right? Oh my god, big win there from Nim! Very nicely done. So you can bait them with an overcut, right? So you actually teleport a little too high up, right? Like a little too high up. But if they're not paying attention, and if they still go for it, they'll actually get hit with a hammer on their way in. Yeah, that's some high level HDN shit, alright? It depends on the person you're playing against. You have to... It might not work against Sogi. He might just reset and wait, you know, and be very patient. But some smiters get really antsy and you can actually overcut them. It's weird to say that. It doesn't happen a lot and does require someone to take a shot they probably shouldn't have taken. But it also gets them off the FOH plan, right? If you do that, you can get them off the FOH plan, get them starting to be ready to smite, kind of switch their game plan a little bit. And if they take it, they take it. But whatever angle you pick, it could be the side too. Usually the side is a lot better for doing the overcutting that I'm talking about. Like the left angle, or even the right is probably the worst side to do that from, but it's still possible. But yeah, like left side too is a very good angle. It's now 2-1 in favor of Sogi. Beautiful stomp there from Nim, but he didn't quite get the hammer off quick enough. And that Widowmaker trying to create some widows from the outside, trying to fell a man from way out, giving that smiter some big range, man. FOH being at the mid range, smite being at short range, and that Widowmaker just taking the cake, going all full long range shots with threatening ability at all angles from all distances from Sogi here. And now Nim is being harassed with that FOH. There it was. That was a nice little cut from the side right there from Nim. It does look like he stacked up his lightning resist, because that conviction is doing something, but it isn't a complete. He isn't getting completely washed by it, you know. Nim doing a great job not to panic here. He got cracked with that smite, but he ain't panicking. He ain't going and looking for trouble. He's just keeping the pressure up, right? You don't go, you should go looking for trouble, but you don't want to go onto his front door and ask for it by name, right? You don't want to go too close. Nice hams there from Nim. Oh yeah, well, he might actually just have the conviction from a scepter. It's hard telling. That was actually a beautiful stomp there by Nim. He didn't realize it, or that hurt. He thought he was too close and ended up just getting out of there. But that was actually an incredible stomp. He stomped Sogi, but Sogi was actually puddled, so he just appeared right where he needed to be. If Sogi would have tried to smite there, he probably would have caught a couple of hammers. But those are hard to notice in the moment. Sometimes they usually don't happen on purpose. And, you know, you just have to... You have to take advantage of them if you see them, but they don't last long. I think he saw the stomp coming, but he didn't like the angle. As he left, I think he realized, shit, that was a really good angle. Beautiful ham there from Nim. That was an incredible stomp. It's a nail biter. Sogi trying to stay on the outside. Sogi might be able to eat one more ham in an exchange, so he might actually just be looking for that. He might be looking for an exchange where he gets in and just rolls the dice against Nim. And Nim's trying to flood this more with hammers in case he tries it. Nim is very experienced with this matchup. I am blown away. Ooh. That was a perfect overcut right there. That was so well executed. Just teleport a little bit above. Enticingly close, but enough so that that hand gets around. That he almost did right there. That was beautiful. Yo, what's up, Smalps? Good to see you, man. Haven't missed the Melee title bout yet, but we got a new LLD champion, double champ Nimrod, dude. And he's going to be trying to hold on to his Melee title tonight. And he will be the first ever, I think currently at this time, he's the first ever double champ that holds both belts simultaneously. Is that true? Oh man, nice patience there from Sogi, and he takes him out. Now 3-1 in favor of Sogi. I think he might just be, man. I think Nim might just be the first ever current double champ. Wait, Toshank did something similar. He challenged for LLD. I think he challenged me for LLD that night. Lost. He was the HLD champ, and he didn't win in Melee. He went for it, but didn't get it. But Nim has got it. Toshank was close, though. I think there have been other double champs of different divisions, but I don't think they've held them at the same time. I certainly haven't. Gotta pull out the inner Nim, man. I think he's the first one to do it. That's huge. I think, yeah, that's true. I think we have to settle the title bout in Melee tonight, and then when the chips fall. But as it stands, kind of in between matches here, yeah, you're right. In between matches here, that's certainly the thing. And if Jin Shin doesn't show up tonight, well then, yeah, we're gonna have to call him the double champ. That's right, man. Double champ does whatever the fuck he wants. Oh man, nicely done there from Sogi. Very patient, lands a shot. He could have easily finished there, but he didn't want to risk it. He knew he was in a bad angle to eat those hammers, wasn't going to risk it. That was smart. You got to be very patient in this matchup. The more patient you are, dude, you can just hit with this FOH. That is enough harassment where your opponent's going to have to try to get in, right? They're going to try to close that distance eventually. Nim with everything on the line here. Holy shit. Also, Nim was one of the first people, I'd have to go back and look, but he was one of the first people to get a trifecta win in the DFC with a win in every division in the same night. Melee, LLD, and HLD. This guy's been pulling off. He just landed a big ham versus Sogi there. Oh my god, oh my god. Ooh! And there it is. Nim knew he was FOHPK, so he goes in looking for that smite finish. That's really too bad. Nim played really well in this matchup. That was incredible. All of those rounds were very close. He played that perfectly. I think win or lose with Nim right here, the level of skill he brought to the table on this Din in this specific matchup against such an epic Din player, that is... holy shit, that was very, very impressive, I gotta say. That was incredible. Nimrod, man. This guy is on a roll tonight, man. He is on a roll. That was really good. Banger match, absolutely. He did so well with this. Showing off the gear here. Thank you so much for doing that, Nim. Pops back into the game to show this off. And he's got himself some P-combs there. 34, 37 lifers up in there. Man, look at this. That's all pure skill. He's carried himself. We talk about this all the time. People doing well on a budget or whatnot. Now, granted, some might not consider the gear that Nim has budget. But compared to the other PvP players in the division, it certainly is, right? Like 37 lifers, all of this. And this guy's actually worked his way up quite high in the HLD ranks. Just from pure Din skill alone. And you could see it here tonight in the way that he played against Sogi. So beautifully executed. Very well done. Thanks for showing off that gear, Nim. I actually think that's a very important thing for people to see. That was awesome. Well done. Mucho respect for the current double champ with this guy, man. That was just wild. Crazy. All right, let's get in there and check out Alpaca, if he's still up in there. Alpaca versus the 40 ounce, I think is what's going on. GG to Nim, man. Jesus, this guy, very, very good. You would figure that someone who has reigned supreme in the Melee division for so long, dabbled in LLD and all of this stuff, there should just be no way that any reasonable human can do so well in all of these divisions, but that is Nimrod. And this guy came out of nowhere, returns to the DFC, probably coming up on how long ago now? Might be approaching the year anniversary. And holy shit, man, he's just been on a roll ever since. Steamrolling people, being the most dominant Melee champion in DFC history, and now just tearing it up in LLD, HLD as well. Just a very, very impressive dueler. Jaw and I are ready as well. All right, GG, we'll get you in there. Dirty versus the Jaw. Dirty v Jaw on the roster, man. Thanks so much for that. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, great duel. We've had some banger matches here tonight, huh? Absolute bangers. Man, I love me some D2 PvP, boys. Man, I love it. And man, I love me some Vezo for that dono tonight, man. I got me 2 more duelers tonight. I gotta really spend some time and get ready and put this Sin together, because I wanna get a win from my boy Vezo out there tonight, man. I was gonna try to get one to you know, really earn those 45 lifers, because he said he was gonna give them to me. He's like, yeah, man, you get your first win on that Sin, I got you. And sure as shit, man, he just pops in and drops them. That was so fucking wild. And by the way, Bobby Blackstock, the man, the myth. Bro, holy shit, man. Thank you so much for the S tier membership. Brother, big cheers to you. We got the straight gas going on here tonight, man. Straight acid. This is the big boy juice, all right? This is straight lemon juice. We don't fuck around here. Goes down like whiskey, but they say it's a little better for you, you know? Dude, thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. I hope to see you this season, man. Hope to see you this season. Me and Bobby was just talking about, you know, about the ladder reset, and it seems like he's fired up. Might be coming back. In case you don't remember, that Blackstock boy was Arena GL. You remember that? This guy has gone on to bigger and better things. Started up his own gaming platform for developers. Fucking shit is sick, man. Always doing crazy, good, productive things in the gaming world. And dude, so happy to have been part of that journey too. You know, with Arena GL. That was really cool. Well, we had to put together the best we could after that went down, man. We had to put together what we could, do our best. I think we've done all right though. We got some good visuals now, but man, I do miss it. That was such an epic chapter of the DFC right there. And that's who we have to thank for that, man. Bobby Blackstock. Let's tip one back to this guy, man. Absolute savage.
The order welcomes.
Wild, man. All right, so 40 ounce got there in the first round. Versus, they call her the mini Santiana, right? Alpaca, his name is Alpaca Bowler 2. Now, I don't know what that means. This guy must just have an obsession with animals or something, I guess, you know? Drugs? Oh, no. Well, anyways, this guy's mini Santiana, they say, with his ESFB. Gonna be giving 40 ounce quite the hassle. In this matchup. And honestly, it looks like 40 ounce is on a hybrid Sin, which or at least he's certainly willing to get out there and use some kicks. I thought I saw a whirlwind from him in that previous round, so he could be on hybrid. But this is actually a really fun matchup. I think it's one of those matchups where you got to keep that meteor going, and you got to try to bait those stomps, especially from those aggro players that are going to try to stomp you with those Sins, just like that. Got to have that meteor up. Got to really punish him for it. You got to be patient as the Sork player here. You know, you got to... But it is a fun one. But man, 40 ounce of that nasty chain right there. And great play by Alpaca. He was trying to lure him right into that meteor that he set. It looks like Alpaca's poison res might be a little sus. His life pool isn't like an inadequate life pool for an ES Sork. Looks like he's probably gone half and half with his setup. But he just got ripped apart by that poison, man. Makes me think that his poison resist or his PLR or something might be a little sus. Might need a little bit of work between rounds here. Because it appears as though that's how 40 ounce has damaged him. Look at this, dude. That's how he's damaging. That's how he's getting those big shots in there. Incredible pressure there from 40 ounce. This is some great Sin play from this guy. And the Shadow Bay, man. Shadow Bay might just get there. It's actually doing some damage. Doing some real damage. Holy shit. Let's pop over to the 40 ounce. This guy, an absolute legend. Good to see this dude in the DFC, man. And look at this pressure. He's just grabbing these locks, keeping them. Look at this. Look at this. It's hard. It's hard for Alpaca to get away from that, man. He's doing these tellies where he's trying to lure 40 ounce into the meteors that he's casting, which is very smart. But in doing that, in doing those short tellies right there, he's practically asking to just constantly be chained, right? Which is exactly what 40 ounce is doing. Just constant chaining. Look at that. Trying to get those kicks in there, trying to nail that timing. He might not need a plague, though. Honestly, I'm a big fan in this matchup of having a Hodo or possibly even a Spirit. Actually prioritize that over plague, unless they really double down on the poison. But you don't necessarily need it. But some sort of PLR.
Put Stew and Track in the queue, KKTHX.
Hell yeah, man. After that, Track Amp, bro. Of course, man. You didn't have to drop the dono too. We would have got you in there, man. Hey, thank you so much for that, bro. For the 2 spot, that 2 coin tip. Big cheers. All right, Track Amp plus Stew for an alleged fight of the night potential, man. I'm looking forward to that one. I've heard a lot of good things. Track Amp a savage on that Shaman Druid. Stu's gonna put him to the test on Necro, right? Stu on Necro tonight? Or did he choose to go with some sort of doo-doo variant? I don't know, man. The HP isn't necessarily all that matters on an ES Sork, right? It's good to have some HP there, right? You want to have a decent amount. But even my fairly decked out ESFB has like 2200 life, 2400 sometimes, right? Like you're mainly taking, your ES is going to take a lot of the damage. But so far it looks like 40 ounce is prepared for that, right? And it could be that it doesn't look like he's 95 ES. He certainly isn't. I think he's gone to 80 with this. But based on the looks of this here, what he really needs to do is probably switch to some sort of max block setup. Because 40 ounce is just tooling on him with these chains and these kicks and these whirlwinds. And he's just getting in there and going to town. So I think he has to adapt there in some way. All right, BRB boys, I gotta blow my snout here.
Stew on NEC. H is a beast on it. Gonna be rough.
Good day.
We back. We might have to refill on the gas here real soon too, man. Have to re-up on this straight acid gas. Stu on neck, he's a beast on it, gonna be rough, and another 2 coin tip from the Track Amp just to say that, my guy. You're too kind, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's gonna be an epic match. Can't wait to see it, dude. We got you in the queue. We got you, man. What a hell of a card it's looking to be here. This is crazy. Yeah, we'll be in the trivia tomorrow. I think Llama's doing it still. And then later on in the evening, ladder reset, man. Oh my god, beautiful chain there from 40 ounce. This guy really showing his prowess on the Sin here tonight. The chains that he's doing. He even, I remember last week, his screen, it was technically 16:9, but it was hard to see in Discord. And that's because with certain settings and certain screens, sometimes it resizes and it's just a pain in the ass. But he's got it straightened out tonight. He fucked with some settings there. And mad props to him for that. Just for a better viewing experience, right? We kind of get to see this full screen here, so that's really cool. Much appreciated. Looks clean, looks good, and so does his prowess on this Sandman. Look at this, just hunting for that name lock. It appears as though his opponent has swapped to some sort of withstands guard, maybe some PLR. Both of those would certainly be called for in this matchup. Whenever you go up against the World Girl on an ESFB, you gotta be max block. You gotta be max block, and you probably gotta have some PLR, right? It's crazy, but you kind of gotta play to not lose at that point and catch them with those fireballs coming in. That's it. That's the only way to do it. Usually, and eventually they'll defer to setting up their traps, and you can kind of try to outrange them. And so far, that's exactly what Alpaca's doing. He's trying to catch them with these fireballs from the outside, not get chained. He's not trying to set up those meteors as much anymore. This is good. This is the first thing that he needs to do. Before you can set up meteors, you need to give your opponent a big reason to try to close the distance, right? You need to give them a big reason to do it. And also to not really have a lot of traps up when they do. And one of the ways that you do that is you stay on the outside, you remain very evasive. So that way, when you give them the opportunity, when you allow them to stomp you, you know that you've got a meteor coming down, right? And it's probably going to land. There's about a 40% chance it will land through their claw block. The new NVD champ saw you last week. Oh, hell yeah. Now with those charms, I might just be, man. I might just be. You know, I'm gonna have to get into it. I've been looking to deck out some a druid and a necro, and certainly a sin. So, dude, those charms going a long way. I'm so pumped about that, dude. Can't thank you enough. Yeah, we're gonna be firing away now. Big shots there from Alpaca, making a big comeback here. I think he's really figured out 40 ounce. He's figured out the formula. If he's stuck with Hodo here, I actually like that, because with the ES and everything, this is going to give him the ability to rep to full if this duel should go on long. If 40 ounce relies a little too much on those traps, then Alpaca can just rep to full from the outside, which is very discouraging for the Sin. And a lot of times on when you're going up against an ES Sork, your rep life is far more important than theirs, right? Because it means a higher percentage of your life total. So the longer they sit out, yeah, sure, they might rep some back, but your rep life is going to be way better, right? Then you have some opportunities to close the distance, get in there, get a little bit more risky. You take some damage, you back up, you rinse and repeat, right? And eventually you start to really discourage your opponent, and they look for any excuse to close the distance, just like this. And this is where if you have a meteor set there, you just fucking let them do it. You don't even tell you away, right? You just let them get in there, fucking let them try to whirlwind, do whatever they do. And there it is, man. 40 ounce gets there. Holy shit. Very nicely done. Was that 3-0 right there? 3-0 so far? Holy shit. I gotta say, though, Alpaca was really picking up on that. And especially 40 ounce. Very, very good Sin player here. He's got some great tricks. He's got some great accuracy. Some incredible chains. So that's big. To almost take that round from him there. Starting to figure out sort of the cadence of the 40 ounce, you know? What's the queue looking like? We'll throw you in there, AF50. It's we got this duel, then Dirty versus Jaw, Track Amp versus Stu, and then you. AF50 versus the DD. Where the fuck is Lamp, right? Where the fuck is Lamp when you need him? Lamp the champ, Lamp the legend. Rayuse, let's throw him in there, man. Let's get him. Let's get him. Rayuse up in there. Perfect. Rayu's first druid on the din. Oh, man. Oh, it's going to be good, man. I hope you watched plenty of Nimrod bouts. I hope you've watched you some Nimrod bouts. Nimrod's had such an incredible night here tonight so far. And he's still got that title melee bout that's about to go down tonight. That one's going to be epic versus the Jin Shin. If Nim wins, he's going to be a double champ. A standing double champ. That's crazy. Javito already too. All right, man. We'll throw you up in there. Good to see you, Javito. Can't wait to see that one, man. That's going to be wild. And that was versus Jin Shin, right? Where the hell Jin Shin at? Yeah, no pressure at all. No pressure at all, right? Just another day at the office, right? Just another day. When in doubt, get your ATD gear ready, man. We saw with Green Lungs, that ATD, what that does to Zans. Holy shit, that was crazy. I might have to get some ATD on my din now. Alpaca's doing a great job of figuring this duel out. Oh my god, and he's landing some big shots there. Right as AF50 was walking in, that claw block not going off. Oh, some nice traps there, but 40 ounce ate some big fireball damage from that as well. That was an exchange right there that actually really favors, even though it was kind of even in the moment, that one really favors Alpaca. Because now we can just back off, throw some fireballs from the outside and let that rep life take over, right? Let the rep life do its thing. What a duel, man. 40 ounce being very patient here. He knows he's eaten quite a few fireballs early on here, and he knows he's also done some work on the life total of his opponent. He's being patient, he's looking for his angles, and man, just like that, very nicely done. Great use of Mind Blast there and a good follow-up with the kick. Oh my god, dude. He might have cut him open with that one. He landed a shot there, and that might have been just good enough. That might have been just good enough to possibly win his opponent. Certainly set back some of that rep life heal. Yeah, and you can tell based on the way Alpaca's playing right now, you can tell he is very low. He's probably Shadow Bay PK if I had to guess. Hard to tell if the Mind Blast is going to get through because, you know, ES, right? That's going to suck up a lot of damage, but it very well could. I had one, but I actually swapped off from the Poison Nova one. Because with the hybrid, we actually would just rather have a Spear Spirit lower res wand, and I did get one of those. It cost me about a 25 charm, right? But thanks to the help of Squigs, he helped track one down for me. And through the use of Tradery and JSP, we got it. And it was actually a pretty good deal on one. It was like 2,500 forum gold. And they go for a lot more. We've seen them sell for a lot more after that. Oh my god, big shots there. And 40 ounce gets there with a clean 4-0. Very nicely done. Look at that name too. The symbols, the 40 with the symbols. Damn, son, this guy taking it to the limit just like that. Very impressive Sin play tonight, I gotta say, from the 40 ounce. That was really nicely done. Really nicely done. Looking good. That Sin play, though. Damn, son. All right. That was Alpaca versus 40 ounce. Great duel from those guys. Very impressive to see Alpaca adjusting to that, making some swaps in the in the middle of that duel. But what a hell of an opponent to welcome into the DFC right there. That was very, very skillful Sin player, 40 ounce. This guy's got a lot of promise right there, let me tell you. Let's pop into Dirty versus Jaw, man. These guys throwing down here. Let's see how this one's going. Let's see if these guys are ready to get violent.
It is Dirty One on the Barb versus Jaw on the Sin. Dirty One busting it out. Now, it might look like he's on widescreen here, but this is just basically the resolution size on your monitor versus what you're broadcasting at in Discord via D2R. But he's technically 16:9. So it might look like widescreen, but it is not. Perspective looks okay. It's just a weird broadcasting issue with Discord. Let's see if we can pop over to Jaw. And here we go. Jaw on the Sin. Dirty on the Barb. I saw him on the card, but I haven't seen him in the Discord yet, Ryu. Haven't seen him share the screen yet. Haven't seen him fire it up. Big damage here from Dirty. Jaw's in trouble early. The Dirty One. Busting it out with this Barb. Trying to earn that Barb black belt in the DFC. Trying to get his first... No, this ain't his first win on a Barb. But he's trying to gain the mastery on this Barb here. I'm clearing a map now. Throw us in the queue. I'll get super baked and wait for you, buddy. All right, hell yeah, man. Coolie versus Bonkai. The Bank AI versus Coolie. Din Kai. Damn, son. I gotta retoken my dude anyway, man. I gotta retoken my dude. I gots to get ready. I need to take like 10 minutes and figure out how to make a Sin real quick. Cause damn, man. I ain't even gonna tell you what we got from Vezo today. I ain't even gonna tell you. Jaw trying to make a big comeback here, though. He went from being in a lot of trouble early on in this round to now he's actually looking pretty damn good. Havita Dirty is very low. But still, so is Jaw. This is really going to come down to one big exchange for either one of them. Nice trap setup there. That pentagram setup, right? That was really nicely done. Landed some shots there. Good for about 500 damage. But Dirty getting in there. Beautiful shots. And down goes Jaw in round one of a surprisingly close one there. Jaw almost made a big comeback. I totally would, but I think we have a queue pretty deep sound, and I don't want to keep these guys waiting. I'll get my reps in versus the Din Kai. All right? I'll get my reps in versus the Din Kai. He's going to be a savage, but we're going to have to learn on the fly. Gonna learn on the fly, man. We'll pull it off. We'll make it happen. Use a Mr. Llama SC Sin build to PvP? LOL. What is that guy gonna teach me about PvP? We're 3-2 if you count the ladder win. Necro, LOL. Well, that was lag. The NVN obviously was lag. Had to dial into his Texas server or some shit. That was fucking laggy. All right. That was a setup. Nice hits there from Dirty. He's being very patient. He's waiting. This is what you got to do. You got to be a patient bar player no matter how you slice it, right? You got to kind of wait for your opportunities, and your opponent's going to try to capitalize on that. You notice how Jaw's doing this right here. He's setting up some great traps, trying to lure Dirty in, but Dirty's being patient, looking for his angle, trying to approach Jaw when there's not a lot of traps up in his immediate area, like right there. Jaw so far unscathed in this matchup. But all it takes is one nasty whirlwind exchange, and that could all change very quickly. Spot back over to Jaw's point of view here. He's doing some great trap play here.
Yo, what up, Shirley? Serious? You ready? You excited for tomorrow, dude? You gonna be playing from the new pad, dude? The new house? That's gonna feel good, right? Having a place of your own, you get as loud as you want. You could even kick a hole in the wall if you fuck up, dude. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing about it. Big cheers to Shirley Serious. This guy just closed on a house this week, man. Let's tip one back to this guy. That's a huge accomplishment. Huge, man. Seeing if Serenity answers that. Oh, man, I can't wait for that. Doombringer's ready. I'm going to throw you in the queue just in case, man. Doombringer. By the time Serenity comes around, we'll just check back in with you again because we've got some fights, all right? Don't freak out if you see him playing on my account. Oh, my God. Now I know what Shirley's message was all about. All right. Now I know what Shirley's message was all about. Okay. Okay. What did you do? Did you pay him for a level job? Legit level job? Holy shit. That's crazy. I hope so, man. That boy does it. That sin is on 16k traps? Well, shit. I better take some notes, because that's what I'm going to do against Din Kai. Din Kai, more like fucking won't win Kai. Thought of that one myself. I know it might seem like I pulled it out of a storybook, but nope, it's all original. Yep, it's the first sign of the apocalypse, Doom. It's the first sign of the apocalypse. Cooley's gonna be playing against Din Kai on a Sin tonight. Probably 16k traps. We're gonna fuck him right up. Ain't no mercy, man. Those 12k traps are for the birds. They're Faloozes. Right, those are Faloozes.
Hello.
Beautiful trap placement there, and a big comeback this time for Ja. Now getting on the board. Now even this up. It's 1-1 between these guys. That Fukin guy. Exactly. Yep, yep. Dink AI. Right? He's a good dude. You know, some would say I'm just talking shit because I'm scared of him, but you think I'm fucking scared of Bankai? think I'm scared of him? You get another thing coming. Do you know how I can cheat on a Sin? Let me know. Just PM me. Dual income, no kids guy. That's right. Ladder reset happening tomorrow, man. Get the other guy to unhost you for testing? That's smart. That's so smart. Yeah, I'll come in and I'll be like, oh, ref says you gotta unhost me? And yeah, we'll just see how it goes. Incoming Sin buffs after a few failed attempts? No, look, we don't do that anymore, okay? Last time we made a rule change out of frustration, we admittedly backed off and undid it, because it was not fair. Just because you suck on a build, and by you I mean me, doesn't mean you should change rules around it. You just need to get, sometimes you just need to get good. It's a sad truth of life. Purple pot Jovi is also a strat. That's true. If we just sneak a purple pot somewhere in the mana pool, we know kind of specifically where it is. Oh shit, man, that was just there. Shit, I don't know what happened. Didn't even notice. Damn, nice hits here from Dirty, though. Jaws looking to be in trouble. He's trying to set up. You notice what he's doing is he's kicking around these puddles, and he's kind of trying to antagonize Dirty to come in a little bit. But you notice that Jaw always has all of these traps up. He's actually doing a great job with these traps. Always having them up, always a big threat. But he wants to be careful not to get caught with them down. Because that is the big opportunity that Dirty's looking for. I love how Jaw is kind of searching for this name lock with the Mind Blast as well.
That's going to make it so that when Dirty comes in, closes the distance, he's looking for these name locks, he's going to end up eating trap damage if Ja can just lock onto him and cast that Mind Blast. Knocks him out of that teleport animation, right? He goes for the teleport, but he can't cast it because he's stunned, right? That's all you need is just a little bit of a setback like that for those traps to do some big damage. Beautiful trap placement there, but an incredible predictive whirlwind from our boy Dirty. Now 2-1 in his favor. If so, geez. I don't know, dude. That's a tough one. Cheese is really good. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I would actually keep the cheese, right? If you still have the main course, it's cheese all day. You keep that. LOL. Fucking Shirley. Oh, man. That's crazy. Ja now being very patient, looking for his in here, looking to set these traps up, lure Dirty into an absolute shit show of traps. But Dirty's doing great with his angles, getting down here, whirlwinding down, whirlwinding away from these traps, and all of these hits just getting in there kind of free. So far, no big damage he's been punished with. Ja circling with these traps, looking to catch Dirty as he comes in, and so far he's actually done a great job of it. But unless you get some really big rolls on these traps, man, sometimes it can feel like you're making no progress, right? Like, especially if multiples don't hit all at once, you just catch like a couple of strays and you don't really get huge rolls on them. Because while the max damage might be somewhere around 16k on these traps, right? The min damage is 1, literal 1, right? Like actual 1 damage. That will just get negated, right? That can actually happen. So it's kind of weird, right? It's kind of weird. There's a weird range in there. Ooh, big hits from Dirty, evening up the score here. Putting Ja on the back pedal, but Ja's doing a great job of keeping the traps up, even though he's kind of trying to run away in the moment, right? He's keeping the traps up, not teleporting too far away. They're there, and that way, as Dirty is kind of pushing the pressure, there continues to be more and more traps up as Ja progresses, as Ja maintains his survival, right? As he increases that distance, keeps up that harassment. That's what he's got to do. He's got to keep those traps up. Without traps, there can be no win. A Wake of Fire was probably good back in the old days, right, when there was stun. But now we don't really have perpetual stun, thanks to the 2.4 changes. So, as creative as Wake of Fire is, it's just probably not going to do anything. It certainly won't do anything with no point investment in it. Good for one random off-map stun that you're probably not even going to take advantage of. And also it takes up the spot of a trap, right? There's also that. So, instead of laying 5 lightning sentries that have the option of doing some pretty serious damage, have the ability to do some pretty serious damage, you've now just thrown in a Wake of Fire trap that's going to do nothing. Besides possibly, maybe randomly stun your opponent. WHLD with the Den. Next week, we're going to be off, Rayuse. We're going to take next week off, but we'll return in 2 weeks. We're probably going to have a lot of degeneracy come our way. Oh my god, and there it is. Dirty clutching it up again. Now 3-1 in his favor. Yeah, it's... We've tried to run DFC after a ladder reset before, but usually, especially ever since we've been doing 99 pushes, it just always seems like bad timing. Like, it's... I'm either just dog tired or, like, we're still doing the 99 push, so it feels weird. Who knows what this week will bring or what next week will bring? Who knows? Maybe, like... Maybe we're done Tuesday night. I'm like, all right, man, DFC's on, but I highly doubt it. There was a number of builds that were hurt by the 2.4 changes. One that was kind of hurt in a good way was the Sin. I don't think anyone's complaining that the Perpetual Mind Blast is no longer a thing, so we kind of like that. But the sad part about it is that Dins and Barbs got absolutely fucked by it. And, you know, it used to be the fact that if you puddled somebody as a Din, as a smiter, you could just keep them there, right? Like, they couldn't get away, and you finally caught them. That's like the moment you were waiting for in the entire duel, is to catch them, puddle them, right? You know, you could combo them, and it was, like, impossible for them to get out of it. But it required a lot of skill. Now that's just not a thing. Yeah, now it's just kind of... Every class in a way was affected by it, because now it's just kind of a hold-down teleport when you're in trouble sort of thing. There's no skill to getting out of it, but because they patched the weapon swap glitch early on, there was really no skill to be had in getting out of it anyway. So, it's kind of a bittersweet change that, all in all, should probably be reverted, but something needs to come along with it. I actually suggested a perfect change for it, I think, in the current state of D2 video. How's the queue looking? We'll throw you in there, Xylus. We'll throw you in there, man. We've got Dirty versus Jaw, which is going on right now. We've got Track Amp versus Stu, which is next. AF50 versus DD after that. Then we've got Ryu v Thrall, Havito v Jinshin, Bonkai versus Coolie, then Doombringer and Xylus. And there it is, man. Dirty gets there. GG's. Holy shit. That was pretty savage against an absolute savage Sin player. The Dirty One pulls it off. That was crazy. Well, man, you know what that means. Let's pop into Track Amp versus the Stew here. These guys have been patiently waiting. Appreciate you guys. I know sometimes it's like, you know, it can take a while to get up in there, but let's check it out. Is Track Amp still around? Track Amp and Stew? Let's see. I don't see any of y'all streaming. I don't see any of y'all streaming. I also see Donger up in there. Let's throw Donger in the queue just in case.
The order welcomes you.
Donger's got himself a melee match here tonight. Alright, there it is, man. Track Amp v the Stew. Let's pop into it. Let's pop into it now. How expensive are my claws or the person's claws there? Who knows? Mine are probably pretty expensive. I was just given them by Vezzo. But they look pretty nice, and I can't wait to token and put them on and actually have a Sin here. This is gonna be sick. I don't know. I'd have to check them out. I didn't really get a chance to really dive into the gear that I now have. It was a surprise. Vezzo just sprung onto us. 45 trap lifers, some sick claws, some other sick gear, a 2015 Griffin, some 45 lifer Ellie charms, and I was just overwhelmed. So I haven't really had a chance to actually look at what we would use in this matchup, what gear we have, and not even mention what it might be worth. But yeah, it was disgusting, man. It was crazy. I was like, wow, Vezzo is a savage. He was the guy that hooked us up with those 45 lifer Pally P-combs too. Like, and now we've got 3 classes with 45 lifers. So I'm actually really pumped about it. Really points me in the right direction of like what I want to do next for a build, like, and what I want to max out next. I want to have all decked out characters on my account, man. I ain't looking forward to doing the Zon, though. All 3 2020s and shit. We'll get there. We're doing some tradery trades. We're making some big progress. We'll get there. Can now probably trade away those other Trapper charms, too. Fuck them. Or maybe I'll want to make a Blade Sin. I don't know, man. We'll have to play it by ear. We'll see. But could probably sell something. Probably trade those for something. Both. Like, so you can trade for 3 2020s, but you're probably not getting them with high runes because they're worth about 100 plus jaws right now. So you can't fit that in the trade window. So you're probably just going to have to trade for some, like, 25s. They're worth about 3, maybe a little over 3 25s. Like 20 life, 5 all res. So we've mustered up quite a few of those. And, but still, even if you combined all of it, it's probably like 3, maybe more than that, but like maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5 3 2020s. It's like, damn, son, we got a long ways to go. Beautiful shots there from Stu. Track Amp in trouble early. He's gonna have to pull out the inner polytheist here. Now, on this Shaman Druid, it's very interesting because what Track Amp has to do is he has to stay very patient from the outside. He's going to be teleporting up and just looking for a quick pop, just a quick name lock on Stu. And in that time, Stu's going to be looking to land some spears, maybe looking to avoid some close range damage if Track Amp goes in to try to do a telly stomp up boulder. He's going to be looking to stay mobile, but most importantly, land those spears. Those spears are a super important skill in this matchup because they cut through the pets, right? They'll cut a lot of times. If you're just launching out bone spirits, sure, they could get there, but they'll probably get gummed up by the bear, the oak sage, or they'll rarely ever hit the player. But if you have a very well placed, very accurate spear, it's going to cut through all of those pets. So that's why you see Stu deferring to that spear right now, because if he does actually land some shots, it's going to go right through. That's going to hit the life total of his opponent. There it is. Nice shot again with those spears. Big shots there, and some nice aggression from Stu. He's actually, that is incredible. You got to know when to hold them, and you got to know when to fucking send it, all right? I know that doesn't rhyme, but it's fucking true, all right? You got to know when to fucking send it on a Necro in this matchup, and that's exactly what Stu just did. He was very patient, and as soon as Track Amp goes out, tries to reset, he's just all over him, constantly in his face, constant up spears. That was very nicely done from Stu. Damn, son, and Stu gets there with some beautiful Necro play. That was incredible. All right, let's get this up in here for consideration for the fight of the night, man. Damn, son, Stu with that nasty Necro play, but what is Track Amp gonna do?
I can't carry anymore.
What is Track Amp gonna do to adapt? Very few swaps that you would have in this situations, you know, like you would in other matchups. Instead, he's gonna just have to adjust the strategy. He's gonna have to come in, and he's gonna have to just do some pop shots, right? Get in there, land those fissures, land those volcanoes. Don't kick around too long. Don't give your opponent too long to grab that name lock, right? You just kind of want to be in and out. They already did. They already doubled it, Elbon Villa. It's already twice as fast as it used to be. I think it's fine. Honestly, Shaman Druid is technically the best Druid build right now in a lot of ways, PVM and PvP, so I don't know about increasing the speed of it. Maybe? I mean, maybe. Who knows? We'll have to ask Polytheus what that would do for the overall power of the build. I wouldn't be able to speak on it as intelligently, I don't think. But all in all, PVM, Druid isn't really that great, so there is that. I gotta go set my status to offline on Tradery. We're getting some bins.
Probably going with a Zan. I think Shirley's going to be on the Sork. I think he's playing on Doombringer's Sork. I think Joby's probably going with a Din and Maddie on Barb. On the Barb, baby. Hell yeah, Dirty. That's fucking awesome, man. That was great. Very, very patient. Just incredible accuracy. That was really good, man. That was really good. It would not. It would not. Not on a different class, Festerot Gaming. It says Druid only on it. If you are not a Druid, you do not get the bonus. However, I don't know, actually. You could probably test it out. I know that there's some other weird wonky shit that happens. Like +3 to Sorceress Teleport. Sorceress only will actually boost up your teleport on Enigma. So, it might actually work. Now that I think about it, it might. I would say probably, yeah. Smiter charge. Beautiful shots there from Stu. And so far, Trackcamp having trouble finding a way to get in on Stu here. Having trouble finding his way in. Right now, he's trying to lead Stu with damage. But what he needs to do is kind of get up under Stu and just drop a Kano on him randomly, right? That's the most profitable thing I think you can do as a Shaman Druid. In this matchup, you gotta kind of keep playing that mid range, and then just get in, get out before your opponent can name lock you and really harass you. Guided arrow. Good point. French connects. My favorite Din skill is guided arrow. Oh, that's a good one. That was good. True, really, true. There's some facts behind that right there. That's a pretty good Din. That's a pretty good Din skill. Dethroned with Widowmaker? What do you mean? Bro, top Din, you know I started a movement with that fucking thing. We just saw Sogi up in there busting out the Widowmaker and some Din v Din, bro. And then we've seen Serenity busted out. He busted it out versus Santiana the Fast Clipper ship. All of the top Dins. We've even seen Sound bust that thing out. We started a fucking movement with it. So you might laugh, but there ain't, you're one of the few, there ain't many laughing now, right? That Widowmaker says you either get on this bus or you're gonna get run over by it. Yeah, I was gonna say, man, there's actually a lot of Dins using Widowmaker now. I used to say it all the time, people used to laugh at me. And then now people get it. It's not about the damage, it's about making your opponent play differently. Which is all you want as a Din. That's it. Especially after the 2.4 FHR changes. Huge. Huge to try to affect the way that they play in a different way. Huge. That's right. If you ain't got a perfect Widow in the stash, what kind of Din are you? Jagger Swagger. What's up, man? We'll get you in the queue, brother. It's looking a little deep right now. It's getting a little deep, but we're going to get you in there. The Eagle has landed. He is here. Donger just lost to Xylus? Oh, man. Xylus the Din Killer. Living up to the name. Shit, man. Alright, we'll take him out of the queue. It was a nice fight. Damn, man. That is crazy. That's a big win for Xylus. I thought Donger was going to give him some trouble. think Squigs and I will be ready in about 45 minutes. All right, man. We'll throw y'all in the queue. Paulie v. the Squigs. Hell yeah. Thanks for the heads up, man. I ain't busting out no widow on a din, I'll say that, Mangs. Well, then prepare to die, Bonkai. Prepare to die. Oh, I didn't know Bonkai was just gonna give me the fight like that. No widow? Holy shit. Free fucking win. Hell yeah. Dude, literally every time I prepare for Dins, this is what I did on Santiana. I was so prepared to take on Serenity and try to fight against his, like, perfect chain locks and shit. And then as soon as he busts out the Widowmaker, I was like, well, shit. I didn't really prepare for that. I wasn't really mentally prepared for this, and I don't know how to deal with it. Like, why be... Serenity is an insane din that could perfectly chain lock if he wanted to, but why do that and run the risk when you just bust out a Widowmaker and now they got to do something? Like, it's so intelligent, man. Track Amp landing some big shots here. What is this right here? I think it's 2-0 in favor of, I think it's 2-0, right? 2-0 in favor of, Stu? Or is it 3-0? Did I lose count? So far, Stu's off to an incredible start. He's just got the answer. Every time Track Amp comes in, he's got some nasty spears. But so far, though, in this round, Track Amp is really getting him. He's getting him with these random fissures, or not random, these pretty well-aimed fissures and boulders as he closes the distance. That's exactly what he's got to do, man. They really add up, and they make it just impossible for the Necro to continually rep past it. Like, you just can't do it. You're eventually going to die to it. Kind of true, honestly, Punch. Probably ought to work on getting one of those somehow. I'm gonna jot that down. Scoreboard. Seems like a good idea. Yeah, surely serious. Get him on it. Get that boy on it. I bet he could fucking, between him and ChatGPT, he'd probably cook something up in 5 minutes. Oh my god, beautiful shots there from Stu. Now I believe 3-0 in, oh no, 0-2. 0-2. Damn, son. All right, you know what we'll do? We're going to kick into another duel here, kind of share some airtime and bounce back and forth. We've got AF50 versus DD, I believe, up next. If you guys are ready to throw down in the DFC title bout, we might actually be able to get this in if y'all are ready to throw down. If and only if. If not, no worries. I don't see y'all streaming, but if you're ready, we can jam. If not, no worries. It's a title bout. Why don't we do this instead? We'll go over to Rayuse. These guys get themselves a melee match, and that way we can give the LLD title bout all of the attention it needs. Let's do that. We'll pop over to Rayuse for his melee bout here in between this duel right here while these guys get some mana pots rolling. Let's pop over to Rayuse on the Din. And I believe this is first Druid duel on the Din. I think that's, if I remember correctly, is that what he said? This is big, man. Rayuse going up against Sinister Thrall on the Druid. Can he pull it off? We're going to figure it out, man. He's going to see. He certainly has some sort of red armor on, and he's got the G-face, and it looks like Heaven's Light as well. Possibly a little too much crushing blow, but you never know. We've seen Brandoom do this before. He's busted out the Heaven's Light scepter, and it's actually done pretty well. So we're going to see, man. Thrall versus Rayuse. And here we go, man. This is going to be epic. How will it go? We're going to find out. This is pretty epic, man. Rayuse fallen in the first round versus Thrall, but can he come back? Can he make a comeback here? Bro, let me in the game. I'm the druid wind of yesterday. Hell yeah, man. Sign up. Would love to have you in one. We won't be back for a couple of weeks after this episode. But we should be back up and strong for DFC 180 in 2 weeks. Yeah, feel free to join up, man. Back to a regular schedule after the ladder reset. We haven't actually seen a lot of wind druids up in there, unless it's just straight like NVD. We've seen some of that. But man, druids are very interesting. Wind druids. There it is, man. I'm telling you, there might actually be too much crush and blow in this. You say that right as Rayuse comes in there and gets himself a win, tying up the score here. Now 1-1 in favor of nobody. Thrall versus Rayuse. This is Rayuse's first druid on his din here. He's come in with crushing blow. He's got the adequate skill level for his fanaticism, thanks to what I'm gonna assume is an ethereal arcane's valor with a Zod in it. Probably +2 to skills. I think it needs at least +1. But damn, look at those hits from Thrall, man. This one's back and forth, and there it is. Thrall gets there now, 2-1 in his favor. Huge! Hell yeah, Emily, that's the plan, man. That's the plan. But every once in a while, we got to break for degeneracy, you know? That's what we're doing this ladder, just break for degeneracy. We'll see, man. It gets harder and harder to grief pubs because we've actually tried to do more. I think we did 2 solid good grief, like pub griefing videos. But here's the thing about doing it live and doing it on stream is now, like, I've gotten a little bigger since then, and there's always like one person that like trolls the troll, which good on them. You're having fun. But it makes it so you just can't get any content out of it. You just end up, like, trying to get a kill on the troll, and it just probably doesn't happen. So if you do it live, someone's gonna pop in and save them, right? They're like, oh, how dare you? I have a really shitty high-level dueler, and I can stop you. It's like... But you never know. I do have multiple accounts now, so I could just, like... I could just have like an HLD just in case fucking retards come in and try to stop me, and then just like pop in with the HLD and kill them and then go back to griefing. Could do that. Just dial into the other computer like, oh yeah, Magic Fine Sorceress 69 has joined up. Level 80 Sorceress, just dropping rando blizzes on your charger or something. Yeah, we put a stop to that shit. I'd love to do some ladder griefing at some point too, but I think it would take a season where we're not actively competing. We'd have to start fresh and kill people as they level up. I think that would actually be fun. Look at this, man. Thrall casting that Oak Sage past that gate. It has caught on. The Oak Sage tech has caught on. Big damage here early on from Rayuse, and a quick, easy victory in that round versus Thrall. Now the score is, let's figure this out, 5-2. In favor of the Thrall by the looks of the way he wrote that. So Thrall ahead 5-2. Gotta crawl before you walk.
I might do that this ladder. Hell yeah, Wicked One Bull. Yeah, just build up a charger and just charge people down. Just put on Insight or something. Insight Partisan, maybe even maybe even the Unique Maul if you get it, you know. Bone Snap. 5-3. Now Rayuse trying to make a big comeback. And while these guys jam, let's pop back over to Track Amp versus the Stew, man. Let's take a quick peek here. Popping into the Stew's perspective on this Necro. Let's see how this duel is commencing. We've got some Bloodmore music here built. So far, landing some nice spears and keeping Track Amp on the back pedal here. Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing about ladder duels is they're oftentimes won by Cold Sorks and Poison Necros because nobody can deal with them. So it's just complete gay duels anyway. And then even if you do, even if you bought the gear to deal with them, then they just leave, and then you just easy everybody else. Like, you know, that's what I've seen in my ladder dueling experience. Poison Necros and Cold Sorks. Sometimes a combination of both of them. Could probably get there with an Oradin too. Again, nobody's prepared, right? It really goes to show you how bad ladder dueling really is, because people get these false sense. It's probably where people come from that ask about these random builds, like how good Oradin must be really good and banned in PvP, right? It's like, no. It's just a really bad build, but they don't know that because they duel on ladder and like an Oradin comes in. Poison Necro must be banned because it's too good, right? Like, nah, you probably just duel on ladder a lot and they just beat people who are unprepared. Right? Same thing. Same thing with a few other builds too. Them damn Poison Necros, right? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I mean, we've done that in a ladder season before too. Just like fire up the Poison Necro, take him into the blood more. It's people they're not really prepared for it. They don't really have the gear. Yeah, honestly, man, once I get it perfected, it's pretty close, but once I get it perfected to the point where I'm like, all right, if you're gonna do it, this is how to do it. I'll put something out about it. I kind of already did with the wand, but I didn't really show off the build. Kind of talked about it a bit. Telekinesis charges to take gold. Yeah, that is really good. From town, TK the gold. That's great. Nice spears here and great aim from Stu. This guy's turning up the heat here. And so far, Track Amp's just having a real tough time closing the distance and really keeping some consistent damage on him. Alright, let's check in with Rayuse here, see how this is going. Rayuse versus Thrall. It's now 8-5 in favor of the Thrall, but can Rayuse come back on this Din? Here we go. 8-5. Big hits from Thrall early on. Not looking good for him. Not looking good for Rayuse. Oh my god, they annihilated each other. It counts. I'll allow it. We tuned in right at the right time. I'll allow it. Damn, son. Double KO. Rayuse. Doesn't happen often. Yeah, 9-6. It's 9-6. It counts as a win for both. So the rule in the DFC is if both players annihilate each other in a round, as long as it wouldn't end the duel, both players get a win. If that would end the duel, right? So if it's like, if it would be 4-3 at that point and somebody would win, then it's a draw. So if someone had 9 wins and that just happened, it would be a draw. Yep, but otherwise, I'll allow it. It counts. Both of them get a win. Oh my god, and Thrall off to one hell of a start there, and there it is, man. 10-6 victory. Absolutely savage. Not really. You only move on the approach, Christina, so like you just click and hold and that's it. As soon as you get there, you just hold until someone drops. There is some sort of exceptions in the sense of like druids recasting oak, but you're not really moving, you're just recasting. Yeah, I agree. Bring back e-bugging. I'm down for it, but that might throw a wrench in some melee, honestly. Nice hammer there from the Thrall. And he did go with the Nim setup. I honestly think this one might have been a little too much crushing blow. I think he needed to go with, and it looks like he did actually swap to a different weapon there, but the weapon to choose, I think, with the Nim setup is EBOTD Berserker Axe. So while this is good, you kind of already have a lot of the Deadly Strike between your amulet and everything, so all of the added Deadly Strike isn't necessary. He was using Metal Grid there for added defense and attack rating, though. Very interesting choice. Never seen Metal Grid on a melee build. That is the type of creativity that I would expect no less from Ryu. Metal Grid for the defense and AR bonus. Really cool, man. That was epic. Great choice, but unfortunately, didn't work out against Thrall tonight. His first Druid matchup, but that's all right. I think he's learned something from this, and he's like, all right, I'm coming in strong next time. We going EBOTD on that weapon. We making it happen. Yeah, look at this, man. Nice gear. Absolutely beautiful gear from Thrall. That armor was sexy, too. 2 open socket. It looked like close to 200 ED. Faster hit recovery on it. Great jewels. Thing was just beautiful. Just beautiful. By the way, it looks like they're about to pop the declone, man. Make sure you get up into fire up your games and get onto non-ladder North America. These guys looks like they're going to be popping here real soon. That being said, let's pop back over to Stu versus the Track Amp, man. Let's see if Track Amp's made any progress in this. He's been able to figure out the puzzle that is Stu. GG, man. Great duel between the Rayuse and the Thrall. That was cool, man. Double KO in there as well. Metal Grid Amulet for Rayuse. That was epic, man. There it is. We got a declone spawn, baby, just like that. Just like that. All right, then after this, we've got AF50 versus DD, and then Havito PvP versus Jin Shin. We've also got Jin Shin versus, that should be in there somewhere. We've got Nim versus the Jin Shin here somewhere. If Havito and Jin Shin are ready to go, we'll put Nim after the Bonkai versus Coolie. We'll cut them up a little bit in line here. Nimrod versus Jin Shin. Jin Shin ain't replying. Really? No shit. What a dodger. Jim's Shin. That's right. What a dodger. He probably saw he was up against Havito and Nimrod tonight, and he was like, fuck this. Give me an easy match for once. I'm out. I'm out of here. Hell yeah, man. We'll cook something up. We'll cook something up, man. Havito looking for another match. We'll have to figure something out. We'll have to get that going. We'll have to see what's going on here. I gotta clear my mind here with the Bonkai duel. I gotta get that off my chest. I gotta beat down this wannabe Din player. All right, we gotta beat him down. Gotta teach him a lesson. All right, and then it's gonna be easy sailing for the rest of the night. I'll take a spot versus Nim. Put me in, coach. I don't know if we can do that on a title bout. You know, I don't know if we can do it on a title bout.
I don't know if we can do that. Champions spent all week getting ready for, you know how it is. Champions spend all week training. They get in their training camp. You can't just switch the opponent on them like that last minute. Big hits there from Stu. Oh no, I can't do whatever I want. Has to be data-based, man. Has to be data-based. Got to be fair to the champions, you know? They spend all week. I saw Nimrod in the fucking gym lifting the weights, trying to get ready to fucking working out the ATD backups and all of this shit for a Zan. Now you're gonna say, oh yeah, man, no, you should have been doing squats. You know? But plus, Jinshin will kind of have some... He theoretically would have some time to get it done, but I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see what happens. How the fuck you know all this? Dude, I'm telling you, man. We tuned in. We thought we were gonna see you in the fire there. We just saw you in the fucking gym, you know? Stop shielding Nimrod from his ass whooping. He's got one coming. Oh, man. Jinshin he was probably just scared, man. And honestly, that's how Nim does it. He sits by the fire and most of his opponents just get scared. The ominous, the non-verbal stare down, you know what I mean? It scares him away. So maybe that was part of the plan all along, to keep that title. I love that Track Amp is pushing the pressure here now, closing the distance, really looking to kind of get in front of Stu, land possibly some of these Armageddon shots, but most importantly, give himself the opening to get these Kanos, these Fishers. He really needs to land some of those in closer. Stu is just going to slowly pick them apart. It is a very, very tough bout, man. Really, for both players, it really comes down to just how well you balance. How well you balance it, how well you can get in the mind of your opponent, figure out their game plan, and get in front of it, you know? Literally comes down to that. That's about it. And of course, I think the Necro technically has the advantage in this matchup. But you say that, and then you watch Polytheist go up against a Necro, and he's going to flatline nearly all of them, right? You put him up against, you know... We've seen him actually go up against Jess's cousin, and Jess's cousin was really, really good on a Necro. He actually gave him some trouble. But the thing is, that's what Polytheist will dial in on, man. When someone really gives him some trouble, he wants to jam that matchup. He wants to learn it. He wants to get better at it. The next time anybody challenges him on that class, god damn, man, you feel bad for him because he's been practicing against the best of the best. Just how it is. And there it is, man. Stu gets there, pulling it off. Absolute GGs from these guys. He says it was only a matter of time. That was wild, dude. He gets there. Let's see if we can cut over to AF50 versus the DD. And looks like Jinshin might be a little unresponsive. So if we don't get the AF50 and DD going, me and Bonkai gonna throw down. Me and Bonkai about to throw down. I gotta go token my sin and get it ready. I gotta get it ready for this friggin' Din Kai guy. No mercy. No mercy, Dinkai. Nice rep Ami there. That's actually really good, man. These duels can go super long, so it's really important to have rep life on some of your gear. He's got the 20 rep life from Hodo. It looked like 8 or 9 more from that amulet. And yeah, even some from the rings there. You gotta have it. You gotta have it. It's very important. You don't want to get picked apart by that volcano. You want to be able to, if your opponent doesn't close the distance, push the pressure, you want to be able to rep back, man. Rep to full. That's the nature of a real duel. It's just what it is. Let's check in with AF50 here. See if this guy's ready to throw down versus the DD. Do I see him? Do I see him? Do I see him? I don't, but look at this. Look who I do see up in here. Look at this Din Kai guy. Look at him. Look at him with his matching charms. And his All right, let's go beat this guy up, huh? Let's go beat this guy up. All right, we got a token here real quick. We got to make sure that we can wear all of the shit that we need to wear. Probably gonna want something like this. What will be our offhand? We need some rep life, so these runic talons will be on the offhand right here. Probably those runics on the main, and I think that's good. Rep life, bam, we should be good. Fade? This even a little fade pre-buff right here. Whew. Man, oh man, don't we have some other pre-buff claws for the fade? Somewhere, I think our boy hooked us up. Somewhere. Yeah, still. Alright. Well, let's get ready. Let's do this. Let's swap these out. We ain't gonna be going Whirl Girl here today. We actually don't need this. We gotta make some room. These are the actual claws, so we're gonna put this here. There's a nice little fade pre-buff. Let's put these all the way up here. Let's make sure we've got everything we need. Probably just want mana. Yep, there we go. We've got it. Rep life. I don't know. I think we probably just go Shadow Dancers here. We're gonna figure this out. Chaos, we don't need it. Let's token first, right? Let's get this shit going. I should have looked at my skill tree distribution, but whatever, it is what it is. We're gonna need some, we've got just enough strength for this. Wow, that's actually really good. Okay. So we're gonna need some dexterity. We're gonna need a lot of dexterity, I think. It's 115. Holy shit. Make sure I'm not missing any rings here that I should be wearing. Probably need rep life. Lightning res, rep life. What have I got here? I mean, I think what we've got is fine. That's probably a little more fine. But other than that, I think we just jam here. So it's what, 112, 115? It is 115 on the dex. All right, here we go. This on the main. This over here. Now we are a full-fledged traper. We about to trape. We a trape queen. Do we want to go higher strength for dancers? What do we do here? Or do we just go rep life? I feel like we could go rep life in case we get FOH'd down. That would be my thought. I'm not no Sin player, but that's what I'm gonna do. Light res and rep life, man. That's it. Then just jam. Rest of this is Gucci. Rest is Gucci, right? We gooch. Rest is right here. Alright, now how the hell do I build a trapper? Alright, be right there, Bonkai. How do I build a trapper? Llama found 2 tier heals today. Doubt. Press X to doubt. Alright, this should be adequate IAS. We should be there. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I want to go... I need to be a trapper. I need to be the trapper. Feel the trapper. I don't need a Shadow Master points by the looks of this. I probably don't need Venom with this setup. Fade, I actually get from my Claw, so I really don't think I need that either. But maybe I do. Do I put more points into it? We swap off, we don't have it. I'm just gonna throw one into it. Fuck it. Okay. We definitely need to go like this, though. We need to go max this, this, and this.
probably max Mind Blasts, I guess, right? And then max... Or I guess we need to put adequate points into this. I'll get you back when I'm in the States. Alright. Whatever that means. Alright, I'm gonna max Mind Blast here. I think I probably max Fade, but I kind of want to be able to block shit. So I think we put at least a couple of points here. Let's see what this looks like when we do this. Alright, so we swap up. We have one more, gets us... I guess we go weapon block for 57, and then just all the rest into Fade. Pretty sure that's what it is. Do we need Dragon Talon? Probably not using that at all. Let's just Fade. Shadow Warrior. We've got Fade. We're gonna go Fire Blast, and I think we're good, man. I think we're good. Whoo, shit. Alright, Bill. I gotta get me fucking pumped up, alright? I just got to get me pumped up. I need something, okay? You could probably give me some music that I want to see me that mashup that Coolie did there. You got that? He put out a new banger in one of his videos. Do you have the actual track for that? Cuz I heard that and I got stuck on that part of the video. I just couldn't get out of it, man. I just kept replaying it. I say we just jam it. That's it. Yeah, it's that one right there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the Punch-Out theme. Let's fucking go. This is gonna get me fucking fired up. Sorry, I'm going both ears for this one. Woo! Alright. Let's go, baby. Alright. Ready, bro? We in the fucking zone, boys! We gotta rep to full now. Hell yeah, baby! Hell yeah, baby, we in the fucking zone now. Yeah, that's this is a mashup. That Coolie boy did it in one of those videos. He did a whole mashup. You know. He ain't fucking around, dude. That boy can mix fucking music, let me tell you. Old DJ fucking Coolie. Holy cunt, dude, that's fucking good. Sound Serenity Help, he says.
The Order welcomes you.
Here we go, round 2. All right. Rep to full, baby. All right, boys. It's the fucking Punch-Out theme. That's what it is. It's getting me fired right the fuck up, bud. Just spam multi, right? That's what he's gonna do. Just spam the multi. All right. Fucking Din Kai, man. This guy's a savage.
Good duel, man. Holy shit. All right. Just got a 10-10-5 trophy. Holy shit. We need a Widowmaker on this girl.
I can't carry it anymore.
Yeah, that was too low to lose right there. We fucked that one up. Yes. 2-1. Go, bro. That's right, man. Slap a Widowmaker on that thing. GG, man. Holy shit. 3-1, baby. We about to earn those 45s. Let me tell you. We about to earn them 45s. Now that I got those 45 lifers, man, I feel like a real sin. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, Din Kai. I feel like a real sin player now. What do you guys think? What Coolie way better on this sin than you would have ever thought, right? It's those 45 lifers, man. We got Bezo to thank, all right? I feel the sin now. I feel the sin. Hell yeah, brother. He's a sin player now, boys! He's a sin player now!
Yes.
Just too aggro, bro, with that sin. Too fucking aggro, bro. Too fucking karate choppy with that fucking sin. Too karate choppy. I was too busy doing karate chops. Max, I was doing karate chops. If you got claws, you do the karate chops. You know, that's just how it is. Hell yeah. It was that Coolie mix jam right there. Thank you, Bill. You done did it. We fucking killed it on that damn sin now. Holy shit. We got it. Now I feel like that was my officially the first win on a sin right there. I think I pulled it off on every class now. And I feel like I earned those 45s that Vezo so kindly threw our way. Now we feeling like a real sin, man. Holy shit. Hell yeah, Vezo. We earned them, bro. Are you not entertained? Holy shit, we tried, man. We fucking tried. Yeah, Silver Surfer NES. Hold on, we got to remix it first, right? That was some savage Coolie remixing with that. He did an all right job, I gotta say. You know, pat him on the back. Coolie got better charms than me. We ain't fucking around now, Max. We ain't fucking around now. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Ban sins. Wow. Dude, he actually played very well. I was just in the fucking zone, man. I felt like I hadn't earned those 45s yet. I had to put on the sin performance on my life. All right? And I tried to do it. One could say I had matchup advantage as well, but that's beside the point. That's beside the point. The point is, Din Kai, you should have seen all the shit that he was talking this week. He said something like, fucking, can't wait to duel, Coolie. What class how do you want the matchup to go? All that shit he was talking. You see, like, I don't know, something like that. Nah, good duels, man. Good duels, brother. That was wild. Shocked face. Let's not keep these guys waiting, man. I gotta pop over. It looks like maybe. Oh shit. We had a queue. Where's it at? All right, we've got AF50 technically, and DD that we waiting on. Javito still waiting on word from his opponent though. Same thing with Nim and Jinshin. Good duels, brother. Good duels, man. You kicked some ass. You actually did really well. Had me a couple of times, but unfortunately, I think I'm too dumb on the sin where I don't know when I'm in trouble. So I just kind of keep pushing the pressure anyway, and that got me there tonight, I think. So yeah, I think he did well. He got me in trouble a lot of times, but I think I was just too dumb to know what else to do besides just keep laying traps and CT Tullying in between them. You know, that was crazy. But yeah, let's check this out. Technically, we've got a few people in the mix. AF50DD, Javito, and I think, you know what? Perfect opportunity to get Javito another matchup in here. All right, that's what I say. Damn, son. What do we do? Javito, PvP. I say we got to go pop this clone, first of all. We got 2 of them. That's also something we could do and should do, because there could be a perfect Annie waiting for us, and you know we ain't ever too good to turn that down. Squigs and Paulie in 5? Alright, GG, man. That means we've got just enough time to take down this fucking imposter that be trolling games. That's perfect timing, man. When in doubt, there's always a duel with D-Clone that's ready to go down. You know, ready to go down, ready to throw down. Epic PvP showdown. But unfortunately, that Annie really sucked. That was epic, man. I feel bad because I honestly didn't expect that to be so slanted in my favor. Like, you know what I mean? I kind of feel bad because I'm like, I honestly, I talk a lot of shit, but honestly, sometimes it's because I think it's going to be like a back and forth and like pretty epic, or I'll probably lose. So it actually always kind of feels bad when I, like, you know, talk shit like Bankai's this big baddie or whatnot. And then when I win, it kind of feels bad. You know, I expect to lose in that sense. I really expected to lose. I'm actually surprised that I did so well against you, man. Because you are a savage Din player. You're actually really good on that Din. So I'm really surprised. I thought you're gonna be too much for me. I saw those chains, those locks, even in that duel were pretty nasty, dude. Yeah, for sure. I think it is. I think it's actually it is a matchup in my favor, which I usually wouldn't do, but I'm like, I think he's just a better Din than I am a Sin. So yeah, so my bad. Now even the matchup advantage feels odd. It's like, ah, man. But don't let that detract from Bonkai. He actually he's a savage and did incredible in that. That was wild. Yeah, I'm gonna get these guys into another game here too, just in case we got some more clones to pop here. That was wild, man. I got my first Sin win, I believe, now, much like Primo. I'm following suit from Primo here. What happened here? Is this... Oh, this is a fucking normal game. What? Oh. Well, that sucks. Is this a... Alright, well... Well... I guess this game was norm. I'm not a noob, you're a noob. Get out of here with that noobishness. Fucking... Oh, holy shit. Oh, holy shit. Alright. Well, we've got this. Let's pop this guy down here real quick while we wait for Polly and Squigs to get up in here, get to jamming, get to slamming. So I should have mind blasted more. I totally get it. I was looking for it. I honestly noticed that a couple of times when he was low. I was like, I should have been mind blasting here more. It didn't dawn on me for a couple minutes, like before I was like, oh, he's probably backing off because he's low. Like, these things don't click to me when I'm playing a Sin. I could watch someone else play the Sin all day and call it and be like, this guy's low because he's backing off. But when I'm in like Sin mode and I'm like, okay, you gotta be a Sin, what do you do here? He's backing off. I can walk in my traps, but it just didn't dawn on me. It's like, he's backing off because he's low and you can probably mind blast PK. Like, all of these things aren't necessarily second nature to me yet, but hopefully they will be someday. Because now we've got a 6 Sin inventory and I'm looking forward to jamming it, man. Looking forward to getting there, so... We are now a full-fledged Sin, you know? Did this guy actually pop? Let me see here. This might not actually have... This might be one of those fresh new games. I think this one is good, though. I think you just say, fuck the chance he whirlwinds you. Yeah. Boombringer versus Serenity. Add to queue, please. Thanks. Yeah, I say we jam it. Let me kill D-Clone, and I'm going to pop into whoever's ready. We're going to gank this D-Clone right here, and then we're going to pop into whoever is ready. I'm going to get this game up for this guy right here. You're never too rich for a D-Clone. We might have 45 lifers on multiple builds now. But that don't mean we are too good for D-Clone. What do you think we are? What do you think we're too good for killing a couple D-Clones in between rounds here? Who do you take me for? Alright, Serenity versus Boombringer. I'm actually pretty pumped about that, man. That's going to be a challenge for both players, man. For both players. 15-11. God damn, this is rough. Alright, well, back to it. Let's set this guy in her own game. Alright, let's get it up. I'm going to pop in. We've got Polytheist, the Boombringer. No response from the Jin Shin. Sort of a shame. Oh man, look at this. Terror spreading across Sanctuary. And there it is. Polytheist is first in line here. Alright, let's pop into this real quick. Looks like Polytheist versus the Squigs is up first, and then after this, we're going to check out the Boombringer versus Our boy, the Serenity. The Din player, Serenity. He's gonna see if he has what it takes to take down the Doom. Dude, good duels, by the way, Bankai. I feel, like I said, I kind of feel bad because I'm like, I feel like that was pretty lopsided and it feels bad. I gotta play at the peak, right? I was playing the Punch-Out music, so I was in the fucking zone. We ought to ban that. Punch-Out music officially banned for Coooley, because I don't think I've actually ever played better. On stream, anyway. So, we're gonna have to ban Punch-Out music. That's gonna be new. No more Punch-Out music. Punch-Out official banned. No Jin tonight? He wants to do another day off stream? Goddamn PoE2 dodge, right? What is this guy? Those friggin' PoE2 players and fucking dodging their title shots. He wants to do another day off stream. Okay. Okay. Well, tell him this is a championship title bout, and he's got to do it on stream. All right. Ain't no more of this off streaming shit. You tell him you get off that fucking PoE2 and you get your title shot done. All right, I'll tag him in the chat. I'll tag him in the DFC chat.
Greetings.
Alright, I'll let him know. I tagged him. I'll let him know. Yeah, it's a damn title match, alright? We ain't... You fucking get here for that. And that way, because, I mean, we've had title fights happen off stream before, and it's kind of a pain, because then you gotta have someone there to ref them and shit. They're like the highest... Melee might be a little different, but it's like... It might not be either. Like, you know, it's the highest level of competition, so there's always going to be questions or who's doing what, and, you know, it's like, you'd rather just have someone there to check it out, and, that's why we try to do them on stream, because it's like, if someone fucks off in, like, a non-title fight, there's not really a lot on the line anyway, but it's like, having the title switch hands off stream just seems weird. I was actually thinking about that track amp. However, the claws that Vezo hooked me up with had 8 rep life, which I thought would probably be better in that match. Like, just straight trapper play. It's equal damage, but it's like you don't have the lower res, but you have the ability to rep life if need be, which that's most important, I think. I've been looking for some claws like that. So he had like faster hit recovery on those along with rep life, and I was like, oh shit, man, here we go. Yeah, dude, honestly, archery noob, I'm like, I was slowly putting one together, but after that claw dono and the charm dono from Vezo, it's like, okay, well, that's a huge hurdle right there. That's now just not in the way. You can still kind of put one together on a budget with charms. Like, you could get 40 lifers, which are actually pretty cheap. And, you know, 40 lifers plus, you know, you could go Plague offhand. And you are going to need some sort of Trap Claw. Like, you need something. But you could just go... I guess you could do dual Plague if you get real creative. I don't know. I don't think that'll work, actually. Depending on the matchup, you could pull it off. But, yeah, you need some sort of claw that has 40 IAS on it. You drop a jewel in there. I guess you could just get a regular you could get a regular 3-socketed claw and just put a couple of shales in it, like 3 shales in it, if you really wanted to go budget. Believe it or not, Maddie actually did that for a very long time. Maddie actually had a really shit claw like that for the longest time. He's one of the best trap sim players I know. Yeah, streamer prices make it even cheaper. Vezzo's the man, dude. I can't even believe that. Like, literally. Man, oh man. It was a dream just to get it on my Din, and now to have it on the Sin and the Druid, I am not worthy, you know? Yeah, I appreciate that, Vezzo. I keep Neck, Druid, the 2 chars I like, and, like the most, and the rest I gave you. Bro, that's awesome. That's friggin' awesome, man. I'm so pumped about that. It's so wild. I'm taking 45 lifer donations too, just FYI. Hell yeah, man. It's crazy. Yeah. Like, it feels awesome, especially like on this new trading binge that I've been on. It's just like I'm constantly trading, right? And, I'm doing that to try to upgrade the inventories to make, like, you know, I now have a level 99 of every class, which is one of my original goals. But then the next goal is to actually deck out and have, like, perfect, if not close to perfect gear on every character so that I can actually play these classes at the highest level and really grow, you know, in PvP. Like, actually get good in PvP. So, I think I have the skills where I'm better than most. But still, when it comes to the top of the top in the DFC, it's like I always fall short. You stick me in a pub game, dude, we'll trash most people, and it'll look like I'm an absolute god dueling, but that's only just because, really, much like a lot of you guys, we just do it every week, you know? We do some GM dueling every week in a fairly competitive division. And it's like, when you get enough practice in, it's just like most of the pub dwellers that don't really do anything like that, you'll probably just trash on them. That's true, Chris. It's very true. Needs a pool boy. That's right, man. We need a pool boy. Me and GDA are in the queue. All right, yeah, bro. We'll get you right in after this. We'll get you. How about this? I know you're usually on a time limit. Here's what we can do. This might be a long duel. After the first round here, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna pop in and check out the Jagger fight. How's that sound? Well, look at that, brother. Look at that. Jagger and GDA. I also know that GDA's over in Europe, so you know, it's pretty late for him over there. So we're gonna, after this round, we're gonna pop in and just we're gonna start that up. We might blink back to this real quick, but we'll start it up after this. If y'all are ready, get to jamming, man. Let's get to jamming. Let's get to slamming. But this right here, it looks like these guys have started it up, and this is title bout of the evening in HLD, baby. This is what it is. Playing that intro, Bill. I don't think this duel will be done in that time. In this corner, we've got reigning, defending, dominant DFC HLD champion, Polytheist, on his namesake, the build that made him famous, the Shaman Druid. This guy has been jamming this build ever since the days of LOD, since before the buffs in D2R, since before all the new items, before the flickering flames, and certainly before the new mechanics. This guy knows the ins and outs of every matchup. And most importantly, he's played them all to a tireless degree. When he loses, this guy loves it. If you ever see him dueling in a pub and he loses to someone, he will duel that guy over and over. He loves it because he learns something. That is a type of evolutionary dueler that Polytheist is. And it shows in every match that he has at the top. He always comes in so competitive with a game plan, ready to rock, ready to roll, and is able to take out players on builds that you would have never expected. That is the prowess that Polytheist has on the Shaman Druid. Yeah, Shockwave as well back in LOD. That shit was crazy. Paulie was fucking around on that. He's always been jamming these sort of off-meta Druid builds. And really, thanks to him and the progress that he's made on this Druid, one could argue that this is now the S-tier Druid build. Paulie has done way more on this class than any other DFC dueler has ever done that was a Druid main. And it's really commendable. It's really a remarkable thing when you think about it. And to see that and to see Paulie Thea show up every week like this just to defend his title against savages like Alucard, aka the Squigs, the Alaskan hero. To see him put it all on the line and to play like he does against people like him is crazy. And speak of the devil, the Alaskan hero, big shots from this guy, and Paulie is in trouble. This guy also came up the ranks of the DFC. Squigs started out, met Primo in a pub game, and the rest was history. Here he is at the top of the ranks, constantly knocking on the door of this title and constantly growing, learning as a dueler, never assuming that he's done and that his journey is over. This guy is always picking up new tricks and really looking to improve his PvP game at every turn. He never stops learning, man, and that's literally what it has to be about, right? You've got other people playing on that level as well, and you gotta live up to it. You gotta meet them where they're at. You're never gonna master PvP. You gotta put the time in. You can't let your ego get in the way, and certainly Squigs is such a great example of that. Every time this guy comes knocking on the door, he was great the first time. He was phenomenal the second. Incredible the next time that they met, and this time, this guy might be unstoppable. He's off to an incredible start so far in the first round. Big damage against Polytheist, and he's looking to try to crown himself, get his first DFC title under his belt. Yep, more sick Coolie beats. Play him. We can't play the Punch-Out theme. It's like a drug, man. It just gets them fucking fired up. You'll start seeing one of these guys just dial right in. Yeah, Serenity was just in here, man. He was just he just said put you guys in the queue for next. So this is what we're gonna do after this round. We're gonna pop in, check out Jagger, but after this fight, after the title bout here, y'all are up, man. Doom versus the Serenity. And did we set this as FT3 right here? I thought we did. Let me check the announcements just to see. Just want to make sure. Usually these matches can go pretty long, so yeah, FT3 is what we set this as, because Necro versus Shaman Druid can go quite long. You know, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. People play the way that they need to in the matchup, and especially at the highest tier, the highest level like this, it gets pretty wild, man. Big shots there. Nice up boulder from Polytheist. That one landed. That one landed big. Hard to tell exactly what Squigs' life total is, unless, of course, we just pop over to Squigs' point of view here. Is he streaming it? Oh, he's not, unfortunately. That's too bad. He might be on a ping issue or something. I don't know. Both of these guys are west, so. Yeah, waiting on him. Just PM me back if he can check my game. I cleared it and everything because I wasn't sure. He didn't reply. Well, all right. Theoretically, Din gets the ping advantage. So if he's made a map, he'll get the ping advantage. If there's a ping issue. There might not be a big ping issue. Like, you guys might actually play in this ping is fine, but if at all ping is really bad for one player, try to compromise it. Maybe if you guys can get a central game or something. There might be one of those up, but if it's like an unplayable thing, just give the Din the ping advantage. My internet is shit everywhere. All right, yeah, just keep me posted. It should actually be pretty good between you two, I think. It should be, but if it's not, if one of y'all's got like 100+ ping pretty consistently, just let me know. We'll try to consolidate here. Yeah, Spectrum is bad, dude. I was so pumped when Fidium came out, started competing with those hoes, man. Those fucking monopolizing hoes. I love seeing it. Yeah, he's east, so Doom should be fine. Doom should be fine, right? Doom is like, he's East Coast in the South. That's what it is. Yeah, it really is, man. Now they just need to take down the power companies and come out with a whole new power distribution grid, and then a lot of the world's problems, well, a lot of America's problems will be fixed. But unfortunately, people are really stupid on a state level. We actually had a vote in Maine to do exactly that. Like, I don't know why the state doesn't just take the power grid from a monopoly. Like, I thought they had the power to do that. But, like, there's a monopoly in Maine called CMP, Central Maine Power, and they monopolize the entire power grid. Like, you can't distribute power in Maine without paying these guys. It's like it's a monopoly. So they had this vote to like make it so that it wasn't a monopoly. Essentially, that they would essentially have to relinquish the rights to you know, their distribution system to the government. Yes, do it, right? They're a monopoly. This should be what's happening anyway. Mainers fucking voted it down because they're all retarded. And then literally some of the same people that were all fired up about state, give them state shit. They were like literally complaining the next week about their power bill. It was fucking hilarious. I was like, you guys are, it's hard. This world, we're not going to get any better. I've just come to that conclusion. Like, we're, the political state of the union for the US is just bad. We're just all retards. We're at both sides. We're all retards. We're never gonna see it each other's way. We're never gonna get anything done. That's the part we're in. The world is laughing at us. Like, it's bad. It's bad. We need an Elon Musk party, but not with Elon Musk. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I hope we figure it out. Yeah, it's bad. Clayton Bigsby. That's who we need to vote for, Clayton Bigsby. Get him up in here. That needs to be the new president. We step ever so closer all the time to Idiocracy, the movie. Every year we get one small step closer. Eventually it could be there. Gary Busey would clean things up, right? Dude, after the last few years of politicians, this is what I say. I just want an actual competent politician to be the president. Call me crazy. I just want like a competent politician. Just put one of those in there. Wild idea. But how about two of them that we can vote on? Yeah, two competent politicians. Sign me up. None of them PvP, that's the issue. Right, yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know if I could trust a president that hadn't done some PvP in Diablo 2. So, there is that. Yeah, what we really need to do is just shut down this, I forget the name of it, but it's responsible for picking the candidates prior and, like, essentially approving the candidates prior before they go onto the ballot. There's a name for that. Like, it's like the DNC, Democratic National Convention. There's that. Shut those fuckers down. And there's the same thing that exists on the other side, Republican National Convention. Shut those fuckers down. Just have, like, two people that know what they're fucking doing, and people vote. Like, that's it. Yeah. Competent politician, right? Yeah, exactly. By that, I mean one that isn't fucking brain dead. Like, one that's not a walking fucking NPC. How about that? Like, it's really not that much to ask, alright? I don't even care what party. Just let, you know, have a working brain and just don't maybe be a celebrity or something. Like, just be I want someone that's been in the ditches of being a politician, representing people, doing the right thing. Yeah. I vote NYC Maxim. Yeah, FT5. One comes out president. That's it. That's how America needs to elect their president. You get your politicians up in here, and then I want you guys in the blood more. FT5. You know, no time limit. And whoever comes out on top, you are the new president of the United States. Be the change you want to see, exactly. I want to see an FT5 presidency debate. Yeah, super PACs gotta go. Get them out of here. They need to overturn Citizens United in America. It's the stupidest decision the Supreme Court's ever made. It was made during the Obama administration, but it needs to go. They need to overturn that shit. Basically allows anonymous campaign donations. You used to know who's behind your candidate, but now you don't. It's like it's all anonymous. Yeah. America's got a pretty fucked up system, not gonna lie. There's a lot that just behind the scenes that's just fucked up with it. Not the shit that people talk about in politics all the time. It's just the shit behind the scenes that's pretty fucked up. Right? Like, love Bernie Sanders or not, he actually got shafted and should have been the pick. Like, whether or not you like him, it doesn't matter. He, like, got voted to be, like, the DNC pick, and they just snubbed him, because I guess they can do that. They can just accept money from, like, these super PACs and shit, and just say, nah, never mind. I know y'all voted for him to be, like, the person to run, but we're gonna go with Hillary. Like, she didn't win it at all. Like, that's... You know what I mean? Like, you don't really have a fair electoral system in America. That's how it is. And here, most of us are splitting hairs about small issues. It's like, let's talk about the big things, and then we can get down into the gritty, right? Yeah, rigged, dude, hardcore. Yeah, monopolies, big companies, all of this shit. We're gonna turn into, what's the name for like a country where that, like a government that's run by big business? Like, that's what it's gonna turn into. That's a good point, Muchez. It's 0-0. 0-0. We've got Squigs that had a big lead early on. However, Polytheist is rep to full, not to full here, but he's rep back a lot. And Alucard, aka Squigs, has failed to really capitalize on any more damage like that, because Polytheist does a great job of staying on the outside and just hitting you with that chip damage, right? A lot of times what a Necro is going to try to do here is fire off a train of Bone Spirits, trap you in it as you come in, maybe hit you with some spears, right? And you can see Squigs trying to set that up here. But what Polytheist is good at is, first of all, approaching from angles that you didn't expect, right? Like, he'll read kind of where you're going, where your spirit trains might be. Like, look at that. Riding up that wall right there. That was definitely not where those spirit trains were. Squigs was forced to switch his position and run away. And a lot of times in those exchanges, what Polytheist will do is catch you on the way out with a fissure or a volcano or something. And that chip damage over time is really going to add up. And the more that he's able to dodge your trains and your setups like that, the more life he reps back, especially in the early part when he catches some big damage early. And that's when it really just starts to add up. That's where eventually, if you're the Necro player here, if you're Squigs, you're going to realize, like, oh shit. Like, if this keeps up, he's gonna win the round, right? Like, he's gonna get there. And then the question becomes, what do you do in response? That is where a lot of Necros have fallen short versus Polytheist. But one of the players that posed a huge threat to Polytheist, at least in practice, it's not to say that he couldn't adapt to it in a real duel, right? However, Jess's cousin, okay, I remember watching one of Poly's streams, and he was having trouble with Jess's cousin on a fucking Necro. And one of the things that he pointed out that was really frustrating for him was the fact that Jess's cousin knew when to push the pressure and when to back off. Like, there are times when Polytheist is weak. I don't actually know them. We haven't seen Polytheist get punished a lot by Necros in the DFC. So we may not really know yet when the weakest moment is, but at least in those duels, it seemed to be in these close quarters combat exchanges where Polytheist is kind of looking for a name lock. And in that moment, it seems as though that's where Jess's cousin was just turning the tides on him. You know, locking him with some spears, locking onto him, following up as Polytheus tried to escape, and then backing off, right? You land the spear, you win the exchange, and you back out. That was it, right? That's it. Jordan, that's who it is. That's the name I was trying to remember. He's top tier for sure. Yep, that's exactly who it is. As soon as you said the name, I was trying to remember his name. But it's Jess's cousin. Allegedly, Jess's cousin, right? Yeah. He's insane. He's really good. So if he really is Jess's cousin, was really trained by the toe shank himself, man, he's got himself a good coach. Telling him all the secrets and all of this, showing him firsthand, you know? Most dominant Necro performance I recall versus Poly was Punch. You might actually be right about that. I think that was actually the duel right there that made me think that possibly Necros were a tough matchup for Poly. However, it just seems to be that a lot of the other Necro matches have kind of turned into this very long, grindy duel where Polytheist eventually wins. And he's so successful in turning matches into that. And I think you really do have to have that sort of you have to have that punch bone in you, right? Like you've got to be able to like aggro the shit out of somebody, chain lock them and push so much fucking pressure when they're just in a bad spot where they don't want you to do that. And I think if you do have those skills on a Necro, you could really punish Polytheist, especially with 20 Spirit, right? Which is what some rule sets don't allow, but DFC completely cool, right? Those spears are gonna hurt, man. And Polytheist doesn't necessarily have like a wind druid life total. Like he's got, you know, as you can see here with Oak, 5.5k life. Juice under 6k. He's probably good for 2, maybe 3 spears, right? Maybe 3. If you blast that Oak, it's almost certainly 2, right? If the first spear blows out the Oak, it's almost certainly 2 spears. Maybe 3 with some bad rolls, right? John was S tier with SVS back in the day? Didn't know that, dude. We used White's Aussie rings. Oh yeah, man, I had those too back in the day. I used to piss my friend off with Aussie rings. He had this level 80 sorceress and mine was level 29 and it just kept like fucking him up because I had my Aussie rings, man. Yeah, 100%. I think you really have to take risks in this matchup in particular. One might think that you know, backing off and throwing the spears and the spirits will get you there. And honestly, the way that Poly plays will kind of kite you into thinking that way. And what I mean by that is, you see it right here. When he was full life in the beginning, you saw him kind of closing the distance, pushing the pressure, right? He gets you in this mentality where you think that in this matchup, he will be the aggressor and come to you. But then he'll eat some spirits and spears and he will back off and he will play the way that he really intends to play, right? Which is kind of right at the edge of your screen, dropping these random Kanos and Fishers on you. But really, this is all, I call it the long con of Poly when he plays like that, right? It's like he's actually trying to trick you into playing in a less favorable play style by pretending essentially that he's the aggressor. But when you get him in trouble, he will back off and he will make you pay for it over time. And then through repeatedly doing that over a long duel, you'll continue to back off. And you notice it right now. He reps back a little bit of life and boom, closes that distance. And that right there, that exchange is gonna now make Squigs think that he's doing the right thing. Right? But really, now Poly is going to back off until he reps some life, and he's going to try to ping him from the outside, which is exactly how he wants this duel to go. And since Squigs has seen some success backing off and waiting for it, he'll continue to do that. Maybe. Or maybe he'll see through it. He'll go looking for that spear, you know what I mean? Go trying to catch Poly off guard. He can't go willy-nilly out there and get all too aggro. He kind of still has to wait for his opportunity, wait for Poly to come in, show him where he's been so he doesn't end up teleporting inside of his residual Armageddons. But when he gives him that opportunity, that's when Squigs can go for it. But Poly is trying to play in a way that gets him to back off and kind of accept Poly as the aggressor, right? It's a very interesting, it's the long con of his playstyle. He's so good at it. And the thing is, the longer the duel goes and the more he beats you down like that, the more you feel trapped in that playstyle. It's a really, Paulie is the king at getting in the mind of his opponents. And just when you think you have the answer and you can do it, he'll show you, he'll beat you down, right? Just when you think you can get in and get aggro, he'll do something that makes you feel like, shit, I don't ever want to do that again. He'll hit you with a big up boulder or something, right? Like he's ready for it. So you really gotta be able to read Paulie in those moments. He's a very, very unique dueler. Yeah, exactly. Paulie is notorious for the up boulder too. Like, especially when you start getting hyper aggressive, Paulie can read. He can read when you've got him locked. Look at this. Like right there, he was kind of backing off a little bit, setting up for an up boulder, but then he noticed that he teleported a little too far and broke the lock, so he didn't throw it. Right? Like, he's trying to bait Squigs into those big up boulders. That was some nice aggression there from Squigs. That was actually a very nice stomp. He needs to do that, land a big spear, and I think this could be over. He keeps that up, possibly even chaining, like telly chaining Paulie. Here's the thing with the telly chain. If you telly chain Paulie, that bear might come after you and knock you out of it. But you got to take that risk, right? You got to take that risk, especially when he's on the back pedal. And you know, because if you do, you could catch him with one of those spears. You want to watch out for the up boulder. That's really the only thing you're worried about in the telly chains. Yeah, wolves are banned versus necros, period, on the druid. Teeth, not necessarily banned versus the druid in all cases, but in all cases, wolves are banned versus the necro. They just, I mean, the only source of aggro that the necro has at that point really is spear, but wolves just makes it so they don't really have that. Oh yeah, you can definitely tell that. Pavian has a good point. If you've ever checked out Polytheist's streams, and if you're not subscribed to him so that you can see that on YouTube, I would highly check it out. It's just YouTube/@Polytheist. And dude, this guy streams a lot, and you can see into the mind of the best druid player in the world. And he gets fucking dialed in, man. Gets zoned right in on the duels. This guy, man, goes on in a whole different planet. Yeah, we at one point, really out of frustration, I should have never done this, but we just brought it back to full wolves versus necro and teeth versus all druids. And then eventually we dialed it back and actually restricted it a little bit more for the druids. Mainly because we were allowing fire druids essentially to kind of have some exceptions. At first it was with fire resists, your opponent's fire resists. We were kind of allowing them to have an exception there. Then we noticed that was a bad thing. And the same could be said about the wolves. So the second time when it came back, it was actually a little more restrictive, and made it so that even fire druids can't go 5 wolves. But it really doesn't affect Paulie that much, honestly. He usually chooses bear anyway. But I'm sure for this matchup, if he was in trouble and given the option, he'd probably go 5 wolves. Just because it guarantees really that you're not going to get speared randomly. Yeah, true. We need some more pots up in here, man. Make sure these guys got a pool going. Appreciate that. Pavian up in there? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thanks, Trackam. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, wolves in D2R are very interesting. You know, they have a little bit more life, and just for whatever reason, just seem to block a ton more shots than they ever did. You know, it's... People can also put points into the synergies, buffing their life totals even more. And if you have a 99 druid, you actually have a few extra points to do that. You know, so it's... Well, not probably on a shaman druid, but certainly on a windy. And you still can do that, you know, versus like a Hammerdin or something. It's probably not going to matter as much versus them, but Oh, that sucks, Misfit. Me and GDA duking it out. All right, man, we'll cut over now. Epic duel between these guys. Let's cut over to Jagger versus the GDA Master. Thanks for the heads up, man. Yeah, this one's going to be a real duel. We're still in round 1 with those guys right there, man. Round 1. It is crazy. That I told you, that's a long-ass bout, man. It's a long-ass bout. After this, we might even be able to get Doom versus Serenity in there. Start up both at the same. We might even be able to get him in. That is a FT3 match. As I said, those ones go long. Look at those big hits from Jagger, man. That shit is wild. Big hits from Jagger, and down goes GDA, but GDA got some big hits in there as well. Back and forth, it's now 2-4 in favor of Jagger. Squigs took round 1? What? Oh, man, that's big for him. That's big, man. Especially in a long, grindy round like that. Wow, that's impressive. And now 3-4, still in favor of Jagger. Wow, dude, that's huge. Squigs took round 1. Thanks for the update on that, man. I appreciate it. Sometimes you never know when the round's gonna end, you know? I miss more DFC, but get more hunting time. Hey, look, man. Look, we'll always be here, bro. I should say, I'll be here as long as I can be, you know? Hey, what's up, dude? They're going pretty good right now, man. We're kind of watching 2 at once. We've got Squigs on the Necro versus Polytheus the Champ on the Shaman Druid. And right now, we're checking out Jagger Swagger, one of the most decked-out savage melee players, going up against GDA Master, a.k.a. Ariat Summit on YouTube. This guy, really, really savvy in the PvP community. I love seeing me some content creators like that. Always love this guy's content, but he also pops into the DFC and throws down, and we've seen him in just about every format, I think. And this guy's a savage, going up against 17, a.k.a. the Jagger Swagger. And that is a melee match. These guys throwing down toe-to-toe, click and hold, roll those digital dice. That's what's happening here. Big hits for GDA. Holy shit, and a huge comeback for Jagger. This is wild, man. Yeah, exactly, man. So good to see the Duke. That boy, that's the original Din right there. The original DFC Din. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. We thought that was going to be a big comeback for Jagger, but GDA ekes it right out. Got some big damage in the first part of that round. Jagger praying to those RNG gods with the in-game chat there, yelling out, help! And it almost got him there. Looks like he has a nice F small crescent that he's swinging. And GDA Master going in on the Din here. Hard telling what this guy's got, but he certainly has, I believe that is a magic sacred armor. E-rep 2 sockets, godly. Close round, could go either way. And there it is, Jagger gets there, now advancing to 6-5, 6-4 in this. Oh, we'll see the score here in a sec. This is epic, man. 5-7, that's what it is. 5-7 in favor of Jagger. Actually very close back and forth here. Holy shit. Another close round there, but Jagger pulls it out. Let's pop over to GDA Master's point of view. Check this Din play out from his side. Yeah, pretty much. Besides, other than setup and theory crafting, there's, as far as like technical gameplay, there's not much. You know, it's usually there. I say that, but right now there's actually some big debate in the community. I won't say anything because more testing is needed. But actually, no, fuck it. You guys can know. Maybe you'll test it. Apparently, there's something going on in the Melee community right now that involves the toggling run-walk. And I think it might be a rumor. I don't think there's any truth to it, but who knows? And if you time it frame perfectly, you win duels or something. I don't know. Sounds like a whole bunch of RNG to me, and more testing needed. However, that is definitely out there. But that's an oddity. That usually doesn't happen. Usually the spirit of Melee is just to theorycraft, build your character, try to, you know, design something that's going to take your opponent out, and then bring it to the arena, bring it to the battlefield, right? So it's a different form of dueling here. It looks like that's it for these guys. I believe Jagger Swagger comes out on top there with pretty dominant victory. This guy just showing what it's all about. Showing that absolute sexified din right there with that red armor, E-Rep, Godly, 2 sockets. And it looks like that's exactly what, that magic armor, that magic sacred armor, I think that's exactly what GDA had. Yeah, look at this thing, man. 10 strength on the base, 41 life on the base for that too. That is a gorgeous melee armor. But yeah, there it is. This is actually really good armor right here. Not a lot of people know that. Magic Sacred Armor. Ethereal repairs itself with the Godly mod on it. Take that to Larza, get 2 sockets, and that thing is expensive. Right? That thing's worth a lot. Yeah, that was an epic bout, man. Very, very good between these guys. And there it is. The small crescent. 40-15 and a low rune in it. Love the setup, man. Epic bout and very close between these guys. GDA was off to a great start, but... man, oh man. Jagger Swagger gets there. What an absolute legend. He goes, next time I get a better diadem. I'm in the same boat, man. I need myself a 2-pally Vizzo. Ah, man, melee is hard. Tracking down items for melee is hard, I should say. It's crazy. But yeah, so apparently the glitch is that there's a way to toggle run walk when your paladin swings, like right as he swings above his head. There's a way to toggle run walk that has allegedly led to some pretty one-sided victories in melee. You know, of course, these were in competitive competitions, but the gear probably wasn't equal. RNG could have had a big role in it, but some of the victories have been pretty large shutouts, which would suggest that RNG didn't play as much of a role. But again, I don't know how credible the sources are. I don't know. I haven't seen any videos about this. I don't know anything about the coding behind it. I would love to see somebody break that down to show exactly what happens when you swap between walk or run in combat while not moving. And like, if it has any sort of even temporary swap or check for something. We don't know any of this, but allegedly that is something in the community right now that's being investigated. I'm not sure if it's guarantee hits or if it's that you're just harder to hit, but allegedly something happens when you do that. If you're toggling run walk back and forth, like, or on or off, who really knows? There wasn't really an in-depth explanation in the source that it came from, but some sort of run walk toggle when your paladin has his weapon up like this, and there's like a frame perfect toggle that will do something beneficial for melee, whether it's make you harder to hit, make your hits hit more, who knows what it does. But allegedly there is something out there right now that's being investigated, but I can't conceptualize what that would do. Yeah. Essentially, it causes the hit check calculation to reset every time the user toggles run at the right timing. No shit. So can you do it in between Zeals and re-trigger the hit check calculation? Is that what it is? Guarantees a block, maybe? Something in game code says if walk toggle on X frame equals block. Yeah, who knows? I would love to see the coding behind it. Like, what exactly the coding says about run walk toggle in combat while not moving. Or if there's, you know, it would probably have to be broken down individually. Run walk, what that actually does in combat, what checks and things happen when that's toggled on and off, and then combine it with when target's not moving or when in combat or whatnot. Yeah. I honestly wonder. like, probably if we could actually figure out the timing of it, it might be. It might be. Yeah, like, especially versus targets that have higher defense and essentially you're trying to melee them, right? But usually you wouldn't be telezealing those types of targets, you'd probably just be smiting them. Right, right. I would figure as well, Max, but more testing needed. I don't know if I necessarily believe what I've heard, but I have an open mind to it. I know some people are testing it. I would love to actually dive in and test it too. I think I have a couple of ways that I'm thinking about testing it, trying things, you know, even some single player things that we might be able to do that will allow us to pause buffer and check frames and shit. We'll see. Isn't exactly difficult. Yeah, I mean, true, especially if you're just kind of sitting there and clicking and holding, it's probably even more of an opportunity, especially when you have multiple opportunities to try to get it frame perfect very quickly. Bill had been melted the fuck down with run toggle, no shit. Yeah, I mean, would love to learn more about it and, you know, respond accordingly. I hope there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing really makes sense about it to me, but I've seen weirder shit. We've seen weirder shit in D2, right? We've seen a lot of weird shit, so it's possible. But yeah, I've heard some shit. I've heard some shit, especially with some people in other discords that you dueled, Jagger. I'd heard some shit, and I was like, wow, okay, interesting. And here's what I wonder, is if there's some other shit going on that they're just saying it's a run walk toggle. Right? Like, what if there's a mod that just rechecks hit calculations and you can just send a packet repetitively to recheck hit calculations or some shit, and they're just doing that and calling it run walk. That was my thought initially. Like, that honestly seems more likely the case. Unless it's subframe perfect timing, that could be difficult. Well, subframes would have to deal with character positioning, which I guess could be a thing. Maybe? That could be a thing. Because your character can actually come out of position sometimes randomly. I think your screen is still focused on them always, but they like walk out weirdly. Even in melee, like they'll take a step forward or something and they were already in range swinging. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, we've seen weirder shit, and it definitely happens in other video games. Yeah, exactly. Or a mod telling to ignore every X number of misframes, right? Yeah, because I mean, you gotta figure, you're basically, it's packets, which is why in the old D2 LOD, and I would be very surprised if this was different, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm about 90% on this. In the old LOD, the run walk toggle was client side. That was not a server side thing, that was client side. So we're talking about packets being sent with the run walk toggle, which is why immediately it didn't make any sense in my mind. I'm like, and how I know run walk was client side is because I would crash servers all the time, and you could swap back and forth between run and walk while the server was actively crashing. So it was like, it was clearly a client side thing. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. Yeah, we'll get in there. We'll get in there to some Doom versus Serenity. Let's check it out, man. Y'all jamming right now? I'll say we check it out. This is gonna be a long, real duel right here. We might have time for another in between. Yeah, let's jam it. So far, you saw in that round, Paulie being a lot more patient, right? Picking his shots. He's gonna force Squigs to get on that game plan and pushing the aggro a little bit. And that could be dangerous for Squigs, right? Squigs is still kind of not convinced that he should. He's still keeping his mid-range, trying to land those spirits, trying to land those spears. And this is a long mind game, I think, between the two of them. But so far, Squigs is in the lead. Yeah, he's locked the fuck in, man. Squigs knows enough to know that if Paulie wants to play that game, he's gonna make Paulie force him to play that game. Okay, if that's the game you want to play, you better deal some real damage. You better deal some real damage from your mid-range. Otherwise, I've been piecing you up with these spears and spirits when you come in. So why do I need to go chase you? Right? So it's a very interesting mind game between these guys. They're going to be forcing each other to kind of play in a way that's beneficial for one or the other. And man, it is a battle of the wits out there. All right, and this right here is Serenity versus Doombringer. Doombringer, the legendary cold sorceress, is back. And he's got himself one hell of a contender tonight in Serenity. Arguably the top din in the DFC. This guy is an absolute savage. And, certainly Doombringer will have to be on his toes here to prevent the locks, to thwart the aggro of such a savage din player. The one that is Serenity. And Doombringer is so savage on this sorceress, man. Not only does he know the matchups, not only does he know all of the ins and outs about this, but this guy is so quick. This guy is so quick. He knows the matchup, he knows his setup, and he's gonna pile drive you if you make a mistake, dude. It's just how it is. It's just how it is, man. That's how he rolls. He ain't fecking around. And the holy power of the din, the FOH raining down on the Doombringer, but Doombringer gets there with some big blizzes. Look at this, barely even touched by Serenity there. Serenity now noticing the absolute villain that he is up against in this Cold Sork player. This is the guy in inspiration to many Cold Sork players out there. Doombringer is a savage. He's going to put Serenity to the test like he hasn't been tested in a while versus any other Sorceress players. Sorry, Santiana, but you just can't test him in the way that Doombringer can. Hell yeah, man. So far, Doombringer, some big damage in this round. Serenity being patient, backing off a little bit. He might be trying not to go and chase here. He's going to be looking for Doombringer to come in and just patiently grab that name lock, not go chasing that aggro, because that is basically how Doombringer is just kiting him into these vicious blizzards. Big FOH from the outside. That's actually wearing Doombringer down a little bit. He might have not really stacked up a lot of lightning resist here, or, he could be kind of light on it, because he's hoping that Oak Sage is going to save him from a lot of these hits. And he could be right. He's hoping that if the Din kind of sits on the outside and throws that FOH, that he might be able to land a Blizzard. But Serenity is very quick, and if he can continue to wear him down with this FOH, that may force Doombringer to come looking for some trouble. And it looks like that's what Serenity's doing now. And there it is. You can see how much that FOH is paying off. Serenity noticing it now. That's what I would have guessed, is that Doombringer went a little light. He went a little light on that preparation for FOH. That lightning resist is a little light, and you can tell, man. Beautiful chain there from Serenity. Oh my god, dude. So much pressure from this guy, and somehow Doombringer gets out of there. Doombringer escapes the absolute savage aggression of Serenity. Hell yeah, man. It is definitely a very tough matchup for the Din. Oh my god, what was that? I saw it. I saw it. He totally had that. Those were some beautiful smites. He totally had that. I don't know why he got stuck there. That was crazy. That was some perfect time in there. And apparently Doom, this guy knows what's up. He knew what was going on there. He stood his ground. He didn't run. He threw those ice blasts, and that's probably what he caught him with. Probably on Doom's screen, I'm sure Serenity got caught with one of those ice blasts coming in and got stunned. That's probably what happened. And he just didn't panic, just stayed right there. He's like, yeah, I'm low, let's go, baby. Yeah, I would assume that's probably what it was, but it just didn't appear that way on Serenity's screen. He re-telly locked instead of holding the smite. Rip. Oh, damn. He's cold-blooded. That's right. That's right. Play the jam, man. Might be too late for the replay now, but you're totally right. That could be it. He might have been holding down teleport, hoping or anticipating that Doom was going to run away. That totally makes sense. I was like, because he has this. He's so close. I was like, he's literally right on top of him. Looked like he was smiting, though, but yeah, you could be right. The devs need to make it so that fucking cold mastery just works differently. That's really what they had a big opportunity to do that with Sunder Charms, and they just didn't. But yeah, dude. Serenity's being way more patient in this round. He's being way more patient in this round. But he will push that aggro when you give him the opportunity, right? He's waiting for Doom to come in. Just waiting for Doom to come in. Throwing that FOH from the outside, I actually like that. He actually saw big damage that first round from just FOH from the outside. When Doom was really low at the end of that round, he was probably like 25-30%. That was practically all from FOH. All of this damage right here, all from FOH. It's kind of crazy. I think he thought Doom was gonna skedaddle and got hit with some oopsie doopsie. Yeah, pretty much. He saw the chains and got smart to it. Oh, for sure. That's the thing, dude. Doom ain't scared of that shit. Like, he literally, he kind of just feels you out, and he's like, okay, you can chain lock. All right, cool. And he'll try to play off of that, like that blizzard right there. He's kind of baiting Serenity into getting aggressive, looking for those locks. And man, he's going to hit you with these weird angles with Blizz. Yeah, Serenity is so nasty on Paladin, man. It's a very good match. Taking that mana shrine. Jam it, dude. Shrines allowed in the DFC as long as they don't give a significant advantage in the duel. And mana is free. Mana is free, man. You take those. Yeah, I gotta say, man. Lilith, aka the Doombringer. This guy is notorious. He was the OG Cold Sork, man. He was the OG Boogeyman Cold Sork of the DFC, and he is back. 2 weeks in a row we've seen this guy just tear it up. And this guy ain't had an easy night, man. He's got an incredibly difficult night against Serenity here tonight. But as you can see how he works this duel here. You can see his angle. You can see how he approaches. It's fucking wild, man. Yeah. He's good. He's good. He is a seasoned Sork player. I think this guy had a decked out Sorceress, like, far before that sort of thing was cool, right? Like, far before it was as easy as it is now to get gear. This guy was just like, he made the investments, you know what I mean? Like, this guy knew he was going to be on a cold Sork in D2R. He knew it. Pushing the pressure there while that battle orders is up. And as they say, defend yourself at all times. That's what it's all about. Protect yourself at all times, boys. Even if you're getting in there doing some battle orders. Protect yourself at all times. A little scummy from Doom, one might say. But this show is all about violence. Nice lock there from Serenity. That was beautiful, and he wisely didn't get too greedy with it. He missed a couple of times, didn't get too greedy. Oh my god, huge hits! And down goes Doombringer. Very nicely done from Serenity. That was huge, man. Nice catch there. And that's what I mean. See, even Doom is saying he went right in for the Ice Blast here. He didn't give a fuck. He saw Serenity closing the distance, and he knew he was probably Ice Blast BK too. Doom ain't scared, man. He gets in there, he throws down at that close range. He ain't gonna go looking for trouble, but man, when you come in trying to give it to him, he's gonna make you pay for it. It might have been, I think it was like 2 hits with the smite, but he had worn him down with FOH there before, so he built up pretty good there. Like, that FOH does actually a lot of damage to Doom from the outside, and you see Serenity harassing with it a lot more here. He's doing a great job with it, man. Yeah, dude, that was sick. Mad respect. Doom is just, he's a different Sork player, man. Yes, same here, Kincaid. Same here, man. Duke was a legend. Yeah, I think so, man. I think so. It is pretty bad because, I mean, here's the thing. With the Smiter, a lot of times you try to weigh your risk and reward of closing the distance on your opponent. And oftentimes that whole calculation just gets thrown out the window when you're limited in cold resistance, essentially. And your opponent is sundering the shit out of your cold resist. And the risk is always like getting fucking half-lifed or some shit by a double tap from Blizz. Like, it's almost never worth it. And unlike, you know, a druid player or something, it's hard you can't really leech back life off from their pets if that's how they're protecting themselves, right? The Sork will have Oak Sage up to kind of block some of the FOH shots, also block some of the smite shots if you're not right on point with your hit, you know, but there's not really much you can do to like leech life back from them. And what are you gonna do? You're gonna switch to tap and give up some cold resist on the gloves? You're gonna give up, you know, even more cold resist on the shield, switching to exile, give up cast rate versus a Sork. You're really not gonna do it. Tap really isn't an option in this duel. But yeah, I think TV probably is the way to go. Beautiful chains there, and you see a nice Blizz hit there from Doom. Love it, man. Good harassment with the FOH. I really think this is what Serenity needs to do. Just harass with that FOH from the outside. Another thing that we've seen some top din players like Serenity do is oftentimes just kind of lull your opponent to sleep with the FOH, right? Even when you have a nice lock, like you could go for it, right? But if they're a really dodgy one, right? You can just throw the FOH, just keep throwing the FOH, make them break the lock. And that way they could just get into this habit of thinking that you're never going to follow up. You're never going to follow after that name lock. They think, oh man, all right, I'm safe. He's just going to FOH me. I'm just going to work on breaking this lock. And then before they, you know, once they get into break the lock mode, that's when you just chain them and, oh shit, I don't have Blizz up. I don't have, yeah, like, that is also something you can do. Big Blizz there from Doom. Serenity in trouble. Oh my god, and Serenity with a quick smite in there. Absolutely incredible. Now 2-1, I believe, in favor of Serenity. This is huge. Or 2-2 it might be. Hell yeah, let's check in on the title bout, man. Let's check in on the title bout between Polytheist and the Squigs real quick. See how this is going. We know Squigs took the first round. Is this still the second round? Does anybody know? Is this still the second round, or have we moved on to the third? Looks like Polytheist at about a little over half life here. About 65%. Still same tool, yeah, oh yeah. And Squigs kind of looking healthy, not gonna lie, he's looking all right. He's looking all right. Damn, son. All right, let's get up in there, double check on Serenity here. Let's get back into this duel. I believe this one's tied up between these guys. Depends on if Paulie had blinked in the last 10 minutes, the second round, right? Exactly. That's what it is. Has Paulie blinked? All right, we're in round 2. Yeah, crazy, man. Gots to get comfortable for these duels. These are real duels, boys. Real duels. Rep to full if need be. Rep to full is on the table. It's how it is. All right, Serenity harassing with that FOH. Oh, big Blizz hit there for good for 900 damage there. That's savage. I had dinner and watched 3 episodes of Rick and Morty during that duel. Yeah. Real duel. Yep, exactly. That's what it is, man. That's what it is. Serenity, very patient. You notice that in this duel here, you'll notice that Serenity doesn't have any pets. He's not casting Oak Sage, right? Like usually against a lot of other characters, especially ones that have these big hitter, one-hitter quitter skills like Hammered Ends or Blizzorks, you would figure that the Din would have a pet up in Oak Sage. But the way that it works versus Cold Sorks is very weird. And there's this thing called the double tick hit, right? So like if you have a pet up, sometimes you can, the way that the hit calculations work is if the pet is in the way, you could get pierced by that hit from the Blizz. So that hit that hit the pet also hits you, and then there's the other tick that came down next that can also still hit you. It's really weird. So it's like essentially increases your hitbox to get hit by the blizzard. So that's why you'll see these pro Din players like this. They will not bust out that Oak Sage. They won't have those pets, and they'll actually get hit less. Beautiful chain there from Serenity to nice escape from Doom. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention it can just triple hit pre-animation anyway. Yeah, exactly. So the pet is just really increasing the hitbox. Hits the pet, pierces it, hits you too. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I wish they would fix it, but, you know, these are very fine details in the game that you wouldn't really expect any dev to pay attention to, let alone if you're not going to put any updates out about anything, they're certainly not going to hit that one and piss off all the PVMers, but I really think they should, man. PvP is just a staple of the game, and, you know, so it's like, why not just release these small updates? Like, oh, whoops, we reverted the changes, and, you know, weapon swap glitch and FHR. Sorry, guys. You know, oh, we made it so that Blizzard just doesn't fucking hit pets and pierce them and hit you too. Yeah, that's it. No other changes. Like, literally, it's better than nothing, and it's probably not that hard. Yeah, they're definitely not PvPing, but, like, there's gotta be, like, when you hear so many complaints by people from that, there's gotta be something you can look into about the code, right? Like, oh, okay, Blizz can pierce shit when it hit. Okay, yep, let's make it so that that's not the case. You know, maybe that, but that could probably affect PVM, but who gives a shit? Everybody's running Nova Sork anyway. Yeah, oh my god, and Serenity gets there again, man. 3-2 now in favor of the top Din. This is crazy. You know, shrines are allowed as long as they do not give a significant advantage in the duel. So a skill shrine would probably be a significant advantage in most cases. Healing shrine, pretty significant advantage. Mana shrine, no significant advantage. Yeah, Serenity is an absolute beast, man. That was crazy. He is now pulled ahead from 0-2 to 3-2, I believe. This is crazy. This guy's coming online now. He's coming online. And this is what very well could be the final round if Serenity can pull it off. But can he do it? We're going to figure it out right here. Then after this, we're going to cut back over to Polytheus versus Squigs. That one is a real duel, boys. It is a real duel. Buckle your softy belts. Get your popcorn, your Parmesan cheese, And let's get ready, because that is a savage one. Squigs is dialed in. Paulie dialed in. And these guys are ready to engage in some absolute Bloodmore-based violence. I wrote scripts for people to beg FromSoft to add 6-player limit to Elden Ring. Fucking right, man. Just copy and paste the script. Just paste this into your complaint forms. Yeah. Open tickets. Hell yeah, man. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. I think the more people complain about something, probably the more likely people, like the devs are to change it. Because, dude, if you open up enough tickets, right, about literally double tick from Blizzard, right? If you open up like 100 tickets and a dev can literally close 100 tickets in a day by fixing one issue, who the fuck wouldn't do that? You look so productive, you know what I mean? I think that's what we gotta do. Yeah, they didn't end up doing it, but seamless co-op is better anyways. What they did do is change how stun in Elden Ring works, and it massively improved PvP. No shit. Here's the thing, dude. I've never played Elden Ring, and I didn't know there was PvP in the game. Is PvP actually good? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They still ignore that. 4 years spamming one form and Blizz still ignores it. Wow. Here's the thing, though. I honestly think that an all-or-nothing FHR change reversion isn't a good solution. But, I mean, I really love the suggestion we put out in that video about the state of D2R. I think that is the perfect solution. It literally would feel like LOD. Like the current things exist in the game still, but like the current immunity to stunlock works, but only if you're force moving.
Lizaraga became a member. Abel Lizaraga celebrates 25 months of membership. Sup Coooley.
Abel! What's up, man? Look, I gotta fill up this cheers chalice here because we done running dry, but I gotta tell you, 25 months, my guy, it's good to see you. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna fill this right up after this. Once we cut back into the Paulie Championship Duel, I'm refilling this right here. And we got a special cheers for you, my guy. Thank you so much, man. It's so good to see you. I really appreciate that. 25 months. Y'all better see that Annie badge and have some respect. Man, thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. A big bottom drop cheers to you, my friend. Wild, dude. We had straight acid gas in that thing tonight, man. We had the lemon juice, straight lemon juice, no fucking around, man. Yeah, we ain't fucking with all that. It goes down hard like whiskey, but it's way better for you. Bro, really appreciate that, dude. That's huge. 25 months, my guy. Yeah, 2 years, man. You were one of the OGs, right? I remember right when I first started this, the Coolie live channel here, man. One of the OGs. DS3 handles stun really well, in my opinion. DS3. Remind me what the DS is? Hell yeah, dude. I remember you were there. Dark Souls. Okay, yeah, that's right. I was like, why is this... This seems so familiar, but what are we talking about? Yep. So they do PvP as well? Dark Souls does PvP? And there it is, man. Doom gets there, evening up the score. Now 3-3 between these guys. Epic bout. Serenity getting a little froggy in that one, looking for the big finish, but that's exactly what Doom wants him to do, right? Wants him to look for that big finish, get in there, close the distance, play right into his game plan. Doom has seen this matchup many a times. Dark Souls PvP is amazingly fun. No shit. Dude, I think that's really cool. Do they have like an open trading community there too in Dark Souls? Is that how that works? I've literally never played any of those games, but when you start talking PvP to me like that and open trade, man, I think that's clutch. That's the pinnacle, right? Dude, so many games shy away from that these days, but like, goddamn, it's such a simple formula. PvP, free and open trading. It's literally that simple. You'll get a cult following on your game. You'll get competition in your game, whether you support it or not. Like, you'll get it. That's it. And it's not just enough to have PvP. You got to kind of focus on it, right? Like, you got to give some attention to it. Unlike D4. D4 has PvP, but every new season it just gets shittier and shittier. I learned I was gonna play D4 this season, and then I learned that they fucked the Lilith fight so that you can kill her and she has no immunity phases. I was like, well, fuck this. Like, that was literally my favorite accomplishment of D4, was like knowing every Lilith phase for when you fucking beat her ass and she's at 1 and she has to go through her phases and you have to survive them. I was like, I loved that. And they did away with it. I'm like, so you can just kill Lilith now? Well, that's stupid. Like, I literally didn't play that. That game needs so much work. And what, Abel with the 5 gifted? Holy shit, we got some big cheers, man. We got some big cheers. After this round right here, we're gonna dive into it. I'm gonna fill up this cheers chalice for you, brother. I really appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, man. That's so crazy. Thank you so much, and a big cheers to you. A big empty glass cheers to you now. Wait, I guess one more drop has found its way in here. By the holy power of the cheers chalice. Bro, really appreciate it, man. 5 gifted subs from Abel. What a legend. Yeah, we need more gas. Hardcore, man. More acid gas is what we need. It got us fired up. Did you see how I played versus Bonkai tonight? I played so good, I feel bad. Because I actually expected to lose. I was like, I thought Bonkai was going to beat my ass. I was like, I'm not a good Sin player, and he's a pretty good Din player. I was like, I'm dead. I thought it would actually be kind of back and forth and more even. But I fucking locked in, bro. It was the fucking gas. It was the fucking gas. Holy shit. But I did love Dark Souls too. Elden Ring can kick rocks. Yeah, I was kind of upset about that, Alex. I was like, man, I always thought that no matter how shitty the game got, that there was like always the Lilith fight, that I was like, I can always just not look at a build guide, try to make something to beat Lilith. This will always be good. And even if you beat her, she has the immunity phases and you have to survive the environment. And I'm like, that was so fun to me. I took so much pride in learning I should say, I just had so much fun learning all of the mechanics to that duel. And then when I heard that you can just kill her now and then she's dead when you kill her, I'm like, oh, that's the final straw for me. You got to do something big. That was literally like what was keeping me hanging on. It's like, stop making this fucking game easier. Oh, yeah. That's what it is. Nice FOH use here from the outside from Serenity. He's really trying to bait Doom in with this. He's really trying to... He's going to make this a long round if Doom wants to do it, right? And I think that's a smart play. He's going to make Doom come looking for trouble. Doom trying to utilize these walls here, trying to utilize the environment to get himself out of these rough situations with that FOH. It may suggest, based on how he's playing here, he might actually be a little low. Yeah, you got a skill shrine. That's all right. That's all right. We'll just don't FOH him with the skill shrine out. We'll call it good. Just don't FOH him. Or just, yeah, go look for another one. Yep. There we go. Experience shrine. Nailed it. Easy. Easy fix. Yeah, it's not bad. 5.2k is pretty good. It's probably even more if he was going to use his Oak Sage, right? He's not using his Oak Sage, Abel, because double tick glitch with Blizzard, right? Like, he's not going to bust that out. But it's probably well over 6k, maybe even close to 7 with an Oak Sage up. But unfortunately, in this matchup, you really can't do it. Like, you got to kind of drop the Oak Sage because it's just, man, It's a big one. Yeah, 5.2 is thick, man. He's a thick din. Oh, we got a cow terror zone now? Is that what that move was? At first I thought it was the loader just doing its thing. Yep, thick. Thick din. Oh yeah, dude, I think I caught a little glimpse of Doombringer's life total here, and that FOH is wearing him down. I think he's low. I'm not sure exactly how low, but he is... Oh yeah, okay, yep, he's like probably 25%. Yeah, and that's why he's backing off, dude. Even lower. That FOH is really adding up, man. And now Doom is going to switch his game plan a little bit. He's going to try to stay way on the outside and get Serenity to chase him again. You notice he's dropping these blizzes in his wake, right? He knows that Serenity's on that game plan now, so that's what he's going to do. He's dropping blizzes in his wake. He's going to try to lure him into it. It's a very smart game plan. But the thing is, Serenity, he knows the tricks now, right? This is round 7. 3-3 between these guys. He knows the trick. And he's going to be watching for that. But still, Doom is a very tricky player. Just when you think you got him figured out, you better think again. Score is 3-3 in this matchup, Stu. Serenity versus Doombringer. Oh, does it really, QVG? No shit. And there it is. Gets there with the FOH, man. Gets there with the FOH. He says, lame, bro. One could say this. Some people say the same thing about Cold Zorks. But, I mean, hey, you got to play to your outs. It is a rough matchup for a Din, that's for sure. And, you know, the thing is, when your back's against the ropes like that, you got to play. You got to play how you got to play. You got to play to your outs. And damn! He gets there. Epic duel between those two. That was actually a very savage duel, man. Virtual round of applause for those guys. That was wild. And as we cut back to the title bout of the evening, you know what? Let me go fire up this cheers chalice, because we've got a special cheers for our boy Abel, man. 25 months and 5 gifted subs. That shit is just wild. As we check out this Savage Fire Druid, who is now rep to full in this round, versus Squigs.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Big cheers to Abel. Hey, man, thanks again. We got it filled up. Straight gas here today, man. Straight lemon juice. Whoo, man, she bites hard, but feels so good. Big cheers to you, brother. Really appreciate the 25 months and the 5 gifted memberships. That's so crazy. Cheers, my guy. Really appreciate you. So glad to see you when we do, man. I know life gets crazy, life gets busy. But I always recognize it. I'm like, that's Abel right there. That's my boy. Crazy, dude. That Bale laugh made my cat jump. That was a Mephisto laugh. That twas a Mephisto laugh. Been busy with the boats and shit. Hey, I mean, could be worse, right? Could be worse. That's awesome. I have started on the gasoline Coolie, occasionally breaking it out now. Dude, no shit. Who was it that shared that that video in the Discord about some streamer actually just like turning on the lemon juice now? They're just like, yeah, man, all right, I'll try it out, and they're like drinking that now. Just, bros, I'm telling you. Back when we were younger, it was like drinking alcohol was the thing, the rebellious thing, right? And now it's like I feel even more rebellious if I like drink coffee really late. But you know what makes me really feel like a winner? Drinking lemon juice. It feels like you're not supposed to be drinking it. Might not be the best choice for your enamel, but it is extremely good for your body. Yeah, good kick for sure. Another big cheers to Abel, man. Crazy. Really appreciate you. Yeah, I've actually thought about throwing like frozen blueberries in it too, which are also really good. Like, also really good for you. Nice little fruity like bite to it. Feels alcoholic, but like isn't. Feels like that rebellious drink, you know? Yeah, it feels like something the American Dental Association put out. We need more business. Yeah, it's... I think Mooch has pointed that out, and he's totally right. Like, drinking a bunch of acidic shit is definitely not good for your teeth. We just drink it down, dude. Like, right? Don't swish it around. Drink it down. Honestly say it's probably better for... You know, it's worth the risk. This is what I say. If your teeth get, like, real shitty, you can technically pay, it's like a lot of money, but you can get some new teeth drilled right into your skull, right? But you can't necessarily just get rid of cancer, right? Like, you can't just fix your body from years of bad choices all the time. So lemon juice is a really good choice that, like, kind of negates a lot of other dumb shit that's in your body. So it's like worth the risk, I think. Good trade-off. Yep, cheaper than fixing health issues, exactly. True, you can just use a straw, exactly, right? Squigs is 50%. Good look, man. Do we see his, yeah, do we get a life check on him there? I don't think he's streaming, so hard to see exactly. Paulie's being very patient in this round right here. He lost that first round. I think this is round 3. Or, I'm sorry, round 2. Yeah, they just get, like, the pure white veneers. And holy shit, man! Abel with 5 more. What is this, bro? You ain't got to do that, man. Holy shit, brother. Bro, you ain't got to do that, man. The show is free, you know. The show is free, bro. Man, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Big cheers to this guy, dude. Huge. Huge. That's wild, dude. You ain't got to do that, man. GG, brother. Big cheers to you guys. Some more big cheers to our 5 new members. 10 new members, courtesy of Abel. Thank you so much. And then other big cheers tonight. We had some really kind, generous people. Hellink, Murder SC, and of course Muchez, as always. Dude is super generous, great champion, and just a savage individual. You guys really appreciate that. Another big cheers, Abel. This is a real duel, boys. We might have to cut this at the den. Might have to cut it at the den, boys. The other thing that Paulie is probably going to test out with Squigs here is he can tell that Squigs is locked the fuck in, right? Squigs is more dialed in, I think, than he ever has been in any duel that we've ever seen him in. He is locked the fuck in, dude. So one of the things Paulie could be testing about him is how long he can keep that up, right? Because that is very mentally taxing. And with Paulie, this strategy and dueling at the highest level on this class for hours on end is just second nature to him. It is muscle memory a lot of the times. But if Squigs is really dialed in, right? How long can he keep it up is the question, right? And Paulie might put him to the test with that. That's why he's probably being really patient from the outside. He's saying, all right, okay, how long can you keep it up? Because I can keep this up all day, right? I can take these pot shots from the outside. But something that we do notice is Paulie's not necessarily going in a lot, even though he is rep to full. Geddon does most of the damage, especially if no DR. Yeah, Geddon is man, it hurts so much. It's like one of those things that you can theoretically avoid it, but it's like, man, when you get hit by it, holy shit. It's crazy. That's what she said, LOL. Yeah, got him. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, no one's really late-sing in this. It's just like they're both being very opportunistic, having mad respect for each other, right? I think it might be, honestly. We actually watched, like, a melee duel and a pretty epic duel between Serenity and Doombringer in between here. So we didn't see the culmination of any other rounds, but it's very possible this is actually just still the same round. Polytheus getting pieced up by some of those bone spears. There are bone spirits there. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It like gets through. It isn't necessarily all stopped by the bone armor, right? It does like hybrid damage, just like Volcano. So what is it? Volcano and Molten Boulder along with Armageddon. I believe those are the hybrid skills. And what those do is they do hybrid fire and physical damage. So even though they do the physical damage and can be kind of stopped by bone
Fire
armor.
Druids for the win, baby.
For the win, man. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Another 5 spot from this guy. What? Abel, you're too kind, man. You're too kind, brother. Big cheers. Yeah, Fire Druids, man. Polytheus is taking this thing to a whole nother level. So while that bone armor can suck up some of that physical damage, you've still got the fire damage to worry about. And you kind of have to really focus your build on fighting both fire and physical damage. It's a really weird setup that you need on a lot of different characters to take on this druid. It's just super strange and really never used to be the case. It's only something that is kind of new to the synergies added in D2R, but it has created a window of opportunity for a player like Polytheus to get in here and to just deliver and play this build so well that it just forces people to find an answer, demoralizes them when they don't. And that's exactly how this guy plays, man. He is just one of those guys. He is a demoralizing player. When he figures you out, no matter how long and grindy the strategy is, he will implement it. And that's what makes him, that's why this guy is constantly, even when he wasn't the champion, Polytheus was just constantly at the top of the ranks. He can figure you out. He can play that long game. He can play that aggro game sometimes. He's always got that pressure on you, man. He's always stalking his prey, and he just demoralizes you. Eventually, you feel like you don't have any outs because he's got you figured out, you know? Very methodical dueler. Yeah, exactly. Ate many boulders to the face. Yeah, and he's got that nasty up boulder, man. He's got that nasty up boulder. He'll hit you with it. He's got a sixth sense. I remember dueling Paulie on his stream a few times. And I had some sneaky locks on him. I was sure he didn't know I had him locked. I was very sure. I did it with my Barbarian once. I had him throw locked. And I was sitting there and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna like, I got a throw lock mid-walk. And I was like, so he sees me moving and thinks I'm whirlwinding or something or walking. He has no idea that I have him locked. So I was like, I'm just gonna chill a little bit, like, you know, a couple of seconds, and then boom, surprise zerk him or something. He was fucking up bouldering. He fucking knew. And I remember I was like, I yelled. I think we were in the same voice chat, and I was like, bullshit. I was like, how did you fucking know? How do you know? Guy is crazy, man. He's just got a sixth sense. Yeah, he's tricky, dude. He's tricky. Yeah, if they chain lock you, tell him in to get in. Exactly. It's just, it's so crazy, man. Polytheus is a wild player, man. He's one of those guys that he makes a build feel so unfair. And thank God for people like that. Like you know, for example, Vamp the Champ doing the same thing on a Necro and making it feel so miserable. He was just that type of player on the Necro. Super competitive, super skilled. And no matter what you were doing, he knew the out. He knew the line of play. He knew what he had to do. He knew when to aggro. He knew when to back off. He knew how to make the best spirit train mushroom clouds that I've ever seen from any player. Right? Just masterful technique in a Necro. And it made it feel so miserable. But truth be told, the guy was just really good on a Necro. Yeah, or Toshank on anything. Mooches on a Zon. Yeah. Same could be said for these guys, right? Mooches on the Zon especially. Like, I feel as though Mooches just type of Zon player where it's like you think you have an answer and then he just figures it out. Remember that time I built that whole Const barb because I'm like, I think this is the answer. And I was like, I've got him. If I get to the top of the barb, I can take out Mooches. And then you duel him a little bit more and he kind of figures out, he pieces together, he's like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna use Poison Jav, and now he can't. Now that plan's out the window, and he's totally right. It's like, god damn, you can't prepare for it all. He just knows the answer. He knows his outs. He plays to him very well. And it's like, that is just, that's wild, man. We've even seen him take out the likes of, I think it was a Veto PvP in a deathmatch, Smite v Boazon, and he beat him. Mooches beat him. It's crazy. I was like, I did not expect that to happen. Another big cheers to Abel, man. Really appreciate you, brother. Yeah, they RTF like 69 times. Nice. Yeah, man. Yeah, RTF. See, the thing is, sometimes duels can go on for so long and they're so captivating. You're in on it. You're watching it, right? And you're like, well, how much rep life does this guy have? He's rep to full, but really the duel's gone on like 20 minutes or something. And you're like, well, okay, makes sense that he's at full. But it's just like time flies, you know? Shout out to the Blizzard janitor. Hope you still got some spare time for working on D2 during shifts. Yeah, right? Yeah, he's doing great over there, man. Yeah, crazy. Yep. And by the way, sir, what's his name? Hey, man, thank you so much for all the clone pops the other day, man. What a great stream that was. That was super cool. Really awesome, man. Really, really fun. The scavenger hunts for the runes or whatnot, also epic. Really, really good stream, dude. You're one hell of a D2 streamer. It's so cool to see people like you in the community just tearing it up, man. Yeah. I still have no idea either. That was like the first time I ever tried it. It was. Thanks for letting me try it on your stream. I have no idea how it works. Yeah, yeah. That was wild. But yeah, big cheers, man. You know, and while we wait, I think we could get I think we could get a round versus Santiana up in here, you know? Santiana versus the D-clone. I say we do it. Alright, might hear some poly going on in the background, but Santiana has had enough of this imposter. I'm gonna keep an eye on this. If something crazy happens, we're going back over. We're going back over.
If you ever watched a D2R clip and thought that was sick, it was probably a Coolie clip. Subscribe.
Oh, shit, my guy. Thank you so much, man. Another 5 spot. We got another cheers coming for our boy Abel over here. All right, look at this. We've got an Annihilus here. It could be good. It wasn't, but it could have been. Okay, it wasn't. Let's pop back over to the poly duel here. Big cheers to Abel, bro. You ain't got to do that, man. You're too kind. I just played a Dota game during their second round. Feels like Elite never left. Dude, I mean, that's what it is. At the highest level of competition, I say this all the time, but it's very true, man. At the highest level of competition, these are what duels can be. There's nothing wrong with that. It is a whole different type of dueling. It's a duel of endurance, right? It's a duel of attrition. And that's just how it is. It's just how it can be sometimes. Polytheist catching some heat there, possibly with some teeth. Santiana's got a round 2 here. Alright, she's going in for it. Santiana going in for it here. Look. There's a lot of imposters, a lot of D-clone imposters out there, and we've got to take them down. They are harassing the realm. These guys are making it very hard for duelers to get up in here and have a good duel. So we've got to do our part, take them out. Probably should go get some more ID scrolls. Polytheist doing his job, repping to full here. Squigs trying to get in there and push that pressure, but he has very limited windows, and the longer the duel goes, the worse off it is. The worse off it is for him, man. The less opportunities he shall see to close the gap.
Grace period tomorrow, then man versus stream begins Saturday. 400 rooms on the line. You and Llama have inspired me to torture myself this season.
Holy shit, man. Sir, what's his name? Thank you so much for the 5.5 Canadian coins, man. Really appreciate it. And I'm glad that my degeneracy has inspired you to really sacrifice a very crucial part of your life, you know, and do things that most normal humans wouldn't consider okay. So, you know, as bad as it sounds, I'm gonna thank you for that, and wish you the best in this degenerate journey this season, man. I'll be right there with you, grinding. Keep my eye out for that Boazan gear. I'll just keep throwing it your way, man. I heard about that challenge. You could get all your gear dropped and all of that. It seems wild. We'll just keep it and stash it away for you, bro. You know that if you get hit with one of those challenges, just hit me up, man. We'll probably have some shit. Big cheers, brother. Yeah, that's gonna be epic, though. I can't wait, man. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. When they resort to just outside FOH, tried to catch him with some E-locks, but they didn't pay off. Dude, that was actually an epic duel. I think once Serenity noticed how much the damage that FOH was doing, he was always looking for the lock, which was cool, because he saw how much that FOH did early on, and he was always looking for those locks. But that was just an epic duel back and forth.
I love ya, man. Don't you dare tell me how to express my appreciation for your content, lol.
Abel, big cheers, man. Thank you so much. You know what? Fair play. Fair play, dude. I really appreciate you. You're too kind, too generous, man. I'm really glad you're enjoying the content and are here with us and get some get some entertainment out of what I put out there. It means a lot, man. Really means a lot. In a world where I was just talking with someone about this the other day. You know, they it was funny. I'll tell you a little story. I got a message from another content creator expressing a concern about how I do my thing, especially sponsorships and all of this shit.
I love you content more than he does.
Oh shit! Dude, big cheers, man. Thank you so much. Sir, what's his name?
I can't carry it.
And bro, this is what I said. This is what I said to him. I said, nobody cares about you. And I said, nobody on the internet cares about you. You have to just roll like that. They don't care that you are, you know, the authority on making necros or sorceresses or whatever. They don't give a shit. They only care about what you can put out there. So if you run with this assumption that anybody gives a shit about your opinion or who you are, you're just wrong. You know, and I think for the most part, that's a fair statement. However, it's people like you guys that really are an exception to that rule, right? We're like, holy shit. It really, it's like touching. It's just, it's moving. You know, to be like, wow, there are actually some people who really do care out there. And I really see it a lot, especially in this stream right here. You know, so I want to let you guys know how much that means to me. Yeah, sir, what's his name? Abel. I'm really glad that you guys appreciate that and you know, send your love and support this way, man. It means a lot. I'm glad that you get something out of the content that I put out there. I still roll with the assumption. You gotta, I feel like if you put content out there, you have to roll with that. If you're a streamer, if you make videos, you can't ever assume. It's just like the path towards misery if you ever assume people actually care about you more than they care about the content you put out there. I tell myself that, even though it's not true in all cases, as you guys prove, right? But it's like, if you ever think that your reputation or something is just going to carry you, you're just wrong. Like, you have to keep growing and putting out better stuff. Like, grow as a content creator. Don't try to just be this undeniable authority that people have to listen to. You know, like, oh, well, I guess this guy did a lot of research and made a lot of videos, and like, sure, but at the same time, there's a ton of hatred out there. There's like a boss that I worked for once put it perfectly, and he said, you know, I was working in sales, and he goes, there's 3 people out there. He's like, there's one person that's gonna buy your product no matter how bad you are at selling it. There's the other person who will never buy your product no matter how good you are at selling it. He's like, and then there's the third person, and that's why I hired you. And that's the person that you have an influence on, and you could change their mind one way or another with what you do, right? And I think the internet is kind of that way in a sense. And like, there's people out there that are just gonna fucking hate you, troll you, trash you on every forum, no matter how good you are, no matter how right you are, no matter how great your content is. There's always those people. There's also going to be people that are just like, wow, this is a Diablo video. I'm going to like it no matter what. And then there's also people where you work for that, right? Like, that's what you do. You work on making good content so that the people who would otherwise, you know, you might bring them to one side, right? You might bring them to the side that cares. But that's always what you got to focus on. You have to focus on, like, what I do is what matters, right? What I put out there, I need to keep getting better. I need to keep growing. And that's what I've tried to do, especially over the last few years. Just get better with what you do. Get better with the stories that you tell, the content that you make, your editing, your storytelling, your pacing, the music that you do. Like, get better with everything, you know? And it's like, and maybe you will make a difference, but always there's going to be the people that hate no matter what.
Look, man, I don't need your content, but I love your content and always have.
Dude, hell yeah, man. And a big cheers for that. Really appreciate you, man. Abel, hell of a guy. And also, I didn't mean to cut the cheers short for Sir What's His Name. Big cheers to you guys. Sir What's His Name and Abel. But yeah, I feel like that's how I keep myself sane. If you feel like, if you just treat it like nobody really cares, just put out better shit, then like when people come along and they express that kind of gratitude, it actually does mean a lot, because You know, that's why I just long way to tell you that I really appreciate hearing something like that, man. Because the internet is just filled with a bunch of negativity and fucking retards and haters and autism. Like that's literally about 90% of what I deal with in like comments and shit and online forums. It's just Coolie hate, fuck Coolie, fuck this, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's great. I'm still gonna make my shit. I'm still just gonna do what I do, like, you know. So, like, hate all you want, but no, it feels good, man. So thank you. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, you gotta figure there's probably some people, I kind of get it, like some people on the JSP forums that probably made like build guides and shit for the longest time, and they probably get so pissed when they see Coolie make like a Sin video or something that gets hundreds of thousands of views and people talking about it and sharing it. It probably pisses them the fuck off. Great. I mean, I don't care how much you troll and say shit, I'm still just gonna do what I do. Like, you know, sorry you have autism. Like, that's, you know, that's kind of how I feel about it. Like, whatever, man. I love doing this. You can still make build guides if you want. Like, that's fine. Like, I'm still just gonna do what I do. So I'm so glad. It means a lot to know that people appreciate it like that, and I appreciate you sharing those thoughts. Yeah, sorry you got the tism, bud. I don't fucking know what to say. Sorry you got that tism. Yeah, but there's that 1/3, right? There's just always hate you no matter what, no matter how good you are. So you can't focus on that any more than you can over focus on the people that are just like, oh, this is great no matter how bad it is. You gotta have a real true compass and be like, all right, what was bad about this? Study it, look at the data, look at the statistics. Yeah. Took way too much of that Tylenol before stream. I thought I was on some tism shit today. That's what it was, Foos. I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm gonna have to watch that, dial it back. Just fucking opens the fucking pathways, Odin. Just gets you thinking on a different level. You gotta get on the lemon juice level, bro. That's what it is. Big cheers, man. Thank you again, Abel. You're the man, dude. And that's a good point too. That's a good point too. Apollyon, like, yeah, that's kind of what we grew up on, right? I feel like a lot of us fall in that generation where, like, it's a very unique generation because we grew up in the time of the internet becoming a thing, back when dial-up was a thing, or like just during that era where the internet didn't really know what it wanted to be yet. And it's like, it could be toxic. There was a lot of trolls in it. You know, it was the era of the Rickrolls and all of this. And it's like, that's what the internet is. For sure. And I still think there's a lot of people that play it like that. That, you know, that's what the internet is to them. Yeah. True. It certainly isn't what it was in the Wild West days, too.
In part of that third, I hate you, Coolie. Here's some bread.
Oh, thanks, man. You know, you're like the... All right, we've now introduced a fourth type of person, and that is the track amp. It's the people that hate, all right, but also still give you some bread. So there's that. There's 4 people, I guess, all right? Well, fuck you too, track amp. Big cheers. Appreciate you, brother. Huge. The 10 coin tip. Huge, dude. Really appreciate that, dude. That's awesome. Why Squigs not spamming teeth? It's really not as effective. When you're spamming teeth, you're not spamming bone spirits, which is what Squigs is trying to catch Polly in here. He's trying to catch him in a train of bone spirits with a setup and follow up with a spear. When you're spamming teeth, you can't do it.
Here. Where's the foot cam?
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And then there's Sir what's his name, where they just want you to have an OnlyFans with a foot cam or share the foot pics. I didn't want to talk about that type of person, okay? We weren't trying to get that far in depth. And I fucking told you to send those, that type of shit, you send those requests on Discord and you don't do it on the live stream, okay? Christ's sake. Big cheers, dude. Thank you so much, man. Score here, I believe is 1-0. I believe it's 1-0 right now. We watched Doom versus Serenity, and we watched Jagger, who was it? Jagger versus GDA. All in the time after switching from the first round. We switched over. Squigs, immediately as we checked over, Squigs won the first round. And I'm not sure if this round has come to a conclusion. Yeah, it's 1-0 Squigs. I've pulled like 700k in pots. Holy shit. I think Dean should join that game and throw some natives around, speed up the round. Yep. Yeah. I think what we got to do is probably try to cut it at Den. And, yeah, just see. Yeah, because this is going to be an otherwise pretty long duel. I think we'll start there, and if anything else needs to happen, let's do it. Alright, Santiana, first of all, though, she's got to get up in here and fucking trash the trolley fucking Eklung that's just harassing the realm. I don't know why this guy is still harassing everybody here, making it very hard to have a good duel. It's going to be really hard to have a good duel with Decline on the realm. So we got to take care of this, boys. Got to get rid of this guy. 19, 18, 8. It's unfortunate, but those are just not worth shit, man. All right, let's get into this game. AD 31. I'm gonna try to crack the passwords here. I'm such a good hacker. I'm a really good hacker. Cutting map at Den. I'm gonna go stand in the moor outside near the Den. Just let him know. Don't you go past that Santiana. Santiana marks the end. Alright, just cutting it down a little bit. Not a really big change at this point, but you know, hopefully we'll see what it does. This certainly is a very long round. I mean, it's not necessarily late, it's just these guys are playing as they should, and the real problem is that Polly has a lot of angles to cut and Squigs has a lot of angles to shoot at. So really, it's so easy to break Squigs' angle and make it so that he just has to reset. But also, it's kind of hard for Squigs to pick a direction and then get an engagement, which is also where Polly can really punish him for it. Because Polly's kind of waiting for him to make a mistake so he can up boulder. And he's trying to bait it, but there's just really no exchanges where that's going to happen in the current state of the game, current state of this round. So, it's not a huge change. They still have a lot of angles, but they just have a little less. They have a little less now. It might change things pretty substantially. Nice spears there from Squigs. Yeah, exactly. He's chasing pretty good for the most part. This will make it so that Squigs doesn't have as many angles to escape. I'm also gonna just put my guy on a separate screen here so I can watch them all at once. So I can see if anybody passes. See if anybody passes the Den. Yep, the next got the range. So theoretically range is cut a little bit here, but it's, again, still there's plenty of room out there for these guys to move around. Yep. Yeah, Pauly is definitely going to be Pauly's definitely going to be the aggressor here. Muchez has a good point, and honestly a good talking point too, because a lot of people don't know this. We do have this outlined, I believe, somewhere in the rule set as like an example or whatnot, because calling lates isn't always so cut and dry. It's not always so black and white. It's usually just kind of a guideline, you know. So like, for example, lates could be if your build just kind of revolves around being very defensive, right? Like that could be lates, could be considered lates. You got an Oridin and you don't really do anything besides charge around and run and telly away or something. That could be considered lates. But also, you know, when duels go on for a long time and it seems like no one's aggressing, the big check to see who should push the pressure is who has shorter range, right? So if you're a Zon and you can shoot guideds or multis across the entire map, you have a pretty long range. It's very rare that a Zon would need to be the aggressor. You know, very, very rare that would need to be the case. But on the other hand, like a Barbarian or a Smiter or something, you might have mid-range with an FOH if you're a VT. But you have the shortest range. You need to be right up on top of your target to be able to deal any meaningful damage to them. Then if it ever comes a question as to who should push the pressure, it's the person with the shorter range. But yeah, it is a tough one. It's not always so cut and dry, but CS Zon also would actually have smaller range, so they might need to aggress more. Yep. But any Zon that can shoot a bow really just has the maximum range that you could ask for. It's often why Sins can get aggressive, but they often don't have to. They have quite the range with their traps, and it's almost the thing with the Sin is it's almost an unquantifiable range. One could argue it might actually be longer than the Zons, just because of all the tricks that they have, right? You can lay traps in the moor and literally walk to the cold plains and actually kill somebody in the Blood Moor. No other class can do that. So theoretically, one could argue, it hasn't really ever come down to this, but one could argue that the Sin actually has greater range than the Zon. Rarely ever comes down to that, but if it did, one could argue if you're a trapper, perhaps the Zon could aggress. Right? Like, the Sin could just, they're low, they could just sit there, lay traps, walk around, go find them, right? It doesn't. It actually just depends on, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. It may depend on if someone is around your traps, but it actually just has, the traps have this inherent timer where it's where they'll just wear off as well. Okay, so no, they have done it. It's common in FPK. If you lay your traps near town, they last forever since people are near them. No shit. Alright, so someone needs to see the traps to lay them down. Alright, yeah. But even without that, right? One could argue that you could lay the traps and just stay in the Blood Moor at a pretty decent pace, and those traps, even if you don't walk away, even if they're just within your range, those traps can fire and still go, I think, just about as far as an arrow. So technically, because the Sin can sit back from her traps and the traps can still fire just about as far as an arrow, the Sin could still have greater range, even if you don't abuse that. So it's arguable. It's hard to know exactly how far their range is, especially on average. The difference there is the Zon's range is kind of always consistent and the same. It's always a very long range. So like that's the other thing. It really just kind of depends on how people are playing the Sin. Depends on what they're doing, how they're planning to make profitable plays on the Sin in that sense. That's what I mean. Long story short, it's not always so cut and dry, but it's just a good rule of thumb is like, if it ever comes down to holy shit, this duel's taking a long time and someone needs to aggress, then it's the person with the shorter range. Yeah, man. Squigs is making some big progress here. He's putting Pauly through the gamut. And Pauly just got saved by that tree, I gotta let you know. Pauly just got saved by that tree. He started walking outside of his pets there, right into a Bone Spirit train. But there was a tree in the way that stopped the train. That was insane. That was skin of his teeth. He survived it. Yeah, I don't think Squigs is streaming, which is rather unfortunate. So we can't see his life total, can't check it out from his perspective, but damn, man. That is... He's catching some strays from Paulie, that's for sure.
Mini story, road rager at work tried to run me off a gravel road. Full pursuit, cut-offs, etc. I legit thought mid-chase, man, I wish I was streaming D2R.
Bro, for real? Holy shit, man. That is so crazy. That is so crazy, man. Well, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad that you made it home safe. That is pretty wild, dude. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's a scary experience. People are dumb, dude. People are dumb. They don't notice that in their road rage, they have a deadly weapon, right? You're operating a deadly weapon. You might as well have a gun when you're getting road raged in a fucking car trying to run people off the road, right? It's a deadly weapon. And some people just don't see it as such because they have the tism. There's a lot of tism in this country, man. It's and apparently in Canada too. You know, and so that is very dangerous. So I'm glad you made it out okay, man, and made it back in one piece, because that's nuts. Reminds me of the ATL, dude. There was just so much tism and rage down there. It's just like, you're better off. Like, I used to have road rage until I lived in Atlanta. And then I was like, oh, people cut you off all the time, and you have to fight to get in to one of these 16 lanes on the interstate. It's like, well, we're all gonna cut somebody off. Just today it was me, tomorrow it will be them. Like, you know, it's just we gotta get there. But man, there was some ragers out there. I remember one guy who just like flipped right out. I was like a 26-year-old kid, and fucking dude gets out of his car, starts wigging out, like spitting on my car and shit. Unfortunately, I was on the phone, like I was on like this, I wasn't like on my phone, but it was like hooked up to the car, and I was like talking to my landlord at the time. Otherwise, dude, I probably would, like, I was trained in mixed martial arts at the time, I probably would have beat his ass, but I was just like, well, whatever, like, you're lucky I'm on the phone, with my fucking landlord. I gotta be professional, because I want a place to live, you know? She wasn't my landlord yet, I was like trying to get the place, so I was like, well, I can't be like, alright, let me go fuck this guy up real quick. But I was like, dude, he's just a fucking douche. He's sitting there in his nice little car and shit. I was like, dude, I would fucking kick you right in the temple faster than you could fucking blink. Like, you have no idea. Russian tank in that fucking ring, man. Yeah, and sometimes, and honestly, I'm just like, but why would you do that? Like, you're honestly risking something. This guy's just spitting on your car. Fuck it, just let him do it. That's like kind of the conclusion I came to. I'm like, what if he fucking fights? What if he's got a knife or a gun or something? I'm like, there's no sense. If he's just spitting on your car, well, fucking wash it off. Who cares? That's kind of how I felt. I was like, fuck him. Like, all right, cool, bud. Good for you. Tear gas cured my cat allergy? For real? What? No fucking way, dude. That's crazy. Not medical advice, alright? This stream is not medical advice. And anything you hear in the chat, also not validated medical advice, alright? I burn shit on my car all the time. I never thought to fight him. Yeah. It's crazy, man. No, I used to be a little scrapper in my day, man. Back in my day, I was a scrappy little fuck. Yep. Crazy. But yeah, it's just not worth it, man. Fighting is kind of dangerous, you know? Just like, the better I got at it, the more I tried to avoid it at all costs, right? I was just like, alright, yeah, you just kind of don't ever want to engage in this. Just like, be smart, you know? If you can talk your way out of a fight, that's just as good. And that was the story of Saul Goodman in the D2 world. Yeah, no shit, man. Crazy.
LL tell ya I actually have autism and that's no excuse for being a retard.
Facts. Facts. Truer words never said. Truer words never said, man. Abel, big cheers, man. Big cheers, dude. And honestly, I probably throw the term around more than I should sometimes. But just know, if it's any consolation, it's kind of like throwing around the word gay. It's like you're actually not saying that about, you know, it's not a derogatory term towards gay people. It's more a slight towards fucking retards. Right? And that's like, I feel like that's kind of what TISM is nowadays when people use it. It's like, not an actual slight towards, like, the actual functional people with autism. It's just more of like a substitution for calling someone a retard. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. And down goes the Alucard. He actually got there. Holy shit, what a round. That is crazy. Now 1-1. He says, what's your res at, man? Rings, boots? Yeah, which? Yeah, I wonder what he's going in with, man. That res. Inferno Strides and Dwarf. Sec. Yeah, he says, alright, tight. Inner Cloister Duels. We'll turn this into a melee caster match. Yeah, it's strong. Holy shit, what a round, though. That is so crazy. Alright. 1-1 now. Yeah, that was the second round. Alright, 1 second, boys. Santiana BRB D-Clone is bullying Joby, and he can't beat it. He can't beat it. He can't. Joby can't beat D-Clone. So, BRB. Got him. We got... What is life if we can't troll Joby every once in a while? Guys, is that a life that we want to live? Is that a world we want to be in? One where we can't troll Joby every once in a while? Almost not in an uncalled for sense? That's not the kind of world you want to live in either. Good. We're on the same page. Premium disrespect, right. Mid-round championship bout. It's on the record now. It's on the record now. Made sure to say it twice, just in case anybody sees it in the game and they're like, wow, what was he talking about? Something about some guy named Joby couldn't even beat D-Clone? What a fucking loser. That's what they're gonna think. That's what they're gonna say.
How many YouTube bits before I control Joby?
Oh, dude, it doesn't cost anything, actually. Yeah, like, you can just... It's free. Yeah, it's just, like, completely free. You gotta make sure, like, this is what it's just perfect. You just gotta make sure, like, when he's in the chat, like, you know, just wait a little bit and then just be like, man, I heard that Joby guy really sucks and always thought he was the top din, but was actual trash and couldn't even beat D-Clone or something. Who was that guy? You know, like, it's no problem at all. Yeah. It's like, that's free, man. That's free, just like Joby is in the Blood More. Free. Big cheers, man. Thanks for the 2-coin tip, brother. Alright, let's get up in here. I think we've got... Let's see. Is that...
The Order welcomes you.
Alright, let's get in on this one while these guys get re-pulled up in the moor here. Yeah, this guy was bullying Joby. Joby had no idea. Alright, let's go in and show him what to do here. First, you just want to cast spells and then just telestomp with a Sork and... Just watch out for the Firestorm, that's about it. That's the only thing. We're never too rich for D-Clone, man. Sure, did we pick up, courtesy of Vezo, did we pick up 2 sets of 45 life skillers, one for the Druid, one for the Sin tonight? Of course we did. Did we pick up claws, offhands, and main hands that make us now probably one of the best Sin players in the world? Of course we did. But do you think for a second that's gonna make it so we don't ID a fucking Annihilus charm? Well, you've stepped into crazy town. Alright, now you're talking. That's fucking crazy shit. That's crazy shit you're talking now. Might hear some poly sounds in the background. Might have to check in and see what's going on here. Hold up 1 second. These guys are like, damn, man, this is crazy. You want to go to a sudden death? Should we go to a sudden death with this round? I feel like we should. Let me kill Declone. Alright, someone in that game tell him wait till Coolie gets there. Coolie is killing Declone for Joby. I think we go sudden death and the winner of this round just takes it. Yeah. It's 1-1 now. I feel like it's super fair. Winner of this round that way, like they play to the highest of their abilities. Winner of the round gets it, right? I feel like that's a pretty fair thing to do. I mean, they're gonna go long anyway, right? So let's get in there. What is it? AD 31. Yeah, FT3 goes to 3 a.m. Sudden death. You guys want to do that? You guys okay with that? Winner of this round wins. Alright, Paulie says he's cool with it. I think it works out. Massive pools. We'll say still cut at Den. Still cut at Den. Sudden death. Good luck, fellas. Good duel so far. Alright, boys. I think these guys are ready to jam. Sudden death, winner of this round, is the winner of it all. Let's get in there and see who shall be the champion of the DFC.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Polytheist trying to hold on to that title. And our boy Squigs trying to come in and steal it from out from under him. Get his first ever title. HLD title in the DFC. We're going to see if he can do it, man. This is the closest he's ever been. He's 1 round away. And so is Polly at holding on to his title. So this is essentially going to be FT2. From FT3 to FT2. Sudden death here. I think Max is right. If this is FT3, this just goes till way late. What does this bring Polly up to in title defenses? Good question. I'll have to check on that. Let me see if we can bring up the data and if it actually says anything. If it's actually updated, what will it bring him? Let's see. Leaderboard. Oh, this might be the old one. Whoops, never mind. Dashboard 2.0? That's gotta be it. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Hall of Fame. Polytheist. This would bring him up to 6 title defenses. Which is pretty insane, man. That is crazy. He's right up there next to Muchez with 3, Coolie with 3, Dazer with 4, Chew 30 with 6, Punch with 8, Go Gators with 9, which yeah, and I guess this isn't consecutive. I think this is looking at total defends. Yeah, not like consecutive necessarily. Although some of them might have been by the sounds of it. But yeah, it looks like total. I think we're gonna have to adjust this to consecutive. But Toshank at a total of 12. Elite at a total defenses of 22. Not consecutive, but total defenses of 22. Kind of wild, man. Kind of wild. All right, I'm actually going to do this too because it is 12 a.m. my time. So you know what that actually means is that we reopen DFC signups. So let me actually post the link in the chat for anyone that's watching and wants to be a part, dude. This one's going to take place in a couple of weeks, though. This one won't necessarily be for next week. It will be for a couple of weeks. So maybe we should actually hold off and open them up later on. Maybe we should do that, actually. Because, yeah. I think we will, actually. I shouldn't get the cart in front of the horse here. Because it's going to be a couple of weeks before the next DFC. We'll open them when the time comes. Oh, thank God I have to take next week off. Yeah, no worries, man. We're also taking next week off. Yep. I was going to try to run it with the ladder reset and everything, but for the past few seasons when I've done that, it's always super awkward doing DFC then. Because there was one time where I finished and I hadn't slept in like 30 hours. So I was like, okay. Like, we still had a great show, but it was like, holy shit, it was hard to do, you know? And then there was one time we were still leveling to 99 and actively racing. I think that was the Necro season with like Llama. I'm like, oh, this feels bad because, like, you know, you'd almost rather be grinding and getting to 99. That's actually happened a couple of times when the race is still going on. There was one DFC where we actually finished the race during DFC. Yeah, it was crazy. So it's like, it's weird. So I'm like, you know what? How about when reset happens, we just postpone DFC for a week? So every 3 months, it's not a big deal. And if, God forbid, it takes me 2 weeks to get to 99, I deserve to take a break and go do DFC. That's what I say. Yeah, this is non-ladder. Most duels they happen on non-ladder. Yep, tomorrow is reset, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, for sure, man. Like, that's the thing, especially in recent history. Like, there's so many. Like, if you look at the dashboard, right here. Let me post the link of the dashboard. Look, that way we at least get a link, right? Let's do that. That's the Looker Studio dashboard. It should also be in the description of the video. If you check that out, you can check out the Hall of Fame, and it looks at the total number of title defenses. And you're totally right. It just feels like, you know, there was the Go Gators era, the Punch era, and although I'm gonna have to check this out with Muchez's defenses because it says 3 here, but I almost feel like it should be more than that. I'm not sure. We'll have to double check because I feel like Muchez had his own era too, where it's just like people literally trying to design builds around like the fuckery that he brings to the table. It's like hard to do. He was really a puzzle. Same with like Go Gators, just so good. Same with Toshank. It was just like these guys are just so good, so elite tier. Speaking of elite as well, right? And I think that's a good point. We could actually do Fight of the Night. Let me see what we've got for notes here. And let's see what we've got, man. Fight of the Night prizes. Let me think about this. Think about how we doing here. While this round goes down, I'd usually play you the clip about Fight of the Night prizes being brought to you by Muchez, but we don't want to miss a second of this round, all right? This was crazy. All right, there's a few of them that I'm going to need some help with, all right? Let me start up this poll here. You guys will have the option to vote for who you think should win one of the prizes for Fight of the Night. Brought to you by Muchez is essentially who you get one of these prizes from, right? From his kind donations. And they're big. Anything from 3 2020s, which we kind of give out for really starstruck, outstanding performances. But those are, you can win a 3 2020 or a 4015, a 451 poison charm, also a 20 all life, 20 to life, 5 all res charm. This guy gave some massive donos for this. It's so crazy, man. Incredible prizes on the line. And you will have the option to help me award one of those things to a deserving dueler here tonight. So I'm going to start up a poll. Who should win Performance of the Night? I'll call it Fight of the Night. Who should win Fight of the Night? I have some people in mind I think they win regardless. Alright? But I need your help picking among some people. Alright? I need your help. Dirty. Holy shit, yeah, that's a good one to put on here. Dirty One got his second win on a barb. And I think that's pretty impressive. He's 2-0 on a barb so far, doing very, very well. Patience is insane. Oh yeah. Ted Stickles versus Muchez. He didn't win, but holy shit, he played very well. He is a necro savage. That was one of the first matches we dialed into, and holy shit, it was a hard one to follow. That was a tough act to follow. Muchez versus Ted. That was wild. Then also, I think, man, there's so many. Nimrod, this guy doing the trifecta, the double champ. I think that's pretty sick, man. He's current reigning, defending in 2 divisions champion. And this guy certainly has deserved it. And the way that he played versus versus Sogi tonight was so impressive. I thought Sogi was going to mop the floor with him. But that wasn't necessarily the case. Those rounds were very close. And Nim played so well. I did not expect that. I was like, holy shit. This guy ain't no fucking joke, no matter what division he's in. It was a huge statement. I was like, wow. This guy is a fucking triple threat. And then we've got winner of this duel. I think that could be it, man. What do you think? We'll throw him up there. Winner of this duel. I feel like that's fair. Dirty One, Ted, Nim, and or the winner of this duel. I think it's cool. Let's throw it up there, man. We got some time. We'll let this run for a little bit here. We'll give this... We actually got some time. Let's just let this run till the end of this duel. I say we just jam it. No Ted Stickles because of the name. LOL. Right? You change that fucking name if you want a prize, goddammit. I ain't gonna be voting for no one's ball sack. You think you're gonna trick me into homosexuality that easy? You got another thing coming. Nimrod for president, right? Yeah, I think that was sick. I think you could easily award Muchez Fight of the Night for that, but the last time we did that, he gives the prize back, you know, but I think easily could. If Paulie wins, next EFC is called Going the Distance. MVP of this duel, guy feeding him mana pots. Yep. That's tracking up in there. I spent $1 million on pots. That's crazy, man. Ted Core, sure. Well, actually, you would think, Mewtwo, that would be a good thing, but it's actually way worse. If you take the mana pots out of the duel, what do you think would happen? Like, tell me how you think the duel would go. Like, what do you think that would do for the duel? And then tell me what your hopes would be, and I'll tell you what my experience with it is. Like, what would happen if you took out mana pots? How would it make the duel better? There's also Vez. Yeah, I think Vezo also could be MVP. That was such a savage dono, man. 2 sets of 45 lifers, LE charms, trappers. Oh my god, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. But I did get that win on the Sin, and technically earned it. That's what he told me to do. He goes, when you get your first win on a Sin, he's like, I got some Trapper Charms for you. That guy, I couldn't wait, man. Vez comes up in here, just gives me a set of 45 life trappers before I'd even dueled. And I was like, oh man, now I gotta earn them. Yeah. That's essentially what happens, Mewtwo. It's like, the duel goes even slower because you literally can't chase your opponent. You can't really aggress. And if you're the Druid, the Necro's probably spamming. So you just have to kind of hide and wait till you regen mana. Yeah, it just like makes it way slower. Like it just actually slows the duel down even more. So like constant feeding of mana pots is just like at least there's some primary resource to instigate the action, right? Yeah. So I mean, it's good in theory, and we actually tried it once. We tried to, you know, limit mana pots in certain matchups and all of this, but it just never panned out the way you would expect. It didn't make duels faster. It didn't make them, like, nobody really worried about their mana sources. Like, they would just get aggro and try to get the job done, and then when they didn't or they got low, they would still just back off. It's like, and now you have even less mana, so it's like, yeah, it's rough. So it's, in my experience, it's some people have said that before about mana pots not being a thing, but it's like they actually do help the duel be faster. And if they're not there, the duels don't. It isn't like, oh man, now it's almost done. It's like, who knows how long this is gonna take. Guys walking around the Bloodmoor, the other person not even on the screen. GG's, Brandoom. Yeah, we tried. At least we tried it out. And the thing is, Elite at the time actually told us, he goes, it seems like a good idea, but it's not. He's like, and God love him, he actually bucked up and tried it out for a few deals, but he's just totally right. Like, the guy knows what's up. He also kind of brought me on board with the late thing and the range thing. I was like, that's actually a good point. Dude's been dueling forever, he kind of knows it. But like, yeah, there's a lot of knowledge to be had from that guy, man. He really did know his shit. And they had apparently tried that before in some other dueling league that he was in, and he's like, it also just didn't go well, so. Oh yeah, and it made it so Necros just didn't even play, right? That's the other thing, is just like, if you know ahead of time that there's no mana pool, certain classes just won't appear. Like, oh, okay. You're essentially just banning a class at that point, right? Yep, Barb is completely unplayable without... I think we actually allowed the Barb to have mana pots. I think, like, the Barb was allowed... It was a really weird distribution of who could use mana pots. It was, if I remember correctly, it was just very strange, and we tried to take all of that into consideration, but it was just still bad. People just wouldn't play Necros. Yeah. Yeah, even Blizz suffers horrendously because our spells... Yeah, exactly. Blizz is actually heavy spell on mana. Yeah, it seems like a good idea, and it seems like it would do something good, but just in practice it doesn't. Yep, yeah, exactly. Yep, and then if you have an Elephant Sin, they just sit in 5-stack traps and just walk around. They're fine with it. Yep. True, actually, yeah, you're right. It might be before. It might have been before that patch. I can't quite remember exactly when, but yeah, Sins actually loved it. So Sins got even better under that. We were worried about Sins in the first place. We were like, we got to do something here, but Sins just got even better. They just set the 5-stack trap and just fucking AFK. Like, that's fine. I'll be walking around this map somewhere. Hope you don't run into those traps. I don't want to hear it, Max. I still remember Bane Lefantzin. I still remember that name. The passive-aggressive. Change the rules. I'm gonna change my name. Look, we eventually figure things out, alright? But hey, Elephant Sin is back now. It's back. It got technically, I don't know if you'd call it banned, but there was just bigger Sorb rules in effect for it. But now those are just gone too, because it's like Sins actually caught so much hate that they just weren't good anymore in the DFC. Like, we actually did neuter them into the ground with a lot of shit. So we're like, we just look back at everything and we're like, well, let's try to dial some shit back, man. And the Elephant Sin thing was the number one. Like, this doesn't really make any sense. It's too specific. It's too many rules. Just cut it out. You lose like 5 rules. Less is more. Right? So now it's just the only restriction on a sin, and I think it was probably the most powerful one, was the use of Shadow Bay, like, or the restriction of Shadow Bay. It can't be used against Barbs, Druids, and Dins. And that right there was a very, very powerful change. You might be right, Max. You might be right. He says, I think I got mana pools back because of my duel with Riz, if I remember correct, because I played it so slow with no mana. Yep, free Bay. Hey, you can still use the Shadow Master, alright? You can still use the Shadow Master. Or, I'm sorry, Shadow Warrior. But Shadow Master versus certain matchups. And honestly, one could argue that it should probably be able to be used against Shamans, but we haven't really got there yet, alright? We haven't got there yet. More data needed. More Savage Sin players needed to challenge Poly for this to ever really be a consideration, I think. But it has certainly helped out Sins. I felt pretty powerful on my Sin tonight. I felt like this is good. I've had some good duels with Poly on the Sin before. Yep, Side Chick definitely has potential. I think probably most people just don't know how to use her right, Max. But probably including myself. I couldn't tell you how to use her right. Shockweb on the left click? I don't know. I don't know what using her right even looks like. Damn, son, nice spears there from Squigs. Squigs really taking his time here, piecing up Poly. Poly pushing that aggro. Nice aggro from Squigs, though. Landed no spears from that, but that was the exact type of pressure right there that's gonna get him there. But you wonder how much damage he actually took from that, you know? He might have actually caught some Armageddons there. Hard telling. Hard telling. I do hate Elephant Sin. Yeah. Dude, Elephant Sin, I mean, how much would we even know about this if it weren't for Max, okay? Here's the thing. Who would have ever made a Sin where you swap to an infinity to cast your traps because Max knows that once you cast those traps, they stay with that negative 55 enemy light res even after you swap? Like, what the fuck? Like, who knew all of that shit, right? Like, people talk about the Elephant Sin, but really Max was... Maybe Steez as well. I think he might have jammed it once, but like, it really takes a special kind of Sin player to be able to pull it off and like know the tricks, know what to do. I think we actually saw Max catch somebody with the Infinity Conviction Aura once too and just fucking blow him up. I'm like, what the fuck, man? It was so crazy.
So many good duels tonight. If you got a problem with the meta, get good. Don't make excuses. Poly is Dago Tyan.
Goddamn straight, man. I really think he is. And Poly is a big success story on this Druid, too. He really is someone that, if you can't get behind that, man, I don't think you could ever get behind any build. Like, he is a success story of off-meta builds that just took it to the top and literally changed the entire narrative around a build. So, totally true. And thank you again, Abel. Really appreciate that, man. Huge with the 5-coin tip. Guy takes literally an off-meta build and just turns it into basically new meta. Ooh, nice aggression there from Squig. Closed the distance a little bit there, but I was thinking he might be trying to push the pressure on Poly while his bow was down, but it didn't look like he did. Funny origin story. Elephant started as a troll build close to 20 years ago. True, I still remember that that video that we did with that. Where I made a facet sin just to show people bad gear when facets didn't work and called it Elephant. All because, yeah, you had Spider, which is a small, yeah, I remember that, and then Elephant, which is large. I remember that, yeah. I think you showed me that post. I can't remember if we ever showed that in that video that we did, but yeah, I remember that at all. That's hilarious. It was like the most basic bitch looking trapper that was, I think it was like, there was Hodo and shit, and like facets somewhere. I'm like, this is, what the fuck, man? It was like total meme. This is a marathon now. Yeah, it really is, man. We went to a sudden death in this round because currently it's 1-1 Squigs Pauly. And we said, all right, winner of this round takes it. And it definitely is a marathon. Pauly ate something there. Hard to tell. I think it might have been teeth. You could hear that, like, you could hear that druid take hit sound. Hard to tell what he got hit with. It might have been something invisible. Some sort of invisi-teeth. Santiana just playing her role there, cutting the map at the den. She's doing so good. Give her mad props, man. She's down there just looking like a fast clipper ship. I hope she's not distracting these fellas going down there and just seeing that sex ass of a Sork. Hope she ain't distracting, but someone's got to be out there plugging up all the outs, you know? It's just how it is. Yeah, that sound, exactly. Does Necro benefit from more aggression in this because of heavy spears? He does, but you have to be opportunistic with it. Because if you get too aggro, right, there's a couple of responses that Pauly will show you. So, if you start chaining Pauly, he'll do one of two things. He'll either up boulder you if he thinks he can predict you pretty well, but if he can't, what he'll do is just, he'll telly you through his Armageddon. So, like, as you're chaining him, he'll just telly around his Armageddon until you get hit with it. And then there's also the fact that the bear could just knock you out of the telly chain, and then he just lands a Kano and gets out. So, but you can, as a Necro, push the pressure, but you want to do it at an opportune time when Pauly is trying to run away, and he's not expecting you to chase him. He's not ready with an up boulder. Right, like that's the time, and those spears can be pretty vicious. Yeah, but Pauly has quite a few options if Squigs does that. It's a real tight match between these guys. Like it's a real touchy one where the reason why this takes so long is because like it's a very crafty, skillful duel where like you are kind of. You're trying to land some damage on your opponent, but you're also trying to bait them into making some mistakes. And this is what duels look like at the top of the top, man. At the highest, most competitive division, you have people like Squigs who are savages on Necros, who are also very patient, willing to lock in and play for a very, very long duel. And you also have the same on Pauly's end. This guy knows his outs. He knows how to whittle down his opponent over time, and really that's kind of what he needs to do. Against a lot of the slippery opponents that are trying to keep the distance. It's just naturally how the duel progresses. But, yeah, I think at this point it's perfect time for a sudden death. It's just, 1-1. And, you know that these guys can give it their all for one round and do all of the things that they would otherwise do. And you can kind of see how the rest of the duel's going to go. I think this is just like a perfect example here for a sudden death. I'm surprised that second round took as long as it did. That second round had to be like an hour. That was crazy. Yeah, they have to. Neck has to keep the bone armor up because it's like one of the only ways that they're going to be able to absorb the physical damage, right? Like I'm sure Squigs might have some DR on. It's possible that he might have mixed in some DR, but he's really relying on that bone armor to suck up a lot of the hybrid physical damage from spells like Armageddon, Fissure, and Armageddon, Boulder, and Volcano. Yeah, gotta keep it up, man. Also, while keeping that fire res up. Yeah, I honestly think there's a lot of magic in that. When I duel Pauly Serenity on my hybrid Poison Necro, that is a necro that doesn't do as much damage with bone magic, and I always, like, I'll set up, if I can get Paulie constantly chasing me, and now he's kind of getting wise on that, then I can set up a spirit train. But if he's not, and I'm just kind of waiting for him to come in and give me an angle, it's just always spears. I just pick an angle, and if he approaches from like some weird off angle that I'm never, like, I just kind of wasn't expecting it, I'll reset. But I'm almost always spearing, and I'll try to catch him coming in. And then if I catch him, if I get him into a spot where he's like, kind of lull him to sleep a little bit, then you can kind of follow up with some spear trains. But, you know, if I was on a straight bone necro, that's exactly what I would do. Spears are just so quick. They're hard to avoid. And honestly, I think that Squigs has really seen a lot of success with spears at distance. You hear that little, like, you know, you hear the little druid get hit sound there. I think a lot of that, now that I see it, is probably coming from just Invisa teeth. So it's doing a little bit of damage, but probably not much. But those spears are really connecting. And look at this, nice spirit train there from Squigs. If I had to guess, though, I don't think he's going to connect with that. And right now, Paulie is staying on the outside of it. He's piecing him up pretty good. I think we just got a nice little life check on Squigs there. And it appears as though Squigs might be very low. Squigs might be like 20%. Yeah, and especially, you notice his playstyle here. He's trying to kind of keep the distance. He might be very low. But that gets very dangerous. Like, even in these moments, it benefits the Necro to kind of look for that opportunity. Because Paulie, if he kicks back, he's just... There it is. Nice opportunity taken there from Squigs. That was beautiful. Because if Paulie kicks back, he's just going to rep to full, right? It's going to be a real duel. I think I have it. These are new duelers, right? Yeah, completely new. Completely new to the game. These guys just figured it out. Just dialed up in PvP the other day, and now they're fighting for a DFC title. Spirits won round 1 with burst damage, but they haven't hit since. Paulie adapted, yeah. As Paulie always does, right? That's the thing. You have to, like, kind of continue to adapt with Paulie, because he'll learn. He knows what your game plan is, and he's like, all right, so there's going to be spirit trains that I got to watch out for. I got to approach from these angles. Got to take these chip shots. Never go in and really push the pressure unless it's real free. Yep, and we back to full HP. Yep, there we go. Rep to full, baby. Real duels only. That's what it is, baby. Real duels only. Yeah, and I remember Max kind of was the voice of reason, I think, on this whole thing. And, you know, as he is with a lot of things, but there was, especially in the early days of the DFC, I was kind of newer to dueling too. And by newer to dueling, I mean on a competitive stage, right? We'd all dueled in the pubs, and I'd kind of mastered the Murdered In at that point. That was my favorite build, but, you know, on a competitive stage, there was a lot of people who I didn't really know how to deal with some of the criticisms of lates and long duels and all of this as well. And I think Max kind of turned me on to the fact that this is just how some duels are, and it's really true. What we can do is limit the rounds and maybe sometimes cut the maps, but honestly, the best thing to do is just not fuck with them, right? Like, it is legit part of the dueling experience as well. And as much as some people would like to think that all duels are super quick and over very quickly, it's not necessarily the case. You know, some of them go on for a long time, and that is honestly a duel in and of itself. Ah, man, the name J. King rings a bell. I was on East, though, yeah? I did play on East. Still got some of my dudes. I probably ought to go re-up the timer on those guys so I don't lose them. Gotta keep those hybrids alive, you know? Yeah, I played on East, though. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I love, too, though, Mewtwo, about the DFC, is, like, I think it's kind of magical that over the years and how this has morphed is that it really is it's it's a competitive bracket for all skill levels, and it so naturally evens itself out the better you do, right? It's like, you know, you have everything from the highly competitive duels for high stakes to people who are new to the DFC. You have people who bring new and interesting builds even to ancient formats like Rayuse, for example. You know, bringing the Sin into Melee, you know, and trying that out, trying new things. So you have the creative players, the, you know, like Montriana as well. And you have the players that they might not have the dueling prowess and the, you know, might not have racked up the wins like other people, but they're still having fun and enjoying, like Bruno, for example. Dude loves dueling. He hasn't really racked up a lot of wins, but man, when he gets one, when he wins a round, when he brings these creative builds in, he's enjoying it. His opponents are enjoying it. His experience is great. And it's also the same for the people at the top, I think. You know, they get that hardcore duel, right? They get that real duel. And it's the same event as the people that are bringing in these unique, different, fun, and just non-meta crazy builds. And it's like, it all just kind of works itself out, and happens to be that, like, these duels naturally take place on the same card just because of how it's set up. No shit, dude. I didn't actually do too much team dueling on the D2GM or D2GA, but I did pop in for some duels there. There was, you know, there was like 20 people in the Bloodmore, which was actually pretty sick, right? Pretty fun experience. That's right, Track Amp MVP, man. Track Amp MVP. Alright, so we're gonna let this poll go until the end of this duel, boys. However long that may be. Make sure to get your votes in there. If you need a refresher, you probably got some time. Go back and look and see. There's been some crazy, crazy duels tonight. So far, Ted in the lead. Makes sense. He played very well tonight. Really did. Yeah, we do some team duels in the DFC. We had one going on for tonight, but I think we might not get to it. We'll see. Perhaps we have a lot of people from the team duels still ready to go, but I know that, like, Polly and Doom were on a team. Pretty sure some of the guys might have punched out by now. That's all right. It happens. We set it up as a 3v3, but they are basically team duels in the DFC are exhibition matches because it's kind of hard to make them anything but that. It's hard enough to get so many people together for any sort of event, right? Which is kind of a blessing each week to, you know, that so many of us gather for this. It's really cool. But even then, with teams and matching up everybody's schedule, sometimes it's hard enough to match up just 2 people doing a match, right? Can you now imagine like 4 to 8 people? It's pretty tough. So, and then on top of that, it could just be random teams, people randomly on a different team each week, depending on who signs up and who's interested. So it's really hard to even keep tabs on that and to assess team performance on an individual level. So it's like, they're just exhibition matches for fun. And the way I see them is, if we get to them, they're super fun to watch. It's a whole new, different dueling dynamic, but they're really just in the DFC, just an exhibition. They don't necessarily count for wins, losses, or anything. By the way, what's up, Steve? Good to see you, man. I honestly think that was pretty good. The 08 era, I actually wasn't really playing in the 08 era. It was a very short-lived era. But the 09 era, there was still those 08 items that were circulating around. My favorite era was 1.10. Yep, I'm one of the Enigma supporters. I think that, you know, and that was kind of a big sentiment to that when it came out. There was a lot of people in the community that were like, thank you for giving us non-sorceresses an item that allows us to be good. Thank you, Blizz. It's amazing how the sentiment has changed about it over the years, really, but You know, I think that was the most influential patch. It really changed the game, and it made me just love the game even more. I was like, wow, I can actually build powerful characters now. Like, I can build characters that feel unique and different, and I can do anything. Like, this is wild. Hell yeah, man. We should be back in 2 weeks as well, man. We're going to take next week off for the reset. We'll probably be degenning, and by the very least need a break, but we should be back in a couple weeks too. So we'll see you then, Steez. Can't wait, man. And by the way, speaking of legends, what's up, CJ Carter? The man, the myth. What's going on, dude? Nah, Enigma came out in 1.10. 1.10 was the big influential patch that had all of the big changes. The Enigma, the rune words, the everything. That was the big one. Yeah, it really changed a lot of stuff. And, you know, some of it good, some of it not so good. Some of it questionably good, like synergies. Kind of questionable how good of a choice that was, but in some instances it's good. Many other instances it's bad. Oh, big hits there from Squigs. That's the opportunity that he's waiting for. Gets that damage in there, landed a train. That was huge. Paulie went looking for trouble and he found it. But I think Squigs is very low. You notice that he didn't take the opportunity to really capitalize on that right there. It might suggest that he's pretty low. But, I mean, as the duel goes on, he's probably also repping to full. Yeah, hell yeah, man. What you been up to these days, CJ? The world misses their OG Zan player, man. The entire world. It's not just the D2 community. People log in. Y'all watching Golden Girls and shit. Watching that fucking... What do you call it? I don't fucking know. They watching all that reality show shit. They women. And they like, where's our CJ Carter with that song now? He did that Zon shit. Got fans from all over, man. They want their OG Zan back. Dude, I would die to see a Muchez versus CJ Carter Zon v Zon showdown. God, that would be insane. That would be wild. Exhibition match. Zan v Zan. Let's fucking go. My wife cool as fuck watching Better Call Saul. It's one of the best shows of all time, man. Better Call Saul. One of the best, like, best written shows of all time. Well executed. It's great. She's watching Naruto, Game of Thrones, American Horror. Yeah, dude, American Horror is pretty good too. My ex-girlfriend loved that. We used to watch it all the time. It was pretty fun. I don't watch a lot of shows, so I gotta make sure that the ones that I do occasionally watch are really good. I was really disappointed because the last one that I chose made me never want to watch a show again. It was so bad. And I was like, I think I'm done watching shows. Because it's so rare that I ever watch one. Like, really commit to it. It's a commitment, you know? I watched Lost. Yeah, I'd never watched it before. That was the worst show I think I've ever seen in my life. Even for its time. That was very, very bad. Would not suggest. Horribly written show. Terrible fucking execution. Bad writers. They should all be fired and blacklisted. It was a horrible show. You Are? Yeah, Supernatural is also a really good show. There's a lot of filler episodes in that, but I ended up going back and watching those too because I just loved the show so much. It's so well done. Yeah, it was so good at the start, and you could just tell where it all went to shit, and they were just trying to keep people guessing and making these plot lines that could never be solved. And it's like, well, I literally called it, like, season 2 or 3. I was like, well, so everybody's dead, right? Like, everybody's just dead and they're in purgatory. It's the only way it's the only way you can do it. It's the only way everything makes sense. I won't spoil anything, but let's say I wasn't too far off. Like, that was... Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, I say spoiler. It's like what a 20-year-old show at this point. So it's like if you haven't seen it now, you ain't gonna see. I'm saving you. Don't watch it. It is long and it is miserable. It's like seems interesting, but it's just not. I completely agree, Doom. I think that's what it is. Chuck was like the narcissist in the family. Saul is just like... Saul is also suffers from a little bit of narcissism, I think, but it's a different kind. It's the destructive entitlement form of narcissism. And it's a tragic, but, you know, what do you call it, where you're rooting for the bad guy, the anti-hero, right? That's what it is. And, gosh, he's just it's so well written, it's so perfect. Saul Goodman is an incredible character. Saul Goodman is indeed my spirit animal. Jimmy McGill is my spirit animal, you know?
I can't count.
Yeah, it's one of them real duels, man. It's one of them real duels. Yeah, Supernatural doesn't have... It's like a lot of seasons, but it doesn't have a bad one. It's a really good show. Extremely good show. I still remember when Doom was asking about my character names. He's like, yo, you got Mary as a character name, and Dean, and Sam. He's like, did you watch Supernatural? I'm like, god damn it, it's too obvious. Delete characters. Never watched the X-Files, actually. They technically do, CJ. The Necro technically does have the advantage. But you failed to factor in the poly factor. Polytheist is a very, very different player. That if you're just playing a fire druid, sure, the Necro wins. But Poly has jammed this match so much that you not only have to be a great Necro player versus him, but you really have to know specifically how to duel Poly. He technically doesn't have matchup advantage here, but you never know with a lot of the Necros that he duels. And that's kind of what Squigs is doing. Like, he's taking his time, he's feeling, he knows how he has to get his licks in here, and he's waiting for his opportunity, and he's looking to snipe. He's looking to get in here and capitalize on these opportunities, perhaps lull Poly into this false sense of security. He's playing it the way he should. He's playing to his outs. And he doesn't appear to be completely demoralized by Poly, which is very different from most Necros, and a big feather in his cap. This guy is still in this fight right now. He's still in this game. Oh, no shit, dude. No shit, Dirty. Oh, yeah, for sure it would, Derbius. That's why we went to sudden death. It was actually set up as an FT3 at first, because I kind of knew it would be a long duel. So we decided to cut one round off it. But then, after like an hour and a half, when it was 1-1, we were like, alright, sudden death, because we can see how this is going to go. No shit, dude. That's sick. That's sick, man. Yeah. Dirty with that old school shit. Yeah, but I think, I also loved... So, I'm gonna judge Walking Dead as a show. I'm gonna pretend it ended in Season 9, Episode 5. And let's assume it ended right there. Alright? All the other episodes, screw them. All the other, whatever, 7 seasons after that, just forget about them. Don't watch them. The show ended Season 9, Episode 5, when Rick left. And if we assume that, let's just pretend it stopped there. That was also a top 5 show for me. The rest of the shit was filler, dumb shit. Not worth the watch. Oh yeah, same duel, man. Final round. We went to sudden death sound. Yeah, exactly. Some people see Half-Life missing. That's only just a window of opportunity, right? That's only the window of opportunity. Yeah, I was a big fan of Negan. I loved him from the second he showed up and started caving people's heads in. I was like, this guy's awesome. We got a character, got a 99 din named after him, man. He caves people's heads in. I was going to try to do it with a club, but I guess we'll go with a mallet. Close enough. Yeah, that'd be sick, man. That'd be sick, Apollyon. I had dinner, dessert, watched entire Rick and Morty season 8, walked my dog, dueled in pubs for an hour and a half. And this duel is still going. These are real duels, Sound. These are duels of attrition, don't you know? These are duels of attrition, in all seriousness. This is dueling at the highest, most competitive level. This is pure violence. Pure aggression, pure focus. You gotta lock the fuck in. And sometimes you gotta try to get your opponent to not lock in. Just how it is, man. Very, very long duels, they can go a while. Oh, no shit, man. How many deer can you get in bow season in your state? I found it very surprising that when I lived in Atlanta, I don't hunt much anymore. I got like a deer of a lifetime back in the day, and then I just never really hunted after. But like in Maine, you can get like 1 deer. I think you have like an exception for like muzzleloading season, and you can get another one with a bow. So like maximum like 3 deer, I think. But in Atlanta, with a regular hunting license, you could get 11. I was like, what the fuck? They just want them dead down there, man. They want them dead. Is the Negro full too? Yeah, it's a good question. Squigs isn't streaming his standpoint here, so we have no way of knowing. It's hard to get a life check on him. But last I knew, Squigs was low. But, I mean, he is prepared for a real duel here. So it's very possible that he has a lot of rep life, too. The only thing is that Paulie has in this duel is every time in these exchanges, he can very easily grab a name lock and kind of negate some of the rep of Squigs. So one would think that the longer this duel goes, more it certainly favors Paulie. And I think Squigs knows that. He's probably trying to rep back a critical amount of life that allows him to aggress and hopefully turn the tides a little bit. It could be that he's repped back enough. I would really love to know this. If he's repped back enough and is just waiting for that spirit train again or something to connect, to kind of start the action for him. You know what I mean? Like, to give him that boost that he needs to just kind of push that pressure, look for those opportunities, punish Paulie when he comes in looking for the name locks. No shit, yeah, I'll have to check it out, Dirty. He's about 75%. Okay, good to know. Yeah, he's probably trying to rep back critical, and at this point, I think what Squigs' game plan is he's hoping for another haymaker to land versus Paulie. And he's trying to set that up. He's hoping for a haymaker to just start the exchange. And I think he's probably going to try to go in after that. I think he's realizing that. He's kind of got Paulie figured out at this point where he at least feels confident in dodging him. Pushing the pressure like that was actually very nice there from Squigs. He didn't get too greedy. You can't really kick around and get too greedy in those exchanges. Paulie will win them. Or has the opportunity to win them, right? You know, a couple of his pets there, block some spears. And that's all he needs, to just land a Kano or an up boulder and shit. Well, now you're getting knocked back. It's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, man, rep to full. Rep to full, baby. At this rate, Paulie may get there, but Paulie is still also going to need something big to happen. You notice he's keeping that constant pressure. He might have actually connected with an Armageddon there, which is really good. Squigs got a little froggy, pushed the pressure there. Now he's back to looking for that haymaker. Beautiful Kanos here from Polytheist. If it goes on too much longer, we might bring it to decision. But I'm just gonna let it go for now. Like, this seems to be progressing just fine, right? It seems to be progressing like a highly competitive duel. Yeah, someone's index finger will cramp up eventually. Yeah, I was gonna say it would probably take a lot to bring it to decision, because I honestly, it feels bad, because if you give it to Squigs, he didn't really beat the champ, you know, so it's like, it doesn't feel good. But he's actually playing very well. He's playing to his outs. He's dealing some damage. He's probably collectively dealt the most amount of damage in the duel over time, right? There's also that. But now Paulie has really figured him out, is pushing the pressure. He's just keeping constant pressure on him. There's a lot to be said for both sides. It's hard to even bring it to decision, but we won't even talk about it. These guys are gonna crush it. Someone's gonna come out on top. Oh man, it looks like Squigs might actually be low here. And Paulie smells some blood. He's gonna try to walk. He's gonna try to work his way in. Yep, he's gearing up, grabbing some mana here, and he's just looking for that final push. He's just, or not final push, but just that constant push to keep the pressure up and to make it so that Squigs can't really rep back as much. That's what he wants to do. Just kind of keep Squigs kind of backpedaling a little bit. Paulie's so quick at grabbing these name locks, dude. Locking in.
Big love from San Francisco.
Pier 7 SF, which I can only imagine stands for San Francisco. Bro, big cheers. Thanks for the 5 spot, man. Appreciate that, man. All the way across the country up on the West Coast. Polytheist, also a Californian, man. This guy, also a Californian. He's the people's champ out there in the West, yo. And then also Abel from the SF, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They got the new razor catheters. Talrash's Tunes next. GG. Look, I'm going to get plenty of Terror Zones in next week. I would totally do that. I have a level 98, but my 98 Sork is only 20% in right now, so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just take some time off. I'm going to have plenty of these TZs next week. Just chill, man. We gonna get there. I think that would be a next level play, Darius. Squigs looking for the one-hitter quitter on the shitter. Paulie did catch a big spear there, and that might have been the opportunity that Squigs needed, but unfortunately, Paulie's just kept so much damage on him. It's so hard for him to push. He's constantly just trying to keep him down, keeping him low. Okay, you know what it is? So that Druid get hit sound that we couldn't tell where it's coming from, I can't believe it's taken me this long to piece it together, but it's coming from the Fire Golem. That was what it was. It wasn't invisible teeth or anything like that. It's actually the Fire Golem. So it's actually no damage when he gets hit like that. The Cyclone armor, although it might be weak on a Fire Druid, will certainly absorb that. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, 50. Appreciate you, man. Hey, did you ever, did the duel ever go down with DD, man? Did we? I hope we didn't miss it. Sometimes I miss chat, and if I did, dude, I feel so bad, but either way, GG's, brother. Yeah, Squigs is hurting. He's pretty low. No worries, man. Well, damn, dude, sorry we didn't get to see it. That's pretty epic. That's a pretty epic duel. You guys are both titans, man. And Icy is one hell of a competitor. That guy is sharp. But yeah, either way, man, GG's. Appreciate you. Nothing yet? Hell yeah, Lego Mike. That's cool, though. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, as you might have seen from that video, the odds of finding one of those is still extremely low. Like, it's still just like a 1 in 300 million at best, right? But you do get a lot of bites of the apple, and if you farm it enough, like, you know, you could get it. It is technically the best place to find all of that stuff, but it's still rare. Regardless, I still have a lot of fun with it. It's still like my favorite farming spot. It's just so easy and simple. And honestly, not to say you should do this, it's certainly what I would consider what might be a bannable offense, but we couldn't help but try out and theorize how easy it would be to set up a macro to, like, do a game reset, right? So you're done, you hit the portal, macro, your macro takes you to the waypoint, goes back to Act 4, saves and exits, starts a new game, you come back in, hit another macro, it hits the waypoint, goes battle orders while the portal's coming down, and boom, you're ready to go. Within seconds, like, you can just fire up another run. I was like, holy shit, bots are gonna farm the shit out of this when they know it. I do Fire Eye and Trav together? Yeah. Dude, I love Trav. I don't think anything will be more fun to farm than Trav for me, honestly. Like, it's still... You can still find the godlies from Trav. You just unfortunately can find all of the other abilities on the items that you find as well. So it's like... It might not seem like much with having 4 abilities, you know, I call it 3 and a third abilities that can't spawn on items, but it actually makes a big difference. We're talking about hundreds of millions of chance worth of difference. So it's like they can technically, Trav can drop those items too, but it's you now have more affixes in the pool, and it's increases your odds of ever finding, or decreases your odds of ever finding those quite a bit. Yeah, and the gold is the kicker. That's the big thing for me. I love doing Trav because of the gold. Just gamble it away, get yourself some circlets, get yourself some amulets. I love gambling on amulets. It's my favorite thing to gamble on. Dude, 210 amulets, underrated, man. Way underrated. Yeah, Polly is piecing them up. And the demoralizing part of this round right here for Squigs is that Polly has repped to full multiple times. Like, there's been a few times where Squigs is landing these shots, and Polly, he'll take them. There's not a follow-up that he has to worry about. He can avoid that pretty well, and he reps back to full. Right, so like, even when Polly gets hit, hasn't been these big KOs so far. He's been able to kind of wiggle his way out, reset, and go right back to full. It's crazy. That's got to be demoralizing for Squigs, especially as Polly continues to keep the pressure up here and continues to land that damage and get it in. Nice Fisher there from Polly. Just predicting she, as they say. I predicted she. Yeah, Squigs is low, man. Oh, and there it is. Beautiful Kano from Polytheus. And there it is. That right there is going to end the poll with Ted Stickles coming out on top as the people's champ. Hell yeah, man. That was actually pretty sick. Very good poll there. That was pretty epic. Very nicely done, and he's showing off that DFC HLD champs. There it is, dude. That is crazy. An epic duel between these guys. A real duel, if you will. And holy shit, man. I gotta say, that's pretty fucking epic. Yeah, it might have been a long one, but damn, son, it was good. That was a real good one. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Well, GG, boys. What a fucking night. That was hardcore, Squigs. Squigs really stepped it up. He actually looked pretty scary in that duel, man. And the thing is, I don't really think, maybe until the end, I really don't think he was very demoralized like most Necros are in there. At the end, I was just talking about this. I was like, this has got to be a bit demoralizing here because Paulie has repped to full so much over the course of this duel. But I don't think before that
we
it was...
love you. Thanks for the fight.
Hell yeah, man. Abel, and thanks again, brother. Big cheers to you. Right back at you, man. Love having you here. Love the energy. Love the vibes. It's always good to see you when we do see you, man. And that was the only piece right there. I think at the end, it was like, this is... Squigs noticed this is going to be a tough duel. Glad we went to sudden death there. I think we would have had an all-nighter with that one. But what an epic match, man. I think we got the full gambit of it right there, especially in that last round. Yeah. I don't have any hands, though. Yeah, they're gone now. No hands left. GG's, boys. That was fucking epic. But holy shit. Well, we'll send them out of here in style, shall we, boys? Let's get up out of here and do this right. Let's fucking jam it. Hell yeah, man. Thank you guys so much for joining me here tonight. Don't worry, we'll be back next week at... Well, no, we won't. Two weeks, baby. 2 weeks after ladder reset. We've accomplished it, boys. A win on every class. And Polytheus, the dominant reigning DFC HLD champion. What a savage. Squigs putting up a fight. Man, I love seeing it every week. Boys, we'll see you next week for the ladder reset, the D-Gen grind, and we'll be back before you know it. See you in the Discord if you're not already there. Peace.